Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the second session of the commemoration of ESG's 25th anniversary. It's nice to see a lot of faces from yesterday and a lot of more new faces today. I'm Nidhi. I've been working with ESG for a short while now, and I'm really glad that you're all here to celebrate this milestone with us. So without further ado, I'd like to request Leo Saldana to introduce our esteemed guest for today, the Honorable Mr. Justice Sunil Dutt Yadav. Nice to see a lot of faces from yesterday and a lot more new faces today. I'm Nidhi. I've been working with ESG for a short while now, and I'm really glad that you're all here to celebrate this milestone with us. So without further ado, I'd like to request Leo Saldana to introduce our esteemed guest for today, the Honorable Mr. Justice Sunil Dutt Yadav.
Good morning, everyone. I am the default guy to introduce Mr. Justice Sunil Dutt Yadav because this was a task Shruti Chaganti took. But unfortunately, she's down with viral fever and she tried her best to get better, but viruses have their own minds, or probably they don't have minds, and that's a problem. So Shruti won't be able to make it. And then Bhargavi took up the task. And Bhargavi has been unwell since last night. So we are hoping she can make it today. But that said, I consider this my privilege to be able to reintroduce a dear old friend and fellow activist who is now judge of the High Court of Karnataka. I say that because I recall when Justice Yadav was, as a student, we had just started ESG, and he came to us and we had lots of questions about our work. And that's when we came to know about his zeal for the public interest. And then when he became a full-fledged lawyer and took over the practice of his father, late Mr. Siddappa, there was many an opportunity for us to interact with both Mr. Siddappa and Justice Sunil, and it was a contrast. There's a feedback. Can we cut off the feedback? Everything I say is repeating again. Then when he became a full-fledged lawyer and saw the practice, his father, no, it's still coming here. There was many an opportunity for us to interact with both Mr. Siddappa and Mr. Sunil. Yeah, so please bear with the hearing me twice. So when he started his practice, one of the remarkable cases that I recall that he worked on as we started interacting with him was the right to bury someone. And I remember the plight of those people who had dead bodies, which they could not bury because they were Dalit. And I think this was in the district of Kolar, if I'm not mistaken. And he took on the cause, and against what was a very conservative system, he managed to get them from the High Court relief so that the dead can be buried. So that's the plight of Dalits in this country. That not only when they live, they suffer, and even when they die, they suffer. So that really struck me as a remarkable feature of his efforts in appreciating the value of the Constitution and the promise of the Constitution. So we took case after case to him. And one thing I remember is when I took the case and sat in his chambers to work, we also had the benefit of the wisdom and the depth of knowledge of his father. And in styles, I can say they are absolute contrasts. His father was an extrovert and Sunil not. So father would be articulate and even vociferous, and Sunil would be just listening. So we wouldn't know what's happening in his head. At least in his father's head, we knew because it was freely flowing. But I should tell a story about his father. And it was a land acquisition matter, and it had gone on too long. And the farmer was not only in penury, but I think he was digging his own grave now. There's no hope for him on this planet. His father took up the case and managed to get him relief finally from the lower court. And the court was, deeply troubled by what was going on and said, "What kind of relief do you want?" And his father said, "I want the chief secretary's chair." So nowhere in any pleading had such a demand been made in a petition, and he was asking for the chair of the chief secretary. I remember it was Dr. A. Ravindra at that time, was the chief secretary. So he got the thing at 10:30, 11, he got the relief. So the court directed that the chair of the chief secretary will be handed over to Mr. Siddappa. Then he tells Sunil that, "Go get the media." And he instantly calls me and said, "I need media." I said, "It's 10 o'clock, the media sleeps late and they don't wake up this early." He said, "No, but this is happening and we have to make this known to the people." So he managed to get, this was, days when TV cameras had big, they are big cameras, not digital cameras. So imagine the spectacle of his father finally walking into Vidhan Soda, and when he is walking in, a horde of cameramen following him, and he brushes aside the police, despite the security, walks up and tells the chief secretary, "Get out," of his own office. And he had that kind of, sort of character. And the chair was taken and deposited in the court. Of course, the relief was also got. But this kind of jurisprudence. Okay, so unless you imagine what it means to hurt people badly and how to restore that hurt, you can't ask for this demand. And this was done, and it's recorded somewhere on the TV channels. And when we started working with the contrasting characteristic that Justice Yadav as, his response was studied, and the only adjective you would use is okay. How are you? Okay. Is this good? Okay. Is this bad? Okay. So, I mean, we used to ask him, but we need to know if it is really bad. He said, no, it's okay. So, even now, just the other day, I was talking to him and he said, is this okay? And he says, okay. So you can't really read his mind. So I think right then he was made very well to be a judge, because one of the characteristics of being a good judge is you should never really reveal what you're thinking. And I think he did it exceedingly well as a lawyer, and does it, I think, even better as a judge. We have worked on many cases together. One of the first cases we fought together is, in fact, the way we worked is he would represent Environment Support Group and I would be party in person. So I had not found a lawyer in 1997. So somebody told me, you can argue your cases yourself if you're not a lawyer. So I started, and my first case was against the Kudremukh mine. And nobody imagined that you can challenge a huge mining enterprise in court. I just did it, and it worked. So I said, why not? And kept on going. And for me, the trouble was, how do you talk through the nuances of the conservative judiciary we had then? And that's when I met Sunil. And he said, why don't we do it this way? I will argue for ESG. You argue for, as a party in person. You bring in the technical stuff. I'll bring in the legal stuff. And we worked like that for what, 14 years, I think, almost, and multiple cases. One of the first cases was in 2005, when everyone was talking about public consultation, consent, hearings, and so on, especially in urban matters. And he managed to convince the division bench how critical that is, that you understand what people's imaginations are, and that you can't do that if you gag them with bureaucracies. And he got an order that all public infrastructure projects must be preceded by public hearings, because the statutes were silent on that. We used that a lot, and we stopped multiple terrible projects. For instance, at that time, we had a huge effort to widen roads. Now, when you think of urban constructs, one of the things that people, and the problem I have with our senior bureaucrats going abroad or politicians going abroad, is they come back with the worst ideas. At that time, I think Mr. B.S. Patil was the chief secretary or infrastructure secretary. He came back from Shanghai. And I still recall when he walked out of the airport, the journalist asked him, what do you think should happen to Bangalore? He said, we need roads like Shanghai. And that's when I thought, here starts our misery. 91 roads were listed for widening. And one of the roads listed was a 500-year-old road called Avenue Road. It has an history of 500 years. And over 500 years, the width of the road has been slightly encroached by the shopkeepers who were earlier residents. But by and large, it has gone through many transformations and the characteristics still remain. As someone put it, it's the largest poor man's supermarket in India. Because if you just go there and then sort of radiate out, you're fascinated by the extraordinary amount of stuff that is being traded there. You can put together anything from a farmer's implements to almost a supercomputer, which can launch a satellite, because all of that is sold there. People don't know this because people don't go there. It's not a mall. And the days of mall had not yet hit Bangalore, but here we were destroying a mall which had been constructed out of people's amazing sense of need, diversity, and celebration of trade in its best sense. If you go there, you see Akkipet, Chickpet, each of this is designated for a particular trade and continues even now. And this road was to be widened to 80 feet and then even more. At which point, we were thinking, how do you stop this? Which is when we had Dr. Subrayan Prasanna from the Indian Institute of Management, who unfortunately can't come because he's not keeping well. He started talking to us about the importance of bringing due process through the town and country planning legislations. And we started understanding it, but Justice Yadav made us read between the lines and showed us how certain provisions of law, which none of the judges had ever read into their judgments, should now be explored. And we started using the Town and Country Planning Act of 1961, which, despite being conservative, was at our disposal to be used for progressive reforms. And we managed to stall the expansion of 91 roads, and eventually 416 roads. But in doing that, we actually had to go to the court. We went in a PIL, and the matter ended up before Justice Gopal Gowda's bench. And Justice Gopal Gowda, who then later on became the Supreme Court judge, he asked us, these are matters of great complexity. You are thinking of re-engineering a city in such rapidity. I don't even know what we are doing. So what do you suggest? So I recall Justice Yadav said, why don't you have an interdisciplinary committee? And he said, what does that mean? He said, well, you give me a set of names. I will give you a set of names. You put them together and let them attend to the nuances of what the government proposes, the city proposes, and produce a report so it becomes easier for you to pass a judicial order. And thus began another amazing process where we actually had a committee set up where we recommended 3 people and the state recommended 3 people. And together, that committee started hearing auto rickshaw drivers, traders, people with mobility challenges, bus users, just about everybody who is otherwise silenced. Can I have some water? Who is otherwise silenced. And this went on and on for almost is it there in that? It's okay. But in exploring the various dimensions of what a city is, we started documenting it. And there's an excellent film called Our Metropolis made by Gautam Sonti and Usha Rao. Usha should have come, but her mother is not well. And they basically followed us everywhere. They followed everything that was happening in the city for 5 years and put this documentary. So if you watch that film, you'll actually see the transformation of Bangalore in these 5 years, but it's actually not just about 5 years, but the transformation is about how long-held traditions were fundamentally destroyed and certain new infrastructure was imposed on the city. The documentation also spoke across the country because this was not just happening in Bangalore, it was happening across the country. In Delhi, for instance, the BRT was shelled and the metro was put there. In Bombay, Reliance was putting its metro, Hyderabad. So people started calling us and we actually became like we didn't have online Zoom and all that. Almost every day there were workshops on the phone where people would call and ask us, how do you decide this? How do you do that? And across the country, the importance of ground up action through the procedures of law, not just protest, is actually the craft that Justice Yadav taught us. And we have used it and we continue to use it, and we say protest, yes. Slogans, yes. They're effective, catches attention. What is the next step? You need to have the next step. And he always said, for the ends of justice to be met, you need to know every step. You cannot get from here to the door unless you have the intermediary steps. And those steps are always silent. They're not noticed, but they are critical steps. So he explained to us, he trained us, we worked with him, we learned a lot, and we challenged the road widening project. In the challenge to the metro, you saw the metro, which is running here. This metro, when it runs past the Southern Circle, it would have destroyed 3 kilometers of the boulevard, which you see. We had road campaigns. Yesterday, Vinay came. Vinay was one of those guys who really mobilized large numbers of people. And we campaigned here for 30, 40 days. Lal Bagh, entire stretch of Lal Bagh would have gone. We got Justice Kumar and Justice Nagratna, she's now in the Supreme Court, to come to the site and appreciate what it means to destroy the western end of Lal Bagh, the implications, not just the historic and cultural value, but also the biodiversity impacts. So this was the way in which the city was questioning many of this infrastructure. But we realized it is not just Bangalore questioning, it is all of India has the same problem. It is a construct of developmentalism which needs to be critiqued and questioned and contested. And we protested while he helped us craft the petitions. And the PIL that resulted in a remarkable order in 2011 came from Justice Kehar, who was then the Chief Justice of Karnataka, but eventually Chief Justice of India, in which he said, he warned, and this direction was given to, yesterday Kumar Naik, who was the Commissioner of BDA, was here. He directed the officials to ensure that every value, nuance, and proviso of the Town and Country Planning Act is complied with in its letter and spirit, failing which, he said, individual officers who are meant to implement that will be held accountable under contempt of court. Now, not many people use this brief order, but this order itself is remarkable in telling us how extensive the impact can be by using this powerful forum. So this order also came because Justice Yadav was there arguing that case. But one other case that he fought with us was on the privatization of lakes. How do you actually imagine water bodies which have been there? You don't know who owns, because, like we use the term tragedy of the commons. And Gareth Hardin wrote this terrible paper in 1968 with the same title. Our problem with that paper was we don't see what Gareth Hardin was seeing in 1960s in India, because the commons are alive and well, and people are using it and reforming it, but not destroying it. And here the state was coming with an idea that the commons with the people is terrible, the state is a better custodian. So how do you respond to that challenge? Because lakes in Bangalore were being privatized. Ebal Lake, which some of you came from the airport would have seen, had been given to Oberoi, and like that, several other large corporations have grabbed lakes. And they want to put up hotels, theme parks, all sorts of funny things which should not belong to that water commons. And while we responded to that, the depth of jurisprudential research that came from him and his colleagues in his chambers, if you read the petition today, the PIL that we drafted and fought, and succeeded in winning on April 11, 2012, with another remarkable order, which is the governance of the commons should be with the people. And for which the state was saying, but no, we are there. We have created parastatal agencies. So the court agreed with us and said parastatal agencies are undemocratic constructs. They have no business being owners of the commons because the commons belong to the people. So people must govern it like it has been the tradition of this region and from the Harappan times. So the construct was every lake can have its own lake protection committee. And if they cannot manage to protect the lake, then there will be a district lake protection committee, which is a kind of an intersectoral body of various agencies. And even they were sort of not trusted to deliver because the encroachment and pollution and diversion of lakes was so widespread and rampant. It was creating food insecurity, water insecurity, health insecurities, many insecurities. Everybody is crying, but nobody is providing a solution. So he came up with that idea. Let's propose this to the court and see what happens. And it was taken up. And today, Karnataka High Court's order in April 2012, which is based in turn on a set of guidelines, Justice N.K. Patil was then a sitting judge of the High Court of Karnataka. Last year, we had a conference and Justice Patil, who is now retired, had come. And he said for the first time in the history of free India, that a sitting judge was asked by the Chief Justice then, again, it was Justice Kehar, to initiate a process of going out and finding out. It was, usually you appoint retired judges, but here was a sitting judge going out and finding ways to solve a very complex problem. So if you read the Justice N.K. Patil committee findings, which in fact, when he did it, he took into account Justice Yadav's depositions, my depositions, and everyone else. The public at large was invited to come to the High Court and depose. And we sent, many people came. But most importantly, he made 9 agencies of the government to sit with him in every meeting. And it went on very long. And eventually, that report is not only binding on protection and rehabilitation of lakes of Bangalore, but of all lakes across Karnataka. At that time, we came to know we had like 33,000 lakes left. But because of that order, each and every lake is on the maps are being measured, and the number has come to 43,000. Just last week, there was a report from the Ministry of Water Resources. I don't know who asked them to do that, but they have put out a report saying Karnataka's lakes are 26,000. And why Delhi has a business in a state list, I have no idea. But that's an attack on federalism, and we must fight it. And also cutting off half the number. So that's a serious problem. But that said, the final PIL that we actually worked with him on before he became judge was what we shared with you yesterday as well, is the exploring when biopiracy in the BT brinjal promotion was suspected. And our research confirmed that there was potentially illegal access of brinjal varieties by Monsanto. We went to him and he came. I mean, the way we worked on PILs then was just, he would just come over after his chamber, 6, 7, 8, and then we'd sit till 2 in the morning And next day morning, again, 9 o'clock is in the chamber and going to court. So we had to do that because, we had to, he did it all pro bono. We couldn't stop him from doing his private practice. But at the same time, we wanted the benefit of his support. And he was available to us all the time. And in crafting this petition, the investment that was made in terms of finding from across the world ideas of ownership, sovereign ownership of bioresources that is of the people, not of the state. That was what was explored. That PIL, which was in cold storage for 10 years, has just been restored and will soon be heard by the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. And I share all this to suggest the value of this man. And I'm so grateful and happy that he is now on the bench and with enormous powers to do right from a forum which can deliver it. And we hope that all of you can explore the possibility of reaching out to this forum. I know it is a very complex system. You still have some very colonial ways of addressing people on the bench. But that apart, if you overlook those ways, there's a lot of opportunity to set things right in this country. And I really look to Justice Sunil Dutt Yadav's jurisprudence and leadership from the bench now in setting a path in motion, which would actually result in, I don't know, maybe 20 years later, we come back and we speak of his judgments like the way we spoke today of his lawyering skills. Yeah, thank you so much. And I welcome you. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. May I request you to come to the stage? Yeah. Would you like to stand and speak? No, you prefer that. Yeah, that's fine. And then you can sit down and we can have a conversation.
A very good morning. Leo Saldana, Team ESG, and all dignitaries. Before I go on to share some of my experiences, I would like to start as judges usually do in a very formal manner. I've prepared a small write-up last night and hope it conveys what I really intend to convey. Environmental justice is justice to Mother Earth and justice to the living race. Efforts to fit it into an objectively verifiable framework has resulted in judging the achievement of environmental justice by accepted norms and standards. However, a far more interesting perspective on environmental justice is its subjective perception. Just as justice defies a definition and has been referred to as an idea of justice, often it has been a subjective vindication of rights. Perception of others as regards such vindication by individuals in movements is that the individuals are consumed by their subjective attachment and is an extreme reaction far from an objective approach. Attempts are frequently made to discredit efforts and movements on such score, attacking them as being driven by exaggerated and reactionary concerns, and very often malafides being attributed. The need of the time is for a balanced approach, which again is based on a perception of outsiders and confined to a judgment by those who do not necessarily feel for such cause. But that's how it would remain. Time has come to respond to the perception of others by evolving and adopting long-term strategies based on objectively verifiable and sustainable methodologies. There is a need to engage with the system and its remedies and tools in achieving goals rather than be scornful of mainstream systemic grievance redressal mechanisms. Not engaging with the system would result in confining movements with legitimate goals to what others construe to be at fringes, and risking branding of movements to be elitist, removed from reality, and as those instigating extreme responses not acceptable to society. The history of successful struggles are movements based on long term aspirations, built on a strong rationalist foundation which actively engages with the system. Accordingly, litigation interventions form a part of such engagement, which requires to be strategized with realistic goals and aspirations. Litigation as a grievance redressal mechanism is to be invoked at an appropriate stage after strategic decision making. The choice of the legal fora is of prime importance and must be preceded by a trail of engagement with state authorities, which the courts perceive to be a necessary precondition. The choice of the fora would also depend on the relief sought for. Once the litigation has commenced, its conduct requires to be strategized and case built up by resorting and invoking legal tools as available in the substantive and procedural laws. The choice of the legal fora could be that of the trial courts or the courts of record, which are the constitutional courts. The resort to class action before trial courts as available in procedural laws ought to be explored, especially where the case would require collection of evidence through court, which would enhance the credibility of the evidence itself. This may also be the choice where reparation and compensation is pleaded. The courts of record could be invoked for short-term interventions and long-term directives and directions, but appropriately. Now I would like to share some of my experiences as a lawyer, and then having transformed myself into my present position. And the impression that I get after I look back at some of the campaigns that ESG conducted, where the campaigns were one on the public front and accompanied with legal interventions, is that legal battles are fought after much strategization. And the courts of law need not be the first option available, but would be required to be invoked at appropriate stages. And how it is invoked and used to get relief is a matter of strategy, objective thinking, to be divorced from emotional responses. And that's how the system works. And I always was of the view, even as a lawyer, that we need to play it by the rules of the game as are prevalent. And that's the only way to engage with the system. And many of the legal interventions that we initiated through ESG were those which never culminated, because that's what PILs are required to be a continuous engagement by society, with society, through the medium of law. And the continuing mandamuses and directions, such as in the Lakes case, were eye-openers to what courts could do. It's a fact that interim relief was hard to get in many of our litigations. And the Lakes case went on for quite a long time before we did get some interim direction. And the direction that we got was simply that lakes ought not to be privatized. And it's something which others may consider is nothing at all, or that's something that's accepted. But that's not how it is. We are in a system where the crisis in the legal system, as the jurist Upendra Bakshi has stated, is in getting an order for adherence to law. The culture of adherence to law is such that we need a reiteration from the highest courts for adherence to law. And that's how the system is, which we need to understand and deal with such realities. That said, engagement with the system is indeed an essential part, and it is possible that at some time during the course of the litigation that you have some minds which are open to these views. Judges also, being human beings, have their prejudices, both negative and positive. And in light of how the system is designed, there are constraints. But every legal intervention, especially relating to environmental justice, are long-term judicial interventions. And at some point, you will find that the institution resonates with your idea, and the system reacts slowly. And that's how the system functions. And that patience we require as we are dealing not with an individual case, but the life of Earth. And as I have stated, it is justice, and justice not to an individual, not to a movement, not to a group of people who are litigating, but justice for Mother Earth. And such long-term causes require long-term responses, and you need patience. And that's it. So I appreciate the legal interventions of ESG, but I find that interventions are lesser in the legal field as of now. And it's my view, that we need to engage with the system. The fight for justice cannot be merely an idea of justice and a subjective romantic idea, as I say, but must be translated into concrete and objective struggles for justice. And the struggle should go on. And the faith that the common man has in the system sustains that struggle. And all struggles are long-term struggles. It is not necessarily that we achieve what we want to, because that's always a distant dream. But it's the idea of justice, of having fought and lived to see another day, and to have pursued a passion with the resultant product that we have made Earth a better day, we made the legal system a better day than what it was yesterday. And if we keep this in mind and continue our fights for justice within the system as per the rules of the game, I think we have done our service to society. Thank you.
Uh, yeah, thank you for this brief but powerful message. In a time when I think there's a lot of confusion about the idea of justice. And there's also a lot of sort of dispirited engagement with the forums of justice. So I think your message speaks clearly through that sense of despair. And I really hope that we can grapple with that message and do what we should, not what we can, but what we should, so that we can have a better day tomorrow. So I open the floor for questions. I'm sure that if there are thoughts in your mind to reflect on, please do that openly and loudly so we can engage with them. Yeah, you have a question? Yeah. So can you? Hmm? Yeah, we can hear you, so carry on. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you, Justice. That was a very clear elucidation of what needs to be done. I think your focus is on, let's do the right thing, not things right. My question would be on this, the point you made about we need to play by the rules of the game. I'm wondering if the rules of the game are tweaked to foster the interests of those who want to destroy the environment. How do we fight that?
That's again the rule of the game. And that's how the system is. There are divergent thoughts, there are divergent ideas, and we as judges have our own views of things and matters. Often it is the right moment which we should wait for, and gauging and utilizing such strategic times, we need to conduct our struggles. And it is a fact that there are strong views, and judges are not free from them when they sit on the bench. But judicially trained minds, irrespective of their prejudices, often deal with matters objectively, and that's how the judge should do. And with that faith in mind, we need to carry on these struggles. And often, if you find that there are certain responses, you can take it that those responses will change, and everything is a cycle. So we need to have the patience and weather it out and continue our struggles, for the consequences are not so much of our concern, and it's only our efforts.
Narasimha. You may also introduce yourselves before you ask the question. So,
I am Narasimha Reddy from Hyderabad. Just as an extension of this discussion on rules of game, I think what we are seeing now in the last 10, 15 years is, bureaucrats who are to work within the framework of constitution and the law. Now they are increasingly sitting and, preparing plans on how they can deviate from those frameworks of law. And on the other side, people like us who have been, asking earlier how to interpret widely that framework of law. And today now we are asking, why can't you work within that framework of law? You can see increasingly the law, the bureaucrats who have to work within the law working against the law. So what can we do about it?
It's a good question. And as I mentioned earlier, that Professor Upendra Bakshi has stated that the crisis in the Indian legal system is non-adherence to law. So the struggle then would shift to ensuring that the law is implemented, and that the state functionaries work within the framework of the law. Of course, it's going to be an exhausting battle, but at every level of infraction of law, the state authorities are to account. And accordingly, micro level attacks for adherence to consultation processes as per law, the use of tender mechanisms as per law, etc., needs to be resorted to. So we need to have micro level strategies where wherever there's a deviation, we need to get it rectified without necessarily going the way of a class action, but making it a mere writ where you seek to enforce uh, the law and ensure that there's no deviation in the performance of a certain function. So it should be a micro level strategy of going against the authorities, having their actions rectified, and getting a direction for uh, them performing within a certain statutory framework. And what that statutory framework is ought to be directed in the litigation and the judgment where you seek to enforce. So it is a struggle, but the struggle should be micro level to correct it so that the path would lead to the goal.
I have a follow-up on that, to Narasimha's question. What if the law is itself bad, as has been the case now?
The attack against laws, uh, of course, is a different legal battle and must be resorted to only at an appropriate stage. For courts are not ready to strike down laws at the very first attack. And unless it is really essential, it is better to fight and ensure that the law itself is adhered to. And as a last resort, if a law requires to be changed or replaced, courts are not the forum. The forum is that of the legislature. And that's where your movement should focus on getting the law replaced. The correctness of a law will be tested on legality. And the legal attack of such a law, which would play out in the court, and if it fails the legal test, would result in upholding the law, which would leave you worse off than going to courts where you feel that a law is unjust. So it is my view that the attack against a law being a last resort, your movement should be elsewhere to have the law either amended or replaced.
Is it Anand?
I understand uh, the insistence for adherence to law. But the last decade has seen law being changed to the detriment of the interest of the environment and the people at large. Let's take example of environmental impact assessment. The dilution of the environmental impact assessment would be a question that can be discussed on the touchstone or rather on the floor of the parliament, where the judiciary has got no role to play unless a virus is challenged. And your lordships are quite conscious that whenever we challenge the virus of any rule or a legislation, there are only two grounds: violation of a fundamental right, the procedure, and whether it is a legislative competence or not. We keep this issue aside. Adherence to law arises and expecting a law to be enforced by a judiciary, a question arises only when we have a law, but when the law is being diluted. Let us take example of coastal regulation, joint notification, environmental impact assessment, Wildlife Protection Act, then this wetland protection rules and regulations. So in last 10 years, almost every legislation has seen the dilution. Let's take example of Land Acquisition Act and the Forest Right Act. They are being diluted. So how do we now compete? We are voluntary organizations. We are taking, let's say, for the state, the foreign fund, tukre, and we are perceived as an enemy of the development. So how do we engage ourselves with legislators with a different ideology, but are ruling in the majority of the states and the parliament, and try to ensure that they don't dilute the legislation? This is a field where I need your assistance.
It's a rather difficult question to answer, but I would rather have a broader response of stating that, as I've indicated in my small write-up, that we need to engage with the system, and that is to stay. How we are going to engage with the system to put our viewpoint and, if possible, get the system to think like us is the challenge that we need to recognize. For if we were to pit ourselves against the system and still have a view, then it's a failure of communication of what, according to us, is something so transparent that it ought to have made sense to the others. And if we have not been able to, or movements have not been able to convince, then the only answer appears to be that we need to renew our efforts to ensure that the others, which I've stated, also need to think like us. And that is the challenge, and that is the struggle. And that's the only way we are going to deal with certain difficulties.
The environment impact assessment and social impact assessment is always done at the end of the planning process. After all the, sometimes even after the contracts are concluded, then they go for environment impact assessment. So it is those people who are insisting on EIA and public hearing and bringing up the environmental issues are seen as obstacles in the course of development. But if environment can be treated as a ground reality, as an essential, the EIA and SIA should be at the beginning of the planning process with informed consent of the people. So is there a case for us to take up that EIA and SIA should begin before the tender processes begin?
You're absolutely right. For it cannot be that we have in paper a process of consultation which remains on paper. And if it requires to be effective, and if a project needs to sail through, time has come when environment impact assessment, social impact assessments are adhered to in letter and spirit. And micro level judicial interventions and sensitizing the state would be the only way to ensure that this moves forward. And as I had earlier remarked, the effort today is to ensure what little law addresses to be adhered, and how we ensure that will be the stepstone to achieving wider goals.
Ambedkar said that it is possible to pervert the constitution without changing its form by merely changing the form of the administration and make it inconsistent and opposed to the spirit of the constitution. And he argued that we need a culture of constitutional morality, just the constitution isn't enough. So he seems to be arguing that it is just that there be law, but the presence of law doesn't mean the presence of justice. And that there needs to be a debate about justice in other forums than the court. We can't look at the court as the sole province of justice. So what is your thought on what those forums should be? What kind of debate should occur?
That's essentially what I was also mentioning, that justice is justice as per law. So whether the law is just is a larger question. So the response for justice, or the craving for justice, is not only through courts, and court is only a small a part of the system, and these question needs to be addressed elsewhere, including before the executive, before the legislature, and in building public opinion. And that's the only way we can have a change in the manner in which systems work. If it is so, as Ambedkar has remarked, that the best of the constitution will have the worst of its implementation if you have the wrong man manning it. And that's a reality which we need to recognize. And in these struggles for environmental justice, we need to be acutely conscious that we are just a small player. But it's our effort and it's our satisfaction that we have contributed to the uh, larger system by our individual contribution. And with that solace in our mind, we need to contribute in whatever little manner so that we ensure that the world is a better place than what it was yesterday. And that's a manner of maintaining faith in the system.
I have a more of a personal question. Do you find a major transformation in yourself from what you were to what you are now? Because you said that earlier.
Of course, as a judge, we are rather restrained, often glass-faced. And frankly speaking, the questions that we address to lawyers in courts are not revealing our inclination, but only to get information so that when we sit down, we have all viewpoints. And that's how an ideal judge works. And it's a rather solitary exercise that after having heard passionate arguments for sometimes you say 15 days, 20 days, finally we sit down. And when we sit down, sometimes it's a month later when we reserve our judgments. And then in the stillness of this solitary environment, we think about it, and often rationally, logically, and sometimes with whatever feelings. But it's an earnest attempt of a good judge that we come out with the right decision. No, so I see Leo in many of the lawyers who appear before me, and then absorb their viewpoints, and sometimes ask them to be dispassionate. For finally, what rings in a judge's mind when he sits down to write the judgment is more of logic. But wherever there's an element of discretion, a balancing of conflicting ideas, the innate truth of an emotion never disappears, and that would remain. So it's only right that we have a sensitive mind when we approach problems, wherein there may be solutions or windows of opportunity for solutions, where you may lose the battle, but a window is left open for another battle and another war.
Yeah, I'm coming to you, Binu. That begs the next question, which is yesterday's speech by Professor Sheila Jasanoff actually indicated that in a planet which is burning and in such disarray, we need a set of unruliness to guide new imaginaries to rescue the system. So do you think judiciary is so caught up with being conservative that it has lost its capacity to reimagine new possibilities?
I would rather look at it differently, for I always feel that the system itself has its foundation in a sense of consistent and persistent ideas. And any change is something that the system reacts to slowly. And how slowly or fastly is a matter that is left to the judgment of the common man. But that's how the system works. And we need to have the patience to live it out. And there may be ups and downs, but it is the faith in the system, for we live and we will live. And the struggle should always be with long-term goals. It appears very philosophical and very objective, but that's how the system is, and we need to survive and make incremental gains in whatever strategies. No doubt there may be requirement of extraordinary situation requiring extraordinary response. But then it's with you how you make out that case when judges do respond to such extraordinary situation. And it is the endeavor to place such an extraordinary situation where you want an extraordinary relief. I think I can't add better than that.
The question, can you repeat? We couldn't hear it. Can you speak in the mic?
Can you give an objective definition, objective in terms of what you just said, of public interest? What is public interest?
I can't, because I agree with you that you can't define it. And that again depends on what public interest that the person who has the power to define it would look at. And accordingly, public interest varies from time and issue. And it's a matter that is to be decided depending on the matter on hand. And it obviously defies any definition. And we can't look at such definitions. According to me, there are dilemmas of deciding every matter and every action that you take in your daily life involves a dilemma. And that dilemma is faced when you have to decide whether there is public interest. Finally, it comes down to, or is limited to, the framework of the law which contains what is public interest. So what is that legally protectable interest that is imbibed in the law is public interest for all purposes. And the only other alternative is where the law is not clear and ambiguous. You need to put out, looking into the broad objectives of the Constitution and the other laws of what is the interest at that time that requires to gain precedence over some action that may amount to an intervention with nature. Yes.
Why is it that the judiciary has steered clear of this? They've, in many cases, left the definition of public interest to the executive. They have not intervened. And just as an argument, why can't they tie it down to say that only directive principles should define public interest?
There is no doubt that public interest is to be guided by what the Constitution says as either directive principles of state policy or other laws. But where it is nebulous, it may be left out. But courts often hesitate to trample upon what is otherwise left to the legislature. And that's a thin line. But this is a contextual question and needs to be answered as and when it arises.
Yeah, I think on that note, I profusely thank Justice Sunil Dutt Yadav for having made time. He is actually in charge of the High Court of Karnataka during the vacation this week. And yet he made time for us. I don't know if any of you know what that means. It means that he is absolutely responsible for everything that is happening in the court right now as the in-charge judge during this week's vacation. So I guess that itself is a sufficient statement of his dedication to the environmental justice cause, that he made time to be with us. But I'm sure that as time goes on and we see him in different realms, working through complex issues, we'll probably find the person's enlightenment descending into the letter of his judgments. And hopefully that's the kind of revolution we do need from the judiciary now.
As a parting viewpoint, I would just like to say that I may see many of you on the other side, because at some point I find that we meet. The world is a small place. And you may expect sometimes a very sterile response as it was today. But I'll tell you that some of us and many of the judges and all of the judges uh, do, objectively speaking, have public interest in mind. And I always ask a divine blessing in the sense that I hope I never will lose the sensitivity uh, despite rush of work and the ability to decide what is right and wrong. For it is the day that you lose that sensitivity that benumbs your idea of justice. And that is the only way I look at it as on date, and hope that these qualities will remain with me so that we can engage together in whatever capacity we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on that note, I welcome you all to join us outside for tea or coffee.
Right.
Yeah. And we'll reassemble here in 15 minutes.
Before that, I request our trustee Robert Chandran to kindly honor Honorable Mr. Justice Sunil Datyadu.
Five. No. One, two, like, okay, three, at least three, three, sir. Add, sir. Okay. Okay, more. I'll leave.
So I have only for 6 classes.
No, glasses we have.
Then okay.
They are just three more.
Yesterday these were supposed to be kept on that day. I don't count it. Third is, one feels a little lighter than the other, I think. You play.
What's the format? Microphone is too high. It's a nice view.
Wish, wish, wish. No.
You can do one thing, you can arrange it like this. And then you move it.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. The first discussion we'll be having today is on reflexive democracy, ecological transformations, agroecological promises, and public health imperatives. The session will be anchored by Mr. Tikender Panwar, former deputy mayor of Shimla and author of several books. He's an He's a leading critic of the urbanisms and an incredible promoter of urban mobility. You could say that he cycles in the winters of Shimla and summers of Delhi as well. May I request the speakers for the session to please come on stage? Dr. John Chandran, Professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research. Ms. Suprabha Seshan, convener of Gurukula Botanical Sanctuary. Mr. Ramanand Vankirakpam, Indigenous Perspectives. Dr. Kshitij Aras, India Biochar and Bioresources Network. Dr. Narasimha Reddy Donti of the Joint Action for Water. Dr. Mohan Rao, former professor at the Center for Social Medicine and Community Health, Dr. Reggie George, co-founder of Tribal Health Initiative, and Ms. Jesu Retinam of the World Forum of Fishers People, and of course, Mr. Tikenders. May we please have you all. Dr. Robert Chandran, you may, if you could, you have a presentation to share, so you could just. No, it's not mandatory. Flicker, I guess.
Good morning, everyone. So I just thought I have a presentation, but maybe I don't have enough time to go through everything. Can you shift to the next slide? How come this doesn't work? Okay, so I'll just start on a sort of personal note. I've been a trustee of ESG since its beginning, and I've been sort of more academically inclined, and I found some common ground for applications, talking to Leo and Bhargavi at that time. But from my own research, what sort of inspired me is images like this, lush green tropical rainforests with plenty of tree species and all the other life forms that are there. And that's what I really wanted to do. How do you advance this slide? Next. Okay, so just on a personal note, I started working with this network as a PhD student, and I was working at the site in Mudumalai in India, and we had this beautiful network of tropical forest sites across the world, pretty much across the entire tropical region. And we were interested in questions about what really makes these forests click, why there are so many species, what factors maintain diversity of these ecosystems, and so on. So the questions we were interested in were fundamental to ecology of tropical rainforests. So next. So things like understanding what mechanisms maintain high diversity of rainforests. So if you take, like, for example, the site in Ecuador, Yasuni is called, a small patch, like a square kilometer of forest would have thousands of tree species, more than 1,500, say. That's more than all the tree species north of Mexico for the Northern America. So that's high diversity of tree species. And we know that classical competition models in ecology can't explain such diversity. So that's the kind of questions I've been interested in. And we have sort of worked on these kind of matters. And our understanding that we have gained is really interesting and fundamental. But even as we gain all this knowledge about rainforests, the thing that doesn't change, even despite all this knowledge, the stuff that doesn't change is the destruction of rainforests, the destruction of forests across the globe. Next. So this is a forest loss map for 2000 and 2012. And you see that we are continuously losing forests. And the scale of that is evident, 2.3 million square kilometers. That's a very large area. Just for reference, India's land area is about 3.2 million square kilometers. So we're losing a substantial fraction of forests every year, every decade, and so on. And that rate, at least during this time period, actually accelerated, particularly in the tropics. Although it's slowed down now in the more recent decades, it continues to happen. So how do we stop this? Research is not doing it. We understand a lot about the value of tropical forests, but we can't stop this. Next slide. And here is a measure of how tree cover is distributed across the planet. And I want to draw your attention to India. It's you see tree cover mainly in the Himalayas and in the Western Ghats and in the eastern part of India, and the rest of it is either climatically not suitable for tree growth, or it's so intensified in terms of agriculture that we have actually lost most of the tree cover. And obviously, there's a lot of tree cover in the tropical regions in Africa and Central and South America and Southeast Asia, but also in the colder regions. All of this can get opened up in the future for exploitation. So this sort of brings me to the next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this hasn't been the same throughout, right? We have seen for a long period of Earth's history, things have been relatively stable and static. And only in the last 300 or 400 years ago or so, things have accelerated a lot. the output per person in terms of product, but also the population size. And that's not a coincidence that as people start exploiting resources and they're able to accumulate capital and move away from subsistence, it can support larger populations, and that sort of accelerates much further. So that enormous rise in global population and the global output of products is not a coincidence. It's so closely sort of tied. So the next slide. So I just wanted to say that at this point in time, the world's population is about 8 billion. It's right here, 2020. But look at the uncertainty in the projections for the future. We don't really know which trajectory we'll take because it depends on so much that we don't fully understand, the kind of choices we're going to make, how resources are going to respond, and so on. So on the right side, I have some measure of how the Earth's capacity, the Earth's productive capacity is currently being used by people. So there are questions like how much of the Earth's productive capacity is actually used by people currently? And that gives us a potential for estimate of how much human beings are interfering in the energy flow through ecosystems. So the more we appropriate, the less that is available for other organisms, for ecosystems to do their process. So that's an important thing. And so on the left side is that potential vegetation or the potential productivity of land if left unaltered. And alterations typically reduce productivity, as we see there. And the question is, how much of it is being affected by human activities? That's something that we should really know. So move on. So I'll skip this slide just to show that in the last 100 years that we have data to show how much of the productive capacity of the Earth is being harnessed and appropriated by human beings, it's almost doubled. So that may not sound like a lot if you know that the population of the Earth has grown like 4-fold during that time. Economic output has grown 17-fold, but the appropriation of the primary biomass or productivity has just doubled. It's because of greater efficiencies and so on. So the efficiency with which we use resources is the critical sort of question. And I'll come to that in a few slides. I want to show that. Next slide. So I'll skip this one. Next slide. So I just want to show you this about planetary boundaries. And I spoke about the appropriation of primary productivity of the terrestrial land surface. And the red wedges actually show, the red marks actually show planetary boundaries being breached, at least in 2 or 3 cases. One is biodiversity loss. The other one is the nitrogen cycling. And in climate change also, we're getting pretty close. And so these are planetary boundaries because the planet we live in a finite Earth and the resources are finite. And then therefore, our appropriation of these resources will eventually reach a physical limit. And so we have already breached certain boundaries, and biodiversity loss is quite high. And that's primarily to do with how the natural ecosystems have been modified by human appropriation of productivity. So I'll move on to the next one. And so we talk really about economic growth. Most of the time, policymakers and politicians are telling us about how economies should keep growing, and that's the only way to solve the problem of human development. And in part, that is actually true, that throughout history, we have seen that mean per capita growth is associated with things like consumption of energy and resources of various kinds. And what is clearly evident is that we have already peaked the resource extraction sometime in the past. So the recession that sort of started in 2008 is not really ended. It's getting continued because the resources that are there have been exploited to such an extent that any further exploitation is coming at a greater cost. So that's something that we need to keep in mind, that GDP growth cannot be sustained endlessly because of resource limitations. So move on to the next slide. So I think we have seen enough of sustainable development goals being presented as the benchmark on which we have to really discuss the future. And for whatever it's worth, I think it's useful to have targets. When we talk about sustainability and development, it can't be an open-ended thing. So I like to present this. And one of the things that we have understood moving on from the Millennium Development Goals to this SDGs is that poverty and underdevelopment are not the cause of environmental destruction, but actually the consequence of that. And so when we understand that poverty and underdevelopment and the solutions for those lie in maintaining a planet that is ecologically sound, then I think we are getting somewhere in trying to solve these problems. So we'll move on to the next one. So there is an internal contradiction, many people have pointed this out, between sustainable consumption and production, and then maintaining positive growth rates of GDP to be able to match the targets for developing human economies, human development. So if you look at these goals, for example, goal 1 is to ensure sustainable consumption and production. And so by 2030, we have to achieve sustainable management and efficient use of natural resources. That's a clear goal. But there's also a goal that says sustained per capita economic growth rate in accordance with national circumstances, 7% at least for least developed countries. And this means that we have to keep growing in order to develop, but also achieve sustainable use of resources at the same time. Can we actually do that, right? Is it possible to? And so these goals were actually introduced because the Millennium Development Goals had articulated that reducing poverty and reducing hunger and all that, but they didn't say how to do that. And these goals of economic growth were meant to address that theoretical gap. So I'll move on. So the big question, so based on some analysis, it appears that we need to sustain about 3% annual GDP, if you look at it in current sort of terms, through 2030, in order to achieve the development targets. But is that also sustainable? Can that kind of growth rate also lead to sustainable use of natural resources? We really need to address that. So I'll quickly sort of give a summary of what that really means, that whether this internal contradiction can be recognized or the tension can be resolved. Okay, next slide. So one way to address that or assess that is to look at something called as a material footprint. That is the total resources consumed by people. And material footprint per GDP is an indicator of resource use efficiency. So how much materials you consume as you enhance your GDP per year or something. And this is the objective that is used to reconcile the production versus resource use efficiency and to decouple economic growth from environmental degradation. So that's the Sustainable Development Goal target tries to capture that. So I'll just quickly summarize whether this is actually possible or not from what analysis that we see. Go to the next one. So there have been some studies on what would be appropriate material footprint that can be sustained. And so there's one study that says maybe 50 billion tons per year as a planetary boundary for material footprint. And that works out about per capita limit of 8 tons per year per person. So, but if you look at the actual data, that material footprint actually been rising, and it was about 87 billion tons in 2015. So that's mostly accounted for by consumption in high-income countries where the per capita rates are very high. So we can't really match that 50. Whatever assessment that is, you may disagree, but it's some kind of a benchmark against which you can test the trends that are happening. So if you look at what has happened in the 1982 to 2002, the material footprint grew by 1.7%, 1.78% per year, but the GDP grew by 2.9%. So GDP is growing faster than the material footprint. So there's a decoupling of 1.1% or something. But if you look at the more recent decade, there's a material footprint is growing by 3.8% and GDP only by 2.93%. So therefore, the material efficiency of the world economy has actually been worsening. So that's not a good thing. Next slide. So if those trends continue, we're going to have a material footprint of 167 billion tons per year by 2030. That's way above, 3 times above the 50 billion tons that has been computed to be sustainable. So that's kind of bad news. And if we have to reduce it, we have to decouple GDP growth from material footprint. And the decoupling has to be fairly substantial. And the decoupling rates of 3.01 to 6.88% has been computed. 3.01 is the basic minimum needed to decrease the footprint by even a small amount. But 6.88 would decouple it and allow that. And if you want to decouple the material footprint to this extent, we need resource use efficiencies that are 3 or 6 times greater than anything that has ever been achieved in history. So that looks like really difficult. And even if you do that, computations show that resource use efficiencies usually, drop off and then stop because there are physical and thermodynamic limits to it. And then again, the material footprint will start to rise if GDP rises. So it's not possible to really continuously increase GDP and ensure that development happens without really affecting the material footprint. So that's pretty clear that we can't simply keep growing on a finite planet. Next slide. So, but all is not so gloomy. There are some other scenarios that have been analyzed and that can potentially lead to more sustainable outcomes. Like I've listed one scenario here where you have to decide basically where and how production occurs. That's important. Those are important decisions like ESG kind of organizations have worked with. Where do you do certain kinds of development or production? So if you take a scenario like this, for example, you have, if you design scenarios which lead to no loss of habitat and sufficient protected areas, sustainable fisheries, and then keeping greenhouse gas emissions to this kind of level. And if you take that scenario, it involves achieving the fourth objective, for example, entails that by 2050, your total production of energy, only 13% of it will come from fossil fuels, 54% from energy supply coming from renewable resources, and 33% from nuclear. Only under those circumstances will you keep achieve the fourth objective. So these are important things that we need to consider at a global scale, that whether we can actually achieve this. And if you look at what they've agreed upon in Paris, is to keep the temperature below 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. They've agreed to that, but their emission reduction agreements cannot match that. It's going to be much greater than that. And then most of the emission reduction scenarios look at this particular aspect called bioenergy, carbon capture and storage. So we need to replace most of the energy sources, fossil fuel sources, with renewable energy, but also actively take out carbon from the atmosphere. The technologies that are needed to remove carbon, actually take out carbon from the atmosphere. Without that, most of the scenarios will never be able to match what we are actually seeing now. Next slide. So the question is, can we really scale down economic activity? It's fairly clear that GDP cannot keep growing in the conventional sense, that we need to have some kind of scaling down that is primarily to reduce material and energy, material throughput and energy demand, and not necessarily reduce GDP per se, but the consumption. And there are various ways in which you can do this, is to redistribute existing income, investing in social services, wage distribution, and so on, at least starting from the high-income countries, but global plans to redistribute things across the globe. And we seriously need to consider things like degrowth and better use of, because it's clear that if the trends continue, our material footprint will not be able to be achieved. So I think I'll stop with that. If you have any questions, I'll take it.
Can we have Ms. Jesu Ratina? She also has a presentation to share with us. And we could stick to maybe 5 to 8 minutes. And yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here to reflect on the, yeah, you can put the slides, but there are only 4 slides. There are some grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes, which I can correct and give later. So I won't stick on to the word by word what the slide says. The thing is, I just wanted to say about the topic is reimagining. So what we think as fisher rights, I'm trying to reimagine, and from the movement angle to from where I come, represent. So the first thing what I wanted to say is the entire narratives of the fisheries, fisher people narratives are not only the fisheries. It is not just the fisheries alone. So, but fishers are restricted to the whole definition everywhere to fisheries alone. Fisheries is just one of the resources of the ocean. So that is the first point. And fishing is a part of, this is our way of life. So that should be understood. It's not catching fish alone. It is not livelihood alone. We are restricted to see that fisher is livelihood. It is fisher's livelihood. It's not just livelihood. It's a way of life. So that we wanted to emphasize. Fisher people, and now we have started again requesting the community, world community, to look at us amphibians. We are not, always we have said, you have the sea, you have the fish there, so restrict with that. So we are talking only of whether fish is declining, fish is improving, or we get the fish to land and sell in the market. So that is what is being spoken of. It's not like that. We are amphibians, we want the land also. Without the land, where do we land the fish? Without the land, where do we live? So the more importance is given to resources in the sea, that is especially only fish. Not like that. We have a broader perspectives to look at. And so that's a historical, traditional rights over land. So the tidal influenced water bodies, forest along the coast, and sea largely called as ocean commons and fisher commons. We would like to say again, insist that fishers were the custodians of the ocean resources. But now it has been in the name of marine spatial planning and other blue economy projects. Everything is, what to say, it is all divided and spaced to give to all industries. And where are the fishers now? So the ocean, we just, in civilization, so we have to see that these discourses are there. Now, next, coming to the next slide, it is fisheries. It's a more, yeah, no problem. Model neoliberal adaptations of market economy model have pushed fisheries development policies and driving the production to export-driven production and not for the communities. And so it is mostly export-driven. So what the internal global market has, that will be asked to be produced. So we are also shifting from capture to culture. That is the reason. Even now, earlier only that we were talking of shrimp culture. Dr. Vandana Shiva has written a very good publication and book saying that rape and run when it initially came. But now we are culturing everything. Fish, if tuna has a market, tuna will be cultured. So catcher fisheries is reducing and culture fisheries is increasing. And in the investment culture, not only along the coastal states, it's all over in all the states of India. So the push is for culture inland and also in the sea as marine culture, mariculture. Now, also we would like to state that the tradition to modern. So that is another thing. I just wanted to think of, yesterday there were reflections about experience versus experts. So we are just doing away with our traditional knowledge of fishing, traditional knowledge of how we fish, when to fish, how to fish. All those is not at all documented and is also not considered. But we are asked to look at all the technical part of it. It is introduced. It was way back in 1960, it was introduced in the name of by the Norwegian technology. And now we have gone far ahead with technology. So only all solutions come only through is addressed by technology. They try to say, if you don't have fish in the sea, culture it. Why do you want to sustain the fishery resources in the sea? By less pollution, because they all are dumped into the sea. Everything, all cities dump their sewage and wastage, everything into the sea, and industries also. So that is a bigger part of it. Next slide, please. Blue economy. Yeah, blue economy. Blue economy agenda. The blue transition, as we have mentioned, it is all grabbed and occupied the fisher commons. So now seashore coastlands has converted to be coastal economic zones such as port, land, prosperity, tourism, name everything along the coast. There are more than 13 components nearly. It's a blue economic policy is in the draft stage. It came in the 2020. But just the policy is there, but all the ministries have started announcing and setting aside budgets. What are all the components in the blue economy? Every component, each and every component is having a budget component. Tourism, name tourism, ports, industrial development, and now, so now it has to be linked to the marine fisheries, National Marine Fisheries Bill also, which is still in the bill stage. But restrictions of fishing up to 12 nautical miles, then from 12 to 200 it is special economic zone. The word itself is special economic zone. So we have to see that everything is linked to economy. Economy of what? Underground, underwater. Goal itself says, the goal 15, SDG goal, it says underwater. Yes, it's a biggest exploitation of underwater resources by deep sea mining. So we have definite ministries coming out with their own regulations, how to extract everything from underwater and above water. So that is how it's going. It's all components of blue economy. So deep sea mining is coming in a very big way, and globally as well as in India. That is the next thing. And blue energy, and then blue foods. So marine conservation and protected area is another area where we see that MPAs, marine protected areas, by the Convention of Biodiversity. Earlier, the last convention, there were only 10% of the global resources can be converted. Now it is talking of more. It has set aside 30%. So 30 by 30. 30% of the conservation, if it is declared as conservation site, fishes will be thrown out. Coastal poor will be thrown out. Only industries will be there. Wherever it has been converted to, declared as marine conservation sites, oil rigging, exploration, everything is allowed. But fishes are not allowed to fish. So whom are they saying that, what are they going to conserve? They have started declaring many conservation sites in India. So that means fishers, forest dwellers, forest people along the coast, everything, they will be thrown out. There will be no place to live there. The last, so reclaiming ocean and reimagining our fisher future. Next slide. We are saying, first we would like to say the 3 R's of Nancy Fraser. That is redistribution, recognition, and representation. We have just expanded it. Those 3 terminologies, what she has said. That was also, she told about dimensions of social justice. So from that, we have now in the Conference of Ocean People, these are the things which we focused on, reject all the corporate way of development and climate solution, false climate solutions coming in the name of geoengineering and the ocean engineering. And so they are not going to give any solutions for the blue economy, for the blue economy proposal they are proposed. And next is recognition. Recognition of the ocean people by the nation states. There are written river valley civilization. There are no ocean valley civilization is documented. But ocean means not only ocean. we are the ocean people. So our civilization should be documented. The traditional historical rights of the communities should be documented. We have raised this question in one of the FAO meeting, and now the FAO talks of only management of resources. So this is definitely a contradiction to what they say. But it needs to be documented, otherwise all from fishes should be thrown out from the commons, coastal commons, whatever is there. Then restitution of the rights, what we have already lost as our, just I have not, customary has created a debate within the movement itself. So historical, traditional governance. So I would like to insist that. So the governance, the fishers had their own, they still have their own governance mechanisms. There are both undemocratic things are also there, but there are many democratic structures are also there. Why don't we build on the democratic thing? The way where we have used the governance structure of fishers is to fight the state. Whenever we have something coming to fight the state, to raise the communities against the state, definitely we, as movements, we have also used bringing them together and raise their voice against the state. But so restitution, then also resisting, and then one more thing is redistribution of the resources. Recognition comes to governance, and fishers need space in all the governance structure. They have a good governance, but nationally in all their bodies, they are just not even recognized. Even if when we ask for representation, we are given representation. In any committee, if you look at it, one person from one leader will be from the community, but the committee will consist of 15 people, all bureaucrats, all from different departments. And so we have argued with them. Where is the power versus powerless? The powerless is represented by one person, and all the powerful people within the bureaucracy and with they are there. So where will the voice come from, and what will we be able to say in that committees? So representation should be in such a way that our voices can be raised and heard by the other people. So this is how we reimagine. These are the things what ocean commons have to be recognized, and also we should work towards that. Recognize the community governance structure where they can really govern the oceans and coastal commons. Thank you.
Dr. Kshitij Jadhav. Can we have the slides for Dr. Kshitij?
Just 3 speakers with slides.
Yeah. The last one.
Congratulations, ESG. 25 years of good work. Clarity of purpose, commitment, and courage. It's been an agenda-setting journey for ESG. Congratulations again. It's also very good to be sharing the room with so many inspiring people. You know, from climate and environments to architecture and governance. There are people here in this room who've inspired generations of others. Thanks for this opportunity, Leo and ESG for this. I am Kshitij. I represent 2 organizations. One is relatively new, India Biochar and Bioresources Network. This network is working to influence efficient management of bioresources in India, of course, beyond India too, for ecosystem restoration as well as sustainable agriculture. Just to kind of get us to understand the scale of it all, the government of India says that we generate about 1 trillion metric tons of biomass every year. This is after harvest. And most of it is inefficiently used, even burnt in the open.
Now, this doesn't even consider natural bioresources. So we are in the process of mapping at the panchayat level bioresources available at in the jurisdiction of one panchayat, at the most decentralized level of governance, what is called the subsidiarity scale of governance. And to our surprise, besides a very nominal understanding of a biodiversity management committee, which hardly works, there is no understanding of bioresource that is generated at the panchayat level each year. It has to be inventorized, it has to be monetized, it has to be managed, and it has to be used sustainably. And this is what we are trying to do through IBBN. There is also this issue of biochar. It was mentioned earlier that there is a need for us to capture carbon from the air and put it back in the soil. For people who have read about climate change, one of the theories of when climate change started accelerating, one of the theories, you may want to have, there are a lot of young people here, you might want to develop your own theory around it. But one theory is when artificial fixing of nitrogen was discovered and mechanisms were invented. So today, we humans capture more nitrogen from the air than nature can on its own. In fact, we fix 3 times more nitrogen than the entire planet can on its own. And we're deploying that nitrogen in all kinds of purposes, from bomb making to fertilizers. Yeah. And there is probably also need as a solution to capture carbon and put it back in the soil. And one method of doing it is what is called a deep decarbonization pathway. And one pathway is biochar. It's compacting carbon and putting it back in the soil. And IBBN emerged out of revitalizing rain-fed agriculture network. So in the next few slides, I will talk more about rain-fed agriculture than IBBN. Can we go to the, do I speak into the mic or to the mic to request? Oh, this is an AI mic. Oh my goodness. Okay, next. Okay. During the tea break, I met this young person who's interested in, she's just finished her second PUC, that's the 12th grade, and getting into economy. And I was to tell her that my first slide is about economy. And it's a very unthankful livelihood, farming. It is. And even in the 20th century, when every single policy is market-based, where incentivization and penalization happens through market principles rather than the natural principles that have evolved over time, the same market principles are not being adopted for farming as a livelihood. So, there is something called externality, and the Coase theorem, which talks about positive and negative externality. So if a certain activity is leading to positive externality, that activity has to be incentivized. Now, farming, food production, food security. So food security is probably the most important positive externality, and yet farming is disincentivized. And the rural crisis, the rural distress continues, though the same market principles are being applied for every other sector in the country and in the globe. So you look at all these aspects of economy, and none of it is in the control of farmers themselves. Can we go to the next one? Yeah, so not just that. Look at the picture below. And farmers, I'm not even romanticizing the past. If you read the documents of Albert Howard, for example, he was a botanist who was sent to profile resources in India, natural resources in India. And he stayed back for 27 years because he was so amazed by the sustainable agriculture practices of farmers in this country. And obviously, this is a man who had traveled around the world. And he said, look, the farmers in India can be professors of other farmers in the world. And this is what he said. And he documented all these practices. And from an agricultural practice which reduced emissions, avoided emissions, and also practices in the past in India. And I'm not a nationalist in any stretch of imagination at all. But in the past, there were processes in agriculture which removed carbon from the soil, from the air, and put it in the soil. And from that paradigm, the so-called green revolution, and this is a discussion that we might want to have. A revolution is obviously a definition of a process which happens bottom up. People coming together, processes coming together to create a better world. And the green revolution that we experience is a top-down process. It's rather a green propaganda than a green revolution as such. And so from a very progressive, sustainable agriculture practice that our farmers had, we got into this particular situation where the single largest contributor of greenhouse gases and other processes leading to climate change today is related to land use pattern and agriculture. Agriculture as a contributor to climate change. And my choice of working on agriculture and climate change because there's a negative loop relationship between the two. It's so closely related to food security. That apart, climate change impacts agriculture. Agriculture in its conventional sense impacts climate change. Next slide, please. Next slide. Is there a human factor? Okay, no, there's. Yeah. For those from Karnataka, I really do not know how many of us are aware that Karnataka after Rajasthan is the second driest state in India. And the CREDA research has said that 24, we've got 31 districts. They did study in 24 of the 31 districts. And there's 16 of the 24 districts in Karnataka are eternally drought prone. We'll go to the next one. And if you look at India itself, because this discussion is about rain-fed agriculture, there is a very uncanny but not surprising overlap between rain-fed areas on one side and poverty, the extent of poverty, and tribal and indigenous communities. They overlap. So this is the social dimension of rain-fed agriculture that we hardly talk about in our policies and programs. The next one, please. And yet, these rain-fed farmers, look at the bottom numbers at the bottom of the slide, 40% of rice, and very diverse range of rice varieties. 89% of millets, 73% cotton, and 88% pulses. They all come from rain-fed areas. And friends, rain-fed farmers use less than 20% of the chemical fertilizers and weedicides and pesticides that irrigated farmers do. So if amongst the farming, of course, the farming community itself will have to be treated much more equally, but rain-fed farming and rain-fed farmers will have to be celebrated. A lot more public investment will have to go into the hands and pockets of rain-fed farmers. Next one, please. So, and yet look at the extremely skewed, public support, this is a comparative slide between irrigated farming and 1 year's fertilizer subsidy, which largely goes into irrigated area, is much more than 40 years of watershed development in rain-fed areas. This is the skewed, this continues, and it is not about this particular government. This has been consistently the way it is, and this is about that skewed understanding of public provisioning. We go to the next, and then you can then you can see this the fertilizer consumption. It's less than half of fertilizers being used, inorganic fertilizers being used in rain-fed areas. Next one, please. This is also a pie chart of, and that is, the one on the right is particularly illuminating. Public investment in rice and wheat versus coarse wheats, coarse cereals. Hardly anything. Isn't this in a data-driven economy, in a data-driven society, isn't this enough to talk about the inequalities faced by rainfed farmers and the injustices that they are being subjected to? The next one, please. And the planetary boundaries were already spoken about, and you can very closely see the association of agriculture with the planetary boundaries. You can see, there are these 9 boundaries, and though we talk a lot about fresh water, thankfully, we still haven't crossed the planetary boundaries as far as exploiting or destroying fresh water is concerned. But if you look at these other things like the biosphere integrity, I mean, I keep asking questions. I teach in a couple of colleges. I keep asking students if they know how many plant sources are edible. And they say 25, 85,000 plant varieties, or vegetable sources are edible. We eat about 20. And this is the same all over the world. So biosphere integrity, but you also look at biogeochemical flows, especially phosphorus and nitrogen. Where is it being used? So the entire planet is at threat because of the kind of agriculture that is being pushed, though there's good practice happening in rain-fed areas. But I'm particularly concerned about this. This slide talks about where the planet is headed. There was this beautiful map during the first presentation, and that close relationship that we have between the Indian monsoon and the Brazilian rainforest. The clouds that form and are brought all around the world the humidity is formed on the Brazilian rainforest, and there is distant precipitation 13,000 miles away. So what Brazil does will be affecting India, likewise elsewhere. So the entire planet is going off the loop of what is called the glacial interglacial cycle. There is you can see that we're already off that track, and we have to lasso it back into the loop. We have to pull it back into the loop to ensure that it gets back into the normal loop. Otherwise, there is a threat, and this is one of the reasons why scientists are alarmed. Scientists are usually cool and composed, but they are alarmed when they talk about climate change today. 2 minutes? Yeah, I got the message. There are subtle ways of communicating. Now, we have to get it back. Otherwise, there's something called the hot house Earth phenomenon, where they're saying that the Earth's atmosphere can actually become Venusian, like Venus, because Venus, they have found that it had microorganisms earlier. There's no life now. They can become Venusian. So the planet is at stake. So quickly, next slides, please. Okay, so our priority is this. We don't want to let go. We can't just talk about the climate and environment. We talk about sustainable agriculture, but it's also about improving farmers' income in a true sense, and also make farming a year-long livelihood. So next slide, please. And hence, through the revitalizing grain-fed agriculture, especially in Karnataka, we started working with farmers and the government to push for something called Akkadi Salu. Akkadi Salu is a diversity-based ecological farming practice. We'll go to the next slide, please, where we have about 22 different kinds of crops in 1 acre of land. And these are the various benefits of Akkadi Salu. These slides will be left here for your reference. We have found it very, very useful, and rain-fed farmers, all the number of farmers that we worked with have stuck to it, which is really good, and we're working in 8 districts. Go on, please. I've got some more slides, but I think I'll just stick to 2 of these. Through farmers' practices on what they do every month, there is a calendar that has been formed for the reference of other people, for other farmers. So what do you do in March? What do you do in April? So Besaya Kalamana, or the Besaya calendar, or Krishi calendar, agriculture calendar. It's amazing the things that they do in the rain-fed farming areas, a lot of which is not even documented in agricultural colleges. This is not taught in agricultural colleges. The next two slides. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the probably I'll just stick to this as the last slide. Is it economic? Is it economical rather for farmers? Akkadi salu. This is the expenditure, and every bit of expenditure and income, every expenditure income has been documented. So if there are no extremes of climates locally, there is a possibility of a farmer earning about 1.5 lakh rupees profit per acre of land practicing Akkadi salu. This is besides the ecosystem services, that ecological services, which are all positive externalities, carbon, soil, nutritional security of the family. This is the economics of it. A couple of pictures. Can we go to the next? Just go on, please. Yeah, so the previous one. This is the motto. The transformational motto of Akkadi salu is zero chemical fertilizers, zero chemical weedicide, and zero groundwater. So this is 100% rain water driven without tapping into the groundwater. And there are some distress irrigation possibilities that were required in South Karnataka, but otherwise it was zero. And thankfully, we had some receptive years in the Karnataka government, and they advocated this because there are a lot of farmers who are MLAs. And in their own constituencies, they said, look, I am an Akkadi farmer. These are the benefits. Why don't you have it? And we are going to support. There are a lot of systemic lacunae for farmers to adopt this. There are no seeds, for example. Yeah, these are things that we're working at, but want to leave this at in a positive note. Akkadi salu is not new. It's called by different names in different parts of the country and different parts of the world. But then Akkadi, the adoption of it is very, very poor. There is a future for it if systemic support, is involved. And this is what we are working to influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shipit.
We have time till 1:15.
Till 1. 1:30? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we have Ms. Suprabha session now?
Yeah, might be better.
Yeah, the presentations are done. You can just space out.
I'm not sure because what the sorry, but I go. Okay. I think there was some confusion about this because Leo was trying to get the visuals. Actually, I'm not there in the list, so I didn't know whether I was to speak. But then Leo says I have to speak. Or now is put in. My name has come. That's I have no problem with that. So, but the fact that we have a long relationship with ESG, that I've come here actually. I've come from Manipur, Imphal, and I am associated with a fishing union, the Loktak Lake, the Fishers Union called the Old Loktak Lake Areas Fishers Union, and I'm one of the advisors to the union. So it's the fishing families union that are there in Loktak. Loktak, one of the largest freshwater lakes in India. It's about 232 square kilometer. And ESG, Leo and friends and from ESG who have we have worked together to particularly fight against the recent effort of the state to take over the wetland. And, they're bringing in tourism, resorts, golf courses, yoga meditation center, motorboats. And I think fairly we have been able to kind of, stop it. We have a legal battle going on. At the same time, we have mass mobilization with the union. So fairly we're doing well, but interestingly, new development the last month or so is that the ministry, the union minister, the local, which is a BJP government, and then the BJP government, then they are actually sort of trying to clear a document which is called the Integrated Management Plan, IMP, of all the wetlands. Every wetland in India, there's supposed to be an integrated management plan, and they're trying to clear it. And so tomorrow and day after tomorrow, there is a meeting of the union organized by the ministry in Imphal, called the Regional Conference Workshop on wetlands in the northeastern part of India. And interestingly, in this workshop on wetlands, it's going to begin with Man Ki Baat. So people are supposed to listen to Man Ki Baat in the first session of the workshop. So that's it. So, I mean, of course, we were not invited. Nobody's invited. It's just bureaucrats and some politicians sitting, and they will be talking about wetland conservation. But our struggle, our fight, this is a visual that Leo has captured in his last visit in December. It's a bird's paradise. It's a lot of birds there. Birds from all over the world, they come and visit during November, December, January, that kind of period, 3 months, 4 months. And this is a floating, just to explain what is happening in the background, because it's a break from what I was speaking. There are floating huts there, and actually there is a village called the Champuk Kangpok Floating Village, and we are closely associated. And this is the only natural floating village in the world. So people, there's 132 households, and they actually live on the floating vegetation. This is one of those, this is a very old dilapidated, but there's also other proper houses there, proper huts there. People live there with their families, and the catch fish, of course, the primary thing is fishing. And very powerful, very well organized unions, I would say, in India, one of those very well organized. But why it was organized was, of course, in 2011, the government burned down several of them under Loktak Protection Act, as they call it. It's a state law. And since then, they have very well organized themselves. In fact, now the state, the Loktak Development Authority representing the state cannot even take their motorboats there. They will stop them. In fact, one of the reasons why already cleared project by the Ministry of Shipping on this motorboat project, the Inland Waterway project, has been stopped by them. And of course, in the court, through the court too, that the motorboats, so there's a clear fight between the canoes, that you can see the number of canoes that they have here. Men and women, every family will have 2, 3 of them. And they can own it easily, and they can, for using for, for catching fish or going for, markets and so on and so forth. And they have they've argued that motorboats are not needed, not required, but the government is very happy to give money for motorboats, because motorboats are problematic for the birds. Motorboats are problematic for the aquatic system, the plants there, and motorboats are particularly bad for the nets, fishing nets. So somehow this has been, of course, the court understood that, but at the same time, the people understood. The hundreds of families, not only people living inside Loktak, but also around Loktak, have understood it and have come together, and they have been able to resist against this project, against this inland waterway project. The current struggle, I would say, about conservation and people, and this has been discussed at different forums and on different issues about forest issues, tigers and national parks and so on and so forth. But on wetlands and conservation, and this is where I think one of the key issues that needs to be discussed. not only in this forum today, but also I think about, all over India. And I had I was fortunate to meet in the morning the a lawyer, Anand Yadnik from Gujarat. In fact, we were discussing about wetlands there in Gujarat and how they have managed to actually stop one of the projects there. And in fact, it may be a precedent to the National Wetlands Rules of 2017, which actually in some way has been able to help the local people in terms of pushing back some of the projects that we are talking about here today also. This is a less use. People have not really understood also. People have not really used also at the same time. But at the same time, the state also has not really formed the institution of the State Wetlands Authority all over India. Some states have done it, but also that in terms of implementation on the ground of having the the need to notify the wetlands, which gives the legal status of any wetland. I was checking this morning about Karnataka. Karnataka hasn't, but of course ESG's work on lakes, wetlands here has, I mean, tremendous. I'm sure it has a tremendous impact on the law that came out in 2017. I think also the one which has the struggle in Gujarat itself. But I find that in other states, the State Wetlands Authority has formed in some of the states, but the notification of wetlands, the notifying wetlands, which actually gives you the legal, protection, hasn't really happened across India. And I think that's one of the key issues that needs to be looked at by activists and researchers across. And this is the struggle at the moment now in Manipur. For example, we have been pushing for notification of the wetlands, because then that gives a teeth. But somehow, I think in the morning, Justice was talking about the culture of adherence. There's a crisis in the culture of adherence. It has not been implemented. And we are arguing in the court also that there's a current court going on, current PIL going on in the Manipur High Court about the need to notify wetlands, notify Loktak, notify and other wetlands, like Karnataka, Manipur, and particularly the valley of Manipur is a city of lakes and full of lakes there, like river and wetlands. But now you can actually count on your fingers of how many, and it has been encroached, taken over, dried up. So the struggle now is that the hotels industry, tourism industry, and other industries are going to take over these wetlands, and that's where the real struggle in Manipur right now is. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, because I was really not okay. So about the fishing community, in fact, this morning, just in our panel, Madam Jesu was talking about the culture and capture fishery. Much of the fisheries, and not only in Manipur, but fisheries across India is more of capture fishery, where you capture fisheries that you do in rivers or in lakes or in on oceans. But this has this large population of people who do capture fishery has been neglected. In fact, it is not discussed in many forums also. There is now, of course, a platform that we have developed called the National Platform for Small-Scale Fishery Workers, and mostly looking at we are trying to look at and support mostly people who do capture fishery and also small-scale fishery, some of the culture fishery, but they are very small and tiny in terms of their livelihood activities. And this is an area that is something that needs to be looked at. And Loktak, when we're talking about Loktak, we're particularly only talking about capture fishery, people who do, I would say, something like hunting and gathering in that sense. But this is a fishery that serves like the main protein source, the main fish supplies, whether it's in terms of dried or whether in terms of fresh, of different sizes that comes in the markets, the women markets in Manipur. And slowly what is happening is the policies are actually geared for the culture fishery. So there's money for it, there's schemes for it, there are loans for it, but somehow this lacks of population who are dependent on capture fishery are slowly being marginalized. In fact, there is a policy within the integrated management plan for wetlands that these people should be taken off. I mean, that slowly by phases, they should be removed. In fact, which actually shows the intention very clear that this water bodies need to be given away to maybe other, convert into a culture fishery sort of, or to tourism industry and other industries. And these are major concerns that I want to bring it here in today's forum. And thanks to ESG, and we have been working together on this particular issue, on the issue of wetlands, on the issue of lakes, and on the issue of Loktak. And we've been doing this for 4 or 5 years now, and I think it's a long battle, and the battle continues. And I'm sure our relationship will continue. And also for those people who are working on fishery, like I met her today, and I think we need to also kind of come together and build alliance, build understanding of how to look at this and how to struggle together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we can have the next speaker. So we'll take the questions, please. You just have some patience because we have almost 8 speakers here. And then once they are done with their presentations or with their
everyone's done with the presentation.
yeah. So we're done with the presentations, but yeah, with the but there are a few more to speak more. Yeah, you can. We can, yeah, we can. So that way, and then we can go for the question.
Hello, is this working? My name is Suprabha. I live in Wayanad, Kerala, and I work in a place that is concerned with tiny plants, which we believe constitute the majority of the rainforest. And some of them include mosses. So we have like 150 different kinds of moss that we grow in our plant center. And this is because mosses alone, I'm told by experts, that contribute something like 30% to the hydrological gas, etc., cycles of the rainforest. So when we talk about the rainforests of the Western Ghats, we talk about trees and beautiful rain seasons and waters and so on. And the image in your eye will consist also of ferns and the soft greens of the mosses. There are hundreds and hundreds of species of these. So the field of restoration ecology, which is what Leo wanted me to speak about, is about when you're talking about something that's been destroyed and you want to bring it back to something that resembles, of its original or previous state before the various forces of destruction. Our place, we start working with these little ones. Other people might start working with major, tigers or elephants or trees, but our belief is that the integrated, the entangled nature of the rainforest consists of a biodiversity that's mind-boggling, and it's actually not taken into account at all. But, I'm going to keep this really short with an invitation that all of you visit Wayanad and you come and drop in at the Gurukula Botanical Sanctuary, and you'll see the most amazing diversity of flora and fauna. But, you know, the point is that restoration ecology has a beautiful side, which is what we do. The beautiful side is growing these lovely plants and then bringing back the forest, and you see this tremendous diversity come back. But it's like saying, you know, can you have sanity if the culture is basically a psychopathic culture? You know, so these are tiny, tiny, tiny. Can you restore ecology when all our speakers till now have just shown the scale of the onslaught? And meanwhile, those of us who are planting and growing and so on, we have this other thing that is actually destroying the very fabric from which these plants can come back. And then they create conditions whereby other diversity can come. So there's a wonderful feedback loop that goes positive when you're protective of nature, and there's a tremendously negative feedback loop if you go the other way. And you know, if we take this room, the Western Ghats would be sort of where we're all sitting, just that part. And if you take 8 of us off the table, there's only 2 left actually, you know, who are sustaining the rivers and sustaining the tremendous biome that is there, that is feeding into the, you know, the Deccan Plateau. And then, so what do we mean by restoration? Well, if all these other 8 people are not here and you just leave the place alone, maybe some bugs and some creatures will come in, some plants will grow, then some, you know, little cycle of mist will form, and you just leave it alone. So maybe just protection will just protect it. But actually, no, we're coming and bonking them on the head. We're doing all this constantly, this constant attrition of the biosphere. And all speakers now have spoken about how the destructive force is increasing. And I can tell you, and Vandana ji can definitely tell you, and anyone who's working with the land can tell you the tremendously regenerative power of the land. It is amazing. It is like it's like the human body. The regenerative power of the biosphere is immense, but not under assault like this repetitive assault over centuries. And so how do we stop that? We cannot have a biosphere and eat it too. The two are mutually incompatible. This room should be, and we are large mammals, there should be trees here, there should be lianas here, there should be flowers here, there should be clean air, not air-conditioned air. And that is restoration ecology. So if you want to learn the details of planting, and there's so many young people here, that if you want to learn the details of how you can actually cultivate or protect or enhance biodiversity, please visit us. If you want to learn how to stop the system, not just delay its assault, because every day that the system is there, 200 species are going extinct. When they go extinct, they're gone forever. Every day that the industrial culture exists, 200 species are going extinct. And I'm saying, and I use the word extermination, they are being exterminated. So that means in a year, you have 50,000 species of plants and animals and bacteria and all the little creatures are being packed off. And so what is the biosphere going to come back with? So unless we have this parallel challenge to the system that is destroying our lives, all the beautiful things is like palliative care. You know, that's not how it should be. It should be a life that is beautiful, clean, diverse, abundant, fecund. You know, this is the language of tropical diversity. Coolness, food, just you walk out there and there's food, not out there into a mall. So restoration ecology has 2 sides to it: beautiful work, and then the back end of industrial civilization. How do we deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you, Suprabha. Can we have Dr. Narasimha?
Yeah, when you have so many speakers, you have a diminishing availability of time. So I'll try to be within the time allotted. I think yesterday some of you have heard Jairam Ramesh, saying, I don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. And then he added, unless we have a new tunnel. So typical politician, so he wants to shift maybe the game or or the ground on which you want to fight. I'll come to why I'm saying this. And then second, yesterday we had our chair saying, when the discussion was about common ground, so he said we need a new ground. Maybe we need a new ground. So these two, statements bring us to into a discussion on the transformation which we are discussing. What kind of transformation we are looking at? So when this new ground was mentioned, he said he gave an example for vaccinated versus unvaccinated. So this kind of binary. I think it's going on, and as if there is no common ground, and especially when there is a technology involved. So right now we heard about motor boats versus canoes, and catamarans versus trawler boats versus factory ships. So and of course handloom versus power loom. Now you are looking at agriculture, conventional agriculture versus digital agriculture. So these are all technology binaries which are being pushed as if there is no common ground. But in fact, there is a wider and deeper story behind all of these. And fundamentally, we are seeing state taking a position supporting this new technology, subsidizing. Without state support, I don't think any of those alternatives, mainstreams can survive. So it could be any of them, what we have been discussing. So that I think we need to understand how state is taking a partisan role and how we can, bring state into maybe a neutral position or a position where it does not take sides. I think that's one challenge which we need to look at. And in fact, in COP 26, 27, that's the other part I want to bring is there is, since we are talking of reimagination, I see in COP 26 and 27, there is no imagination about the solutions. In fact, some people were very frustrated that there's no discussion on solutions which encompass a set of factors, a diversity of factors, and ultimately what you are seeing is a loss and damage, which is more of a compromise position, and then this carbon capture technologies. So we are not seeing the entire range of solutions which should have emerged in COP 26 and 27. In fact, in the last 27 COPs, you'll be surprised that why that common ground has not emerged even today. And I'm not sure COP 28 can also lead us into any common ground. So I'm just bringing back you to the issue is we are not imagining enough. And that's because we are not informed enough and we are not thinking enough. Now, I'll just to look at why of that. we are talking of transformation, but we know now that a lot of people have realized and recognized that this transformation does not happen without structural transformation. The structure which is supporting the current, extractive economy, I think that has to be dismantled. And that dismantling can happen only apart from the struggles, apart from the wider knowledge, awareness, and people's struggles. In addition, we need to think of the institutional change, the institutional ecosystem which is required. So today we are seeing, if you look at as a public administration student, what kind of institutions we are looking at now, right now. When I think Leo or we have been working on lakes, we do, point out how lakes are being encroached by the government, even though. How much time? So that's, I'm not even entered my main area of work. So yeah, I'll just finish in 2 minutes, hopefully. Yeah, but but I am saying, why I'm bringing all that is the argument of just a change in technology does not give us the alternative. So when we are talking of agroecology or natural farming, we usually talk about production shift from chemical-based farming to non-chemical farming, or some practices which do not bring in external inputs. I'm saying it's not that, because you are seeing now, now we are seeing that evolving structure. The same structure is now has now accepted millets. So 2 years down the line, we can see the common people, common farmers may be dispossessed of millets as well. So I think unless that structural transformation is there, talking about just a production technology does not help. So that's where we when Dr. Vandana Shiva is also talking about agroecology, it is also how agroecology dismantles the structures. So the seed monopolies which are controlling and which are widening their control in various other seeds and probably now millets. In fact, you might be surprised now there is research going on genetically modifying the millets as well. So this at Indian Institute of Millet Research. So how do you dismantle this seed monopolies, the structure which is supporting all this? So unless you do that, even if you talk agroecology in just a non-structural way, it does not give us the ultimate solution of diversity, equity, equality, and all those things. So three, ideas I just want to bring it to your notice. It's also in the context of the lakes. Traditionally, lakes were managed not by any institution, not by any authority. We talked about wetland authority, all those things. These are controlled by the norms, belief systems of the people. So there was no one person or there's no one address or a location which, enable this commons being used more equitably and more diversity and sustainably. So these belief systems, can we bring back this belief system? Because I know when you are talking of institutional landscape, today we have only companies, corporates, which are being pushed about as if that's a solution for every problem. So even in FPOs, in agriculture, even if they do agroecology as FPO, I'm sure, I don't think they will bring back sustainability in the entire process. So we need an alternative which is not like A bringing A1 or A2, but we need something which is different, quite different. So there I'm talking about this belief and social norm systems. And that I think agroecology has a potential to bring that. And second is yesterday there was a discussion on Bangalore effect. I saw a video of some management guru from New York. She came to Bangalore and she went to some market, and there she visited a temple and she saw some women, working with flowers, preparing garlands. And she took one garland and asked the lady how much I can pay. And that lady, it seems, she smiled and said, no money, don't want money. So this guru was telling her audience that it's not money which defines the relationship. I feel it's much more, because that person who refused money, it's more about a personality where she does not look at money as the key to her livelihood. This is a problem even in natural farming projects, transformative projects. Unless that farmer or the producer of food transforms into a personality where he or she does not look at money as the primary thing. So when we are talking of MSP, when we are talking of income, I think we need to look at how these kind of persons or a personality can be built. So ultimately, because time is short, agroecology is a concept which transcends various spheres. It includes social, personal, economic, environment, and ecological spheres, and also governance spheres as well. So FAO gives us some 10 elements, but there are more elements in that. So I feel agroecology can be used as a tool to dismantle these institutional structures which are growing, and now new kind of structures are being laid through World Economic Forum talking about the Great Reset and the kind of institutional architecture they are talking about. So I'm stopping here. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo, we can extend till 1:30 and the lunch will be served here only. So it's close by, not a problem. So maybe two more speakers we have?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
two.
and then I please
Dr.
request
Mohammed,
both the speakers to 5 to 8 minutes. 5 to 8. Yeah, okay.
I just,
What?
I'll
Yeah.
just give you a warning.
Okay, I'd like to thank ESG and congratulate ESG. What I'm going to argue today is, can we have environmental justice without health justice? And can we have health justice without fiscal justice? And I'm going to rely largely on Piketty's remarkable work, A Brief History of Equality. What Piketty shows us with solid data over time is that at the beginning of the 20th century, direct taxes amount to 10% of the economy of the UK and the USA and other Western countries. This went largely into military and colonial administration. After the carnage of the First World War and the establishment of the USSR, things changed dramatically in the UK and less dramatically in the US. This was also partly the influence of the Labour Party in the UK and the downgrading of the status of the House of Lords, and partly also due to communist influence in Parliament in the case of France, and above all, the emergence from the ashes of the Great War of the Soviet Union. Sidney and Beatrice Webb toured the Soviet Union, the first country in the world to provide universal and free healthcare, and this, of course, went on to influence the formation of the National Health Service when Labour won the majority in the first post-war elections that saw Churchill rejected in the UK. The proportion of direct taxes rose significantly then on till about 1980. inheritance taxes were introduced. Along with wealth tax, this saw the proportion of direct taxes increase substantially to about 50 to 60% in most countries of Western Europe and indeed even the USA. This made possible investments in education and health that were the envy of other countries. It also made possible investments in public goods such as transport and communication, a minimum wage, old age, and unemployment benefits. In short, inequalities reduced, including income and wealth inequalities, and reflecting this, health inequalities. These societies became less unfair, as attested to by increase in heights among the working classes and the reduction in the gap in average life expectations. Nevertheless, as the Black Report indicates, there were persistent health inequalities by class. It was proportionate taxation, wealth tax, and inheritance tax that made social goods possible. Corporate taxation was a part of this package. This meant, of course, that the social responsibility for the next generation, the reproduction of labor, was socialized by social democratic movements in the West. In India, we have never crossed 10 to 11% of direct taxes. The proportion of indirect taxes far exceeds that of direct taxation paid for by the poor. This is not only grossly unfair, but goes towards subsidizing the rich in a variety of ways, as, for example, the public funding is used to cover private provisioning of healthcare through insurance. In the immediate post-Second World War period, there was also a decline in the transfer of wealth and resources from countries of the South to the North over this period. Nationalization of resources was often met with violent response from the West. The 1953 US and UK-led coup against the democratically elected government of Iran of Mohammad Mossadegh comes to mind after the nationalization of oil. Kwame Nkrumah was mysteriously assassinated after his government nationalized copper in 1962 in Ghana. The 11 September 1973 coup by the US against Allende for the nationalization of also comes to mind. Since 1980, however, as we all know, we have seen a reversal of these patterns of progressive taxation, and fiscal injustice has come home to stay. We can have no health justice with the rampant fiscal injustice we have. Income and wealth inequalities have increased around the world and in India. The Oxfam International Report, Inequality Kills, notes that the wealth of the 10 richest men has doubled, while incomes of 99% of humanity are worse off. Because of COVID, that 252 men have more wealth than all the 1 billion women and girls in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean combined. That since 1995, the top 1% has captured nearly 20 times more global wealth than the bottom 50% of humanity. Indeed, that inequality contributes to the death of at least one person every 4 seconds. In India, the top 10% of the population holds 77% of total national wealth. 73% of the wealth generated in 2017 went to the richest 1%, while 670 million, who comprise the poorest half of the population, saw only a 1% increase in their wealth. There are 119 billionaires in the country at present. Their number increased from only 9 in 2000 to 101 in 2019. The report also notes that 63 million Indians are pushed into poverty every year due to healthcare costs. These are not intractable facts of nature, but mutable and contingent facts of history and politics. It is politics which determines who lives and who dies and how. This is what should make health justice so very important on our political agenda. Thank you.
Hello, friends. I'll try to be quick. My name is Reggie. My wife Lalita is sitting at the back. I'm a clinician, nothing to do with community health or anything what you're talking of, but I'll just try to go through the topic which I am allotted, which is health for all. And following Dr. Mohan Rao, health for all is quite impossible in the present circumstances because no political party currently or past is interested in health for all, simply because they want the population to be unequal. It is not this thing. Health for all is not a new topic. It was coined in 1978 in Alma Ata. a very idealistic society where 134 countries and 67 organizations came together to start from the definition of health to what health, to saying that primary healthcare is the key to health for all. Not only that, the Alma Ata Declaration was key in saying that health for all should not rest either in the hospitals or in primary healthcare, but also in the social determinants of health. And that shook the capitalist world because nobody wanted health, the social determinants, the determinants of health to be included with health. The social determinants are the economy, roads, water, food. And they said, no, this is not possible. And within 5 years, the capitalist economy bulldozed WHO into saying that this is impracticable because it was health for all by 2000, by year 2000, that is impracticable. And second is that this is not a workable solution. You cannot include other things like, for example, food or roads or water into health. And then they made health planning into silos, saying that let's have a national tuberculosis program, let's have a national nutrition program, let's have this thing, but nothing to do with social determinants of health. Now, I come from an organization called Tribal Health Initiative. Me and my wife Lalita work with the indigenous community in Sithalingi in Tamil Nadu. We are in a forested area, and one of the things which we excited us a lot was this health for all. Can we bring health for all? And in indigenous communities where there are no roads and there are no water and food, it was a big challenge. And one of the things we said is that, can health be taken up by the people themselves? As clinicians, we knew nothing about community health, and all the community health and development we learned was from the people of Sithalingi, who in their, with much patience, taught us what health was and how to tackle that. So we have a basic hospital. We started off with the basic hospital, but basically we started off with training locals, tribal women and tribal girls in health. And our biggest challenge when we went there in 1993 was an infant mortality of 147 and lots of mothers dying in childbirth. With the community, with 10 years, we brought that down to below Tamil Nadu levels, when Tamil Nadu is one of the most progressive states in health. And then we realized that actually communities can take up responsibilities for their health. And when we started talking to people, they said, yes, we have a hospital, no mothers are dying, but what about our food? What about our economy? And along with them, we sat down and started talking and working with them. We put our hands into organic agriculture because organic is what is healthy. We built up a farmers cooperative of about 700 farmers. We built up the economy with women's cooperatives. We have artisans guilds. And with the building of the economy, the whole health situation started changing. People started coming forward for treatment. What we cannot do, they will say, even if you refer to Salem, which is our nearest city, they will say, it's no problem, we have the money, we will go. They would never say that before. And that is when, as a doctor, I realized how much the economy means to health. And taking this further, we ran into a drought situation where we had to do a lot of watershed management. And watershed management, who has the money? The government, the panchayats have the money. And the panchayats wouldn't budge because money, you know what happens to money in the panchayats, no? It goes down the president's pocket. So we started a mass movement of sensitizing people for going to Gram Sabhas and demanding what is happening to our money. And the government got upset. And so they started sabotaging all our meetings. And in 2019, the panchayat elections came and our farmers collective said that we are going to stand for the elections. They stood, they won. And then we realized how much governance means to health. And when governance came to the farmers cooperative, which is an apolitical organization, we started having roads to all the villages. We started having water to all the villages. We started having power to all the villages.
There are villages in our panchayat which is getting electricity, roads and water after 75 years of independence. But that is because the government was with the people and the government was not with the political parties. So what does health mean? Health means all this. Health doesn't mean running a hospital. Health doesn't mean running a community health program. Health also means food, also means economy, also means governance. So if health for all has to take place in our country, it has to come from a mass movement of the people at a micro level. It can never happen at a macro level because our politicians are not interested in health for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we just jump to Leo, just allow us to extend by 10 more minutes because I'll take 5 and then maybe 20 minutes for the question. Huh? Okay, great. Yeah. So, and why do you keep such a, from reflexive democracy, ecological transformations, agroecological promises, and public health imperatives? I mean, look at the scale you're trying to draw. Yeah. So as a coordinator or maybe chair of this session, do not want to sum up the discussion, but I just want to add a few points to them. They've been phenomenal presentations and the discussions that have been made. I, who served the city as the directly elected deputy mayor of Simla from 2012 to 17, and then worked in the urban field since 2017. Small anecdotal experiences I want to just bring out, when we talk about reflexive democracy. I mean, we know the kind of democracy we are living in. It's more of a ruler-ruled state than what you were saying, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, where we just reimagine, kind of citizen partnership. Now we call resident partnership, not even citizenry is that important for us. But, this journey right from Mohenjo-daro, then we have the Hindu cities, the Mughal period, the Rajput cities, then the civil and the military cantonment of the British that we've seen, because I come from Simla as a British town. And of course, then the Nehruvian period, post-1947, and of course, the post-neoliberal 1990s. And we have the Amrit Kal since 2014. So I think this is a very interesting transformation, but if reflexive democracy, I mean, I think if that is the crux, then we are too far from that. And the kind of, because we are already 50% urban in Asia, more than 50% people live in the cities. India is already 34%, maybe 40%. So I'll try to share some of my experiences there. And I remember because when we were reviewing the national, in the National Task Force, reviewing the 74th Constitutional Amendment, one of the important elements of participatory democracy that was brought out, and K.C. Sivaramakrishnan, who was the chair of that committee, in fact, who brought this, what would be a democracy if, say, as far as the local bodies are concerned. So we have this interesting 74th Constitutional Amendment where it was said that some 18 subjects should be transferred to the cities. And so this Casey very vehemently remarked, Tikendra, what is the smart city model? Because that's the new model of governance in the cities. I said, sir, tell me what it is. So he said, like writing an obituary of the 74th Constitutional Amendment. So I think there's a lot needs to be done, and the kind of scale that you've drawn, right from agroecology, from environment. I think it goes beyond the capacity and the space that we are looking at. So I would like here to draw, and then I also want to quote the Chief Election Commissioner, who just recently, before announcing the Karnataka elections, he said there is urban apathy. So not even 50% people vote in Bangalore, and for that matter in urban centers. And of course, we know that the reason for urban apathy, the huge amount of alienation that has taken place in the whole process of urbanization, the whole process of urban governance. Prem Chandrabhakkar is here. So he was our leader. We were fighting with the Central Vista in Delhi. And we know the kind of processes that are undergoing in this whole gamut of re-envisioning or revitalizing democracy in the urban centers. I think so the two philosophers that I want to quote here. The first is Dr. Ambedkar, and when he says democracy for the people, by the people, of the people. I think that question of the people is completely missing. Where is of the people? So of the people doesn't just mean the election, I mean, the narrative that is being created. Okay, you win the election and then you just subjugate everything to your ideas and you say, look, we have got the mandate and we know how these elections are being won. So I think it is beyond that, and it is the whole process that I'm talking about the city development process, about city planning, and that's what Prem Samuel Stein writes in one of his very interesting works. You know, who plans for whom? Nowhere in the country, forget about the citizens. I mean, I'm not even talking about your reflexive democracy. The citizens are nowhere. Dunu is just gone because we did a long series of 5 episodes on the Delhi Master Plan, this transformation that has taken place in Delhi from the 1951 to the 2041 Delhi Master Plan, where citizens are completely at bay. But forget about the cities, I'm talking about even the elected city governments. Nowhere in the country is the planning process under the due process of democratic institutions. So who plans for whom? It's the parastatals. The Delhi Development Authority plans for Delhi. Mumbai Development Authority plans for Mumbai. And then likewise, you have the Greater Mohali Area Development Authority plans for. Now, there are very funny, interesting anecdotes that I want to share. Who are these planners? Most of these planners are guided by big consultants from PwC, from Ernst Young, from all that. And all that they have offered right since 1990s is that, look, you do not know how to govern a city. We will tell you how to govern a city. We will draw your plans. We will tell you how the city is to be run, particularly after 1990s. And all that they have been planning is a technocentric, capital-intensive solution for the cities. Let me share some of very interesting anecdotes from Simla when I joined as deputy mayor. So the first file that came to my office was the city mobility plan and the city sanitation plan. And you will not believe me that both these plans were like completely divergent to each other, in the sense that both these plans, now they're asking for a metro in Simla. That's the comprehensive mobility plan. In a city sanitation plan, instead of decentralized waste management, they are asking for a capital-intensive waste-to-energy plants. That's the push that is taking place from the top. So when we talk about cities, I think it's like all a consultant-driven model that has to be revisited. Now, how do we go back? How do we just reclaim those spaces? I think that's an interesting question, what we try to do in Delhi Master Plan and what we need to do. And it's not just the loss of equity. It's not just the loss of reclaiming the right, but it's the loss of urban commons. Just look at the way how Gurgaon has been planned. Look at the way how Noida has been planned. It's completely obfuscating. So I think the right to the city, what Lefebvre points out, needs to be revisited in the current context. And what does this plan? I mean, that's what I have always been arguing against the planners. I mean, and Samuel Stein says, look, we are not dishonest. It's the system. So it's basically a systemic crisis that makes us corrupt. So instead of what our professors were saying, instead of primary health centers, what you find in this plan is super specialty, multi-speciality hospital like you have in Gurgaon. In Gurgaon, you do not have a single primary health center, but you have the Medanta. And who all can go to Medanta. Likewise, you do not have a playground in the plan, but you have big stadiums. I think these are not the desired ways in which democracy can sustain. And lastly, I mean, before I just hand over this session, ask the audience to respond to the questions. What is the structure, Leo, that we are looking at? Is it too decentralized? How do we, we know we are comprehending the reality, okay? So restoration is what you've argued for. But how do we do that? What kind of structures? Is it just people structures? Because we've seen some of those people's plan taking place in Kerala. Now, Kerala is doing something phenomenally because they are forming an urban commission frame. Just let me apprise you. And what they are arguing for is no industrialization in their cities. I don't know how prudent that is, but that is what they have been arguing for. Or what kind of models do we experiment with? because we've seen people's collectives. I myself, before being the deputy mayor, I was the state president of the Kisan Sabha. So how do we structure it? How to visualize it? If you were to ask me, what kind of democracy are we looking at? I think here I would like to revisit, like I visited Ambedkar, Marx once again, and where Marx speaks about restitution, not just restoration. And Koi Saito, one of the philosophers from, it's of course a philosophical angle. The Japanese philosopher has brought this to the fore. He's written a phenomenal work on Marx's eco-socialism, where he brings out this connection, how capital actually robs the people from its natural organic relationship to nature, and how it commoditifies nature into commodity and makes it a saleable product. Now, there he brings in an equation, which is a very interesting equation, what Marx writes in Capital One, that the struggle against inequality is equal to the struggle against capitalism, which equals to struggle for naturalism. So he brings in this whole concept of liberation of the collective to the liberation of an individual. Because what kind of structures are we talking about? I think, because it's just a provocation that I wanted to make. And lastly, it's extremely political. It's a systemic problem. And why I say it's extremely political? Because I was there in the Paris climate talks as a city's representative, because I was serving as the deputy mayor. And when Trump walked out, when US walked out, all of us said, now what is the use of Paris climate talks? And I remember Applebaum, who was the mayor of Colorado, he said, Tikendra, don't worry, we are running the cities. He meant this, the Democrats are running the city governments, most of the city governments in US. We will go back and mobilize the opinion. And you know what happened? They defeated Trump, they brought the new Green Deal. We know how green that is. But at the same time, we find in England, the Labour Party championing a cause. They're saying, of course, they didn't win on that agenda, and saying that, look, those who do not adhere to the principles of green ecology will not even be allowed to trade in the stock exchange. Though that sounds quite extremist. Is that kind of political churning taking place in India? I think I have elections to the Shimla Municipal Corporation, and I feel, for heaven's sake, don't use flex. None of them have adhered to that. Everyone is using flex, and flex is the worst biodegradable material as far as Himalayas are concerned. So I think it's just a provocation for the audience, because the speakers are here, you have to ask those questions. But I think it's a very interesting time where you have the Man Ki Baat, the ruler-ruled concept. They have the narrative, but at the same time, we have the people, we have the argument, we have science, and that belligerence of science, with all the historical evolutionary process that we have passed through, I think we can defeat them, and we can defeat for a more secular future, the future that belongs to us. I think, and then to the questions. Thank you.
This is a question to Professor Robert John Chandran. How to input or mandate essential ecologically wise choices in governmental policy making, either at the state or at the central government level? Any thoughts on that?
Hello, yeah. So you're talking about policies at the state. Well, I think there's a lot of progressive legislation driven by communities, right? Civil society groups, scientists, academicians, all argued for progressive legislation on the environment, and that is the only way forward I see, from people's movements to scientific knowledge and inputs. I can contribute to enhancing environmental laws, making them more capable of dealing with new scenarios. And I think the courts can play a role. I actually want to ask Justice a question about some judicial activism and interventions from the court that can, propel people's movements forward to demand for better legislation, better governance at the environmental scale. So it has to be bottom up, because it's not going to come down, as I agree with Raji was saying about, politicians don't really care. So the corporate lobbies and others would naturally push in the opposite direction to mobilize, the natural environment for productive, profit-oriented things. And we are seeing that Mr. Jairam Ramesh mentioned how many of the laws are being diluted to enable, these things, like palm oil plantations and opening up forests. Like even the National Green India Mission is a way to actually mobilize resources for take it away from communities. So the only way forward is for communities to keep engaging and understanding the changes that are coming, and use movements, and as probably a last resort, to use the courts to get relief and I think legislation is important.
Yeah. Can you circulate the mic?
One was trying to understand what's in the roots, or what's the common denominator for all that we are discussing. Definitely one of the key word is consumption. And then of course we can talk of extraction, and we can talk of many other words. I got prompted to say, because just now you mentioned about some Japanese philosophy. You said the collective can be transformed if the individuals transform. Something like that you said. Who's the philosopher who said that?
Sorry? No, the Japanese philosopher is Koi Saito.
Koi
Saito, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not a Japanese proverb, it's a Marxian proverb.
Oh, is it Marx?
Yeah, he quotes Marx in that from Capital One.
Okay. Maybe I mistook it. Once you are discussing about this whole thing about manufacturing happening around the whole world, and why there is so much manufacturing. And if we know how the world energy is being consumed, most of it is going for, let's say, manufacturing, one among the common denominators. And what does manufacturing do? It makes, let us say, very simple, it makes. And why does it make? Because we take. If there are no takers, there will be no makers. Whatever could be the government support, whatever could be the kind of international policies, whatever could be corporatization we're talking about, if there are no takers, there will be no makers. There will be no consumption if there is transformation. So all this extraction we are talking about, why is this extraction happening? Because there is consumption. Who is consuming? We are the consumers. You and I are the consumers. And what are we consuming? We are consuming everything. Even the seminar is also a mode of consumption. Why am I here? Because I think I get something out of it. And what are we consuming for? We can have various names. Maybe we are chasing comforts, we are chasing name, we are chasing power, there are many things we chase. So there is this whole culture of consumption, this whole culture of taking. And that's what is making everything do. And if we individually transform, will all this happen? Maybe yes, maybe no. I can see all of you are experts in your individual subject domains. When Gandhiji used the word non-cooperation, just imagine a simple word. I know it's a kind of a philosophical ideal which will never happen. Gandhiji used the word non-cooperation. And imagine a word called non-consumption. What will happen? Any of you want to react, please?
Do you want to react? Yeah.
The fact of the militaries being the world's largest users, single entity users of all the resources on the planet, is what is destroying the planet, in my opinion, from what I've understood. It is not the individual consumptions of all of us. So there is a different problem from all of us being consumers, and we are we've gone from citizenship to consumer culture. There is a problem there. But the militaries alone, what their impact is on all the planetary boundaries alone, and that's why they walk out of the COP, meetings, and so they don't turn up for any of these. The U.S. How do we embrace? How do we understand that our role versus the military in the carbon footprint of humankind?
Glad you brought this to the fore. I think you want to add, sir?
No, I just want to say it's not true that because there are consumers, there are makers. In fact, if you take textiles, what is produced and what is consumed is there's a lot of difference. Only 30% of the textiles are used. So I don't think that's a straight line equation. But we take the point, consumption is a big problem. And then you are missing the entire marketing infrastructure which pushes us into consumption, and how children, how youth are pushed into consumption. We know the mobiles and all those things. So I don't think there is a straight line problem that because you have consumers, we have makers. So there is a economy which, of course, we know extractive economy, but the economy of overconsumption is also there. So that's why I think we need to look at issues more deeply.
Thanks. Is there? Yeah, so we can take two more questions here.
Yeah.
Let it be. Are you hungry?
So good afternoon. In the book Small is Beautiful by Ernest Schumacher, he talks about something called as adopting intermediate technology. So he says that it will increase decentralization and prevent urbanization and all the other related issues that come along with urbanization. So he said this exactly 50 years back. So what is your take on that, and do you think it will address today's challenges?
So who wants to take that? Who wants to take that? Yeah.
I think what Shoemaker wrote at that point in time is not particularly relevant today, because today's globalization is led by finance. Financial institutions are the major, just take the question of health now. It is investment coming in, not just from the World Bank, but also hedge funds and so on. So the dramatically altered the nature of what kind of technology, what kind of problems we are attending.
Yeah. So last question, maybe?
Can I have a go on this?
Yeah, please.
And I thought that the previous two questions were kind of related. This question, I think, beats us all. As apex evolutionary beings, are we hardwired to destroy each other and the world? I mean, there's quite a bit of theory around it, and consumption would be one mode of doing it, overconsumption. But then this whole thing about nationalism and political boundaries, which go beyond the understanding of planet as interrelated, is actually stands in direct opposition to our evolutionary thoughts of nationalism. Now, consumption is related to GDP, GDP is related to power, power is related to superpower, and the competition that we have at the global level. Is there an alternate way? Is there another way of organizing the world and the relationship that we have between us? I mean, can we, for example, as panelists sit here in front of 16 panels, flat panels, consuming probably 3,000 watts 4 hours or for 2 days or 3 days, and forever as long as this lasts, and answer these questions? I mean, how have we normalized it? I mean, this is definitely, I think all of us go through it personally. But then this is also an issue of governance and policy making.
Okay. Yeah.
So one last question. So this is kind of summing up, and this question goes to many of you. So we were talking about the fisheries and then the salt, the lakes and freshwater lakes and things like that. Then there are estuaries, and then the policies are around things which come to as economy. So what about the smaller things that are there where economy is not concerned? Like she was talking about mosses, and I'm talking about insects and the reptiles that are there in these zones, which is not directly part of the major policy making, but is really important for the biodiversity and the pyramid that we are all part of as apex consumers, let's say. And then it also boils down to the policy making and then the current policies. And then there are many policies that are being ripped apart. And then there are new policies that are being made, which are neo-capitalist. So where are these the voiceless, the powerless side of it being represented? We are talking about macro, and there's so much of work happening in the macro, but what about the micro? How do we bring a balance of that in the representation as well? Am I clear with my question?
Yeah, of course. Of course, you are clear, but I'm not clear who's going to answer that. So maybe. No, I won't attempt that. Maybe. So it's a complex thing. What you're asking is, who are we? I mean, are we of the voiceless? Who are we asking? Anyway, please. Yeah.
Trying to stop the motorboats, the inland waterway, was that when the project was cleared, and we were also looking at the concept note of when they cleared at the Ministry of Shipping, they were not at all concerned about the birds. Like there was no mention of the birds, and we think the birds are really important in the lake. Because we know where they lay eggs, where they sleep at night, what they eat from the lakes, all of that. So we raised this issue, and then suddenly this thing opened up that you cannot just bring in a project. Of course, I'm not talking about the policy because it'll take a long time to get all these things on board. But in terms of trying to argue against one particular project, and we bring these elements from the ground and try to use it as one that protests. And we said the canoes are much more sensitive to the system, and we definitely care about the birds, and because that's important and how they not the birds are also important for not just the people there, but for the ecosystem as a whole, and the local people understand. And that's really critical. In fact, the most part, I think, in fact, I would really like to hear on how you're looking at the MOS and policy work.
I'm so glad mosses are being sent to the center. So I have several thoughts in my head. One is that if representation means monetization, I have a serious problem with it. If everything is being converted to cash and therefore we protect it, there's a big problem there. That I protect mosses because they're going to get me some cash at the end of the day is I don't think communities function that way. But if a community can protect a whole forest, and the forest is composed of so many beings, and the vitality of the forest is connected to your vitality, which is health, community health, children's health, mental health, social health, fabric of the world, of their world, that I think attending to, recognizing, conversing, noting has to be part of our daily conversation in any circle of people. And if that is not there, just a representation, I don't think will capture the integrity and complexity of a biome, for instance. So I'm not going to just pitch the mosses, or then they're shifting elephants from Arunachal to Gujarat. They're going to start shifting mosses from from Western Ghats to Bangalore and make Bangalore. So there's a problem there. And how do we create diverse, healthy, supportive, community-based actions, which then people represent for themselves in their own place. And then whether it gets to the center of power is a different thing.
Just to add, sorry, you're asking about voiceless gaining a representation or participation. One example is, seed. In seeds, now there is a lot of efforts going on how women had knowledge. Traditionally they used to control seeds. They had knowledge and skill of saving seeds and maintaining the quality, selecting and reusing and sharing all that. So the entire system was controlled by women and that too from Dalit families. So yesterday was Sheila mentioned the episteme, universalizing the episteme, the knowledge, the skill, and the practices. So unless these come into the policies, so that's where we are talking of Seed Act, a Seed Act which recognizes this, the entire system. So that's where the struggle is. So once that Seed Act comes, I think the women will become mainstream in that.
Okay, so that's all.
Yeah.
So I thank you so much, panelists here and also the audience for such a long session. You've patiently been there. And I know lunch, you're eagerly waiting for the lunch. Thank you so much. It's been
Just before we leave for
lovely-
lunch, I request Amrita and Harsh to just honor all the panelists with our ESG goodie bags. Lunch will be served on the second floor. Lifts are just right outside, and we'll start the afternoon session at 2:20. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
I'm in Bangalore. I'm in a meeting. That's why I didn't pick up. Oh, okay. I didn't see because the time was too short. I was yeah. Oh, okay. Otherwise, how are you? How are you doing? Long time. Yeah. Anand, no, Anand, yeah, no, I made him, I thought, in fact, I mentioned his name also, Anand, the lawyer, no? Yeah, I made him, I mentioned in my talk also because he's a nice guy, he's like fighting the giant, yeah? Uh, Vinayak from where? Okay. Okay, Vinayak, I'll find the name. I will find it. Oh, nice. I would love to meet. No, I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow. I have a thing in case, yeah, there's a protest thing happening there. Right. Yes. Oh, where? Okay, what is his name, you said? Okay. Oh, he's from Meghalaya. Yeah. Okay.
That wasn't me. Loud. Yeah, just keep it there. I think one glass is not full. Steve, I may need your phone for the link. That? Okay. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. The next part of our discussion will be on governance challenges in making a new world. The session will be anchored by Dr. Janaki Nair. She's a historian and academic, currently a professor at the Center for Historical Studies at JNU. Dr. Nair's research focuses on modern Indian history and legal, urban, social, and cultural history. Presently, she worked at Madras Institute of Development Studies and Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Calcutta. She has been awarded the New India Book Prize in 2005. Ma'am, can we have you on stage? Sorry. Just a quick announcement, if we can have everyone's phones on silent. And once we begin the session as well, in the interest of time, we will be keeping a timer. So when the time's up, it's going to make a ding, just informing everyone. Once, and then it'll ring again after another minute.
And then your mic will be switched off.
Yeah.
Welcome to all of you, but let me first start by thanking Leo at Environmental Support Group and Bhargavi for warmly inviting me to this environment. But Leo has assured me that coming from the margins is a good thing in such an event. So thank you very much for having me here. And I feel greatly honored, partly because this is such a distinguished panel, and it will be impossible for me to introduce each of them with the right amount of introduction that they deserve. So, and in the interest of time, I'm going to keep it extremely short. I'm also going to rejig the names because there are a couple of people in our panel who have to leave slightly early. So I would like to start with Mr. Ravichander. But I request all the members on this panel to please come on to the stage. So if I can request Dr. A.R. Vasavi to come on stage, Joe Atherley, Dunu Roy, Prem Chandavarkar, Dr. Satyajit Mayer, V. Ravichander, Asma Nasir, Akai Padmachali, and Anand Yagnik. Please come on to the stage, and I will change the order of the presentation slightly from that list, which I have before me, because as I mentioned, there are two people who would like to leave slightly early. Yes, I'll sit here. Thank you. Thank you, Akai, for doing perhaps what I should have done to honor the two people who've kept this going for the last 25 years and has accomplished so much. I mean, I was simply blown away when I was looking at the website and seeing the wide range of things that has been accomplished over these last 25 years. We have a panel which is entitled Governance Challenges in Making a New World. And each of our speakers has actually been given a separate part of the subject to discuss. And I hope they are aware of that. We hope to get perspectives from very, very different kinds of, registers in this panel. As I said, I'm going to rejig this panel a little bit because there are a couple of us who need to leave shortly. So we will start with V. Ravichandar, and we will continue with Akai Padmashali, who will be second. Then we will move on as this list has had it. Joe Athali, Dunu Roy, Prem Chandawakar, Satyajit Mayer, Asma Nasir, and ending with Anand Yagnik. I hope that is all right. Each of you has about 7 to 8 minutes. I have thankfully been relieved of the burden of having to check the speakers and remind them that their time is over. I'm a bit of a martinet on that, so I'm really glad I've been relieved of that duty. Instead, you'll hear a beep. I request you to stop when you hear that beep, because otherwise you'll hear yet another beep, and then finally your mic will be turned off. So welcome to all of you on that note. Let me request V. Ravichandar. He needs actually nobody on this panel needs any introduction, but let me just say that he is the director of the most happening place in Bangalore, the Bangalore International Center. And so he's going to talk about securing local governance for inclusive transformations as part of this panel.
Thanks, Janaki. So the subject is securing local governance for inclusive transformation, and I'll try to deconstruct that. So my claim possibly to be here is over the last 23 years, one's been involved working with government in various capacities since 2000. And a few years ago, I wrote a 1,000-page report on how to govern Bangalore, which no one has read. So I think at least that gives me the claim to speak at a gathering like this. And the session I'm going to after this is actually at a church where the subject is Bangalore problems and possibilities. And somebody said, just go there and say, let us pray. And that possibly is the only way to fix the place. Now, in securing local governance, let me just take the local governance part first. You know, we have a constitutional defect at birth. So when the framers framed the constitution, the center and state, tier 1 and tier 2 was well described. But unfortunately, when it came to the third tier, instead of going the whole hog and making it a third tier of local government, they used the expression local body. So whether it's a rural local body or an urban local body, and it is a setback from which we haven't recovered to date. The 74th constitutional amendment was a fix towards fixing some of the infirmities in the original constitution. But even if you got the 74th functioning, it still doesn't fix the kind of governance challenges that we have got. Briefly put, the state has an extremely major stake in the running of the city. So essentially, Bangalore and the larger cities and all cities in Karnataka are vassals of the state government. So that's our primary problem in terms of things. The setup is extremely dysfunctional, the way it is set up. The silos of government agencies are designed to withstand a nuclear attack. We want outcomes which require you to thread a solution through agencies, but each of them being territorial in the way they operate, you have a huge challenge. To further compound this, we have various kinds of entities. I mean, there's obviously the city corporation that we all talk about, BBMP, but then you have the parastatals like the BWSSB, BDA, and the like. Then you have the corporations like BESCOM, BMRCL. There are a whole lot of agencies, and the bulk of them actually come under the state control, including the BBMP, which we'd like to think we have a say in, but the interference of the state is hell of a lot. So consequently, we have a series of problems out here. So if we have to secure local governance, I mean, honestly speaking, you need the third tier of city government. Will it happen? Very unlikely, because there is no way that any chief minister of Karnataka is going to let go of their considerable powers with respect to the city, particularly in terms of notification, denotification, and the like. In fact, if you finally gave them an option between an empowered Bangalore city mayor, fully empowered, versus the being the chief minister of the state, they might well take the mayor's position if it can be empowered. That's the state of affairs. So in this dysfunctional situation, how do we go about trying to secure? To my mind, while it will be great to roll up everything back into BBMP and have the third tier, not going to happen, we will have to find mechanisms to make the existing dysfunctional structure work. And to my mind, the most important thing out there is really a coordination at the apex level. So it really have elements of what I would call deep decentralization and appropriate deep decentralization and appropriate centralization. So by the deep decentralization, what I mean is whatever can be done at the lowest level, ward, micro ward, whatever can be done at the lowest level, you get it done there, and with loads and loads of citizen participation and involvement. So, for example, you take something like garbage. That is something that is it is possible to decentralize it at the local level. You take something like transport. Transport by its very nature is a metropolitan regional level, and you cannot really do it at the decentralized level. So the start for all this, and it's there in that report one did, is, and we set out 600 activity maps for various functions in the government that needs to be done, local government. And you need to really start with the activity map to decide who will do what and at what level. So it needs to follow the subsidiarity principle that what is better done at the lower level is done out there. The important thing when we go down this route is really the wisdom of the crowds and the voice of the citizen. Of late, ward committees have started functioning, but it's still a farce. It's a long way to go to get true citizen participation. But it's my belief that the best custodians of the city are the local citizens. I believe that we need to get to a stage where citizens can monitor was that the beep? Okay, good. I'll finish in a minute. Where citizens can monitor output and the spending and the like. Coming to the word inclusive transformation, the framework I would suggest really is a vulnerability framework. It's really not in use, embraced by government or the bureaucrats. But if we actually put in place a vulnerability framework, which is not a one size fits all. So for example, on the streets, the vulnerable people would be the pedestrian, the hawker. On transport, the people who take bus are the vulnerable people. When it comes to flooding, people in low-lying areas are the people who are vulnerable. So if you actually design the city using a vulnerability lens to fix the city, there are chances that the city will work for everybody. Currently, the thinking is more to fix it for the better of people who anyway can exit from the system. I think we just need to invert it and start with the vulnerable people. I believe that that's the way to go in terms of trying to find governance mechanisms which has decentralization and centralization, and also gets into a planning framework which is vulnerability based. That would be my big ideas in this space. Thank you so much. I finished it before time.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks. I was struck by the fact that these are sentiments that were expressed as much as 23 years ago when I began work on my Bangalore book. One was talking about the necessity of decentralization right then. At that time, I think it was Ravindra who was talking about it quite a lot. But nevertheless, it's also a sign of perhaps how these things need to be reiterated if they need to make an impact at all. So thank you very much for those opening remarks. We have next Akka Ishali, again, someone who really needs no introduction. She is a public speaker, belongs to Ondare.
Yes.
And will be speaking about securing representation of diverse identities in our city.
So congratulations, Environment Support Group. I was just thinking, Leo, this Habba should happen with people on streets, parks, bus stands, cruising sites, sex work spots, because ESG has come from that background. Knowing that you are a working class led human rights, occupying our spaces, which was not there for so many years. And because of the intervention of Environment Support Group, your intervention in courts, with people's movement, with social justice movement, talking about the importance of what is environment and people, what is environment and the economic system, what is environment and the political system that we are talking today. I think coming from that background, That was my suggestion. Let's do that still. Just 25 years. Silver Jubilee agide. And we want some big party as well. Idu salala, jasti dodda party bekagide. Yeah. Please come. I love to host. Yeah. I think the whole team has really sat here to do this program in such a colorful manner, bringing new people, new faces, new thinking, new perspectives, new ideologies concerned. I think I was remembering 25, 30 years ago, Leo, that I was born a male. I think I want to read this poem. It's very 4 lines. I'm not a male. I'm not a female. I'm not intersex. Let me decide my identity. So this phrase, which has brought as a poem, was 25 years ago. You were struggling as a community of your identity crisis because of your class, because of your caste, because of your profession, because of your culture, because of your existence, because of your identity, because of your representation, and many other stuff. 25 years ago, no one was worried about this community. It's the Hijra community which came together to fight, to get united, to speak about the larger social exclusion part of it. Those 25 years ago, I remember Bhargavi is here and Leo is here. Very few people and institutions which came forward to support the movement of sex workers, to support the movement of sexual minorities is concerned. Because 20 years ago, just 15 years ago, no one was there to speak about you, to talk about you, to sit next to you, to breathe next to you, to share joy, to share some feelings, to share some stories. No one was there. I remember the Kabban Park is a spot where I was a sex worker. I was a beggar, begging on panchor, begging on saris, begging, doing sex work on saris and having multiple clients. We occupied that space in Kabban Park saying that this belongs to sex workers and transgender community or the Hijra community. So later on, what happened? The rulers, the fundamental practitioners, people who want to strongly believe the politics of divide and rule. So they wanted to occupy the safer spaces of people. See, the name of metro construction, there is so much of displacement happened. And the direct effect was against sex workers, was against people who are in the street as vendors, for transgender people. So I think joining our hands together and fighting about this importance, why we should quit here, this belongs to us. So traditionally, culturally, in the name of state, you have been bifurcated and made displaced. So where are my people now? We lost Bhagyapalli Bhagirathama, we lost Kage Priya, we lost Bhagya, many people who were indulging in sex work. We were talking to Leo and team, I think at the ALF office. Illa Leo namda office now sex work madak aagta illa, police himse aagta hai, Kabban Park there is so much of problem. How do we handle and how do we deal this? So we had the space to discuss that point of time. And today the spaces have shrinked. Not only for sexual minorities or sex workers, it's because of your background that you come from, especially if you are in street, you are being discriminated. I think why I brought this concept, basically, we do have personal conflicts, personal power hierarchies, differences, ideological perspectives. I think keeping that as a part and bringing this institution to the forefront has really converged communities, converged like-minded thoughts, converged people's issues. I think that journey has begun from that day. And today, it's an ongoing struggle. You have seen what is happening in the Supreme Court of India. The government is against one community, grounds of gender identity and sexual orientation. And the state is saying that we will not support issues of sexual minorities. If that's the attitude of the state, we should question back, how can a state of majoritarian and a totalitarian can decide against one community's issue? So now I would want to say that it is a confliction between the constitutional authority. When I say this, it's a confliction between the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, and the civil society movement. Until you gain knowledge about this issue, I think be left out in the process, and then we are definitely not going to see development in 21st century. I think until you address the most marginalized section, I think streets should be occupied again back to reconverge, to occupy spaces, to occupy positions, to ensure that we belong to this state, this culture, this tradition, and this nation, of course, the globe. I just learned that so many presentations in the morning was extremely awesome. We learned so many things. As a sexual minority, I was not even aware about what is the importance of environment and environment justice. I think it's a time to all of us again to work with environment support group. As a community, we want to be with environment support group. Magadi Banni, party Marana, Ali Matondus Kalkon and Helta Aukasha Kotidike, Danyavada, Namaskara.
Thank you very much, Akai, for those and exemplary timekeeping. But I'm hearing you say two things. One is that you're here, that on the one hand, we've made great progress in terms of acknowledging a new vocabulary, a way of accepting people from, different diverse groups into mainstream political discourse. And I think that's a positive thing that you pointed to. You were generally also pointing to the fact that there is a shrinking of public spaces, which is a generalized problem. It's not a problem only for people of or sexual minorities alone. But we'll come to some of these questions perhaps in a minute or two. Let's press on with our panel. We'll move now to Dr. A.R. Vasavi, again, somebody who needs absolutely no introduction, a social anthropologist by training, had worked in the National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bangalore before she has moved to Nagavali in Chamarajnagara district and started an organization called Punarchit. So unlike those of us who are only talking about the environment, here is somebody who's actually working to restore a particularly degraded piece of land. And I'll leave her to tell you more about that.
Yeah, I won't be speaking about our work. Leo, the kind of topic that he allocated to me was about reimagining both socioeconomically secure and environmentally diverse or sustainable villages. So it's very broad. I just want to say, before talking about the new imaginaries that are required for rural India or for villages, one needs to look at what is problematic with the dominant imaginaries with which rural India is constructed and treated, and also the way in which agriculture especially is dealt with. These dominant imaginaries are primarily two or three. One is that there has been an inversion of the actual structures of rural India in the dominant imaginary, which is that instead of looking at the caste system as the major deficit of rural India, the caste structure, that is the caste basis of agriculture, has been consolidated and reproduced over the years. It has not been questioned at all. The inverse is that the very rich and sophisticated knowledge systems of agriculture, of ecology, which the morning, many of the speakers highlighted in the morning, that has been erased and eroded very substantially. And I think that is what much of the dominant system has done. Along with that are the two sort of universally accepted regimes or ideas. One is that the rural and agriculture are redundant. It's from the what is called the Lewisian paradigm, is that agriculture and the rural must give way to the urban and the industrial, and that is the pathway of, capitalism, etc., which you know from the Western experience. Matching all this has been the dominant Indian political system that has seen rural India, especially farmers, has both vote banks and has supplicants who must be treated and dealt with only during elections. So with that, only what are called populist programs, which are subsidies, announcing loan moratoria, announcing free electricity. And as you know, 2014, one of the biggest things that swung the vote favored the BJP was what was called Kisan Saman, which was giving 12,000 rupees per hectare for each of the families that owned land, and the vote, the rural vote was swept at that time. So along with that, there have been a whole load of regimes drawing from these four dominant paradigms in which the rural agricultural India is integrated very adversely into the urban and the industrial. I say this adversely because the extraction of resources, of labor, and even rural capital is at the great cost to the average farmer and to rural India. So this is what the dominant imaginary has been, and a dominant paradigm. The result of all this has been, as Leo and others have worked on and know, has been devastating ecologically. Extant vast tracts of rural India are now ecologically degraded, groundwater is in critical conditions,
soil, water, biodiversity loss has been huge, very tremendous. In fact, in the world mapping of bioresource loss, India itself has reached the critical levels. So devastating has been the ecological degradation. Along with this is the fact that these four paradigms neglect the landless laborers and the small and marginal farmers who form the majority of the population. In fact, 86% of all holders of rural India, the holdings are of small and marginal farmers, and the average size is only 1.15 hectares, which many of us refer to as handkerchief size, which is not viable, economically viable at all to be cultivated to give adequate annual income to any family at all. So these are really the problems that we're seeing recur again and again and manifested by suicide, seen as agrarian crisis or distress, but really summarizing what the dominant system has done to rural India. So in that context, Leo's challenge has been, how would you reimagine? What would you do to have ecologically secure, but I would say ecologically sustainable, but socially just and economically stable villages or farming households? One is, first of all, to inverse this dominant image is to see rural India as having very high potential, draw on its very sophisticated knowledge system. Somebody in the morning talked about Albert Howard, why the pioneer of the natural farming systems as a British colonial officer spoke so highly about India's rich knowledge, agrarian systems itself. To go back to that and then say, link it to the second one, which is the Lewisian paradigm, to say that transiting to urban industrial is not inevitable. In fact, all the degrowth, all the new kinds of theories in the West, people who are questioning dominant capitalist paradigms are saying that we know for sure that the urban industrial systems or areas don't have the capacity to house these large numbers of populations which would be forced to migrate out, which you're seeing happening, especially in Africa now. So in that context, the alternative imaginary is to then, if you must cater to rural, the landless and small marginal farmers who are the majority, and you need to address widespread ecological degradation, which includes now climate change, which is now one of the biggest factors that is affecting, adversely impacting both production and all kinds of standards, not just standards, livability itself, which is very huge amounts of health issues, which are not only COVID, but after COVID, we are seeing with increasing temperatures, all kinds of epidemics that have been spread in the rural areas. So if to address all these issues, the new imaginary is to bring together some landless laborers who can bring in labor as their resource. Very often in the paradigms, even in arguing for cooperative or group farming, labor is not factored in at all. So if it is only just if people can come into group farming with less than 1 acre, 1 hectare, can be pooled to form production units along with landless laborers, because landless workers are the ones who are actually running the agrarian systems. It is they who bring the knowledge and the labor into the systems. So if they can come together and form these units of production, in which instead of subsidies, which are very, very problematic, for example, the new direct bank transfer systems go only to those who have titles to big farmers. And I was just talking to Professor Reddy, and he spoke about how in Telangana, it's only big farmers who've mopped up huge amounts of funds. If the funds must go to these small and rural farmers, it can go for three things. One is where there is conservation of land, of soil, water, seeds, biodiversity. So you actually pay them for doing ecosystem services, which would also address the ecological question. Secondly, it would address the socio-economic dimension, because most marginal and small farmers and the landless laborers do come from the working class and the laboring class groups as such. That would be it. All the incentivizing production which is sustainable rather than productivity for the market, which would be to address India's biggest problem, as they say, the green revolution's success has become counterproductive to India, because we have huge amounts of wheat and rice stacked up, but not enough buying power by the working class to actually consume this product. So where crop planning, decentralized crop planning would make sure that only appropriate crops are grown in the ecologically sensitive areas or ecologically appropriate areas would bring about or question the whole productivity paradigm. So along with this, what you would see is that all the, addressing climate change, again in the morning it was talked about carbon fixing, etc. All of this could be done in these units.
And it would be a way in which not only the rural is seen, not only as a site of agricultural production, but also processing and value addition. Much of what we consume here now in urban India, much of the processing, whether it's rice to anything, the ultimate chips packet you have is done in the urban areas. In fact, processing value addition can actually move to rural areas and to what I call semi-urban areas. And that would also take the pressure off the urban areas. So with this, I want to say that the new imaginary really needs to invert what we have as the dominant system to look at not only ecological sustainability, but also social justice and economic stability over the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vasavi, for continuing what I believe is a voice of hope, which began with the very first speaker, and for offering us some of the new ways, and some of these new ways are actually old ways. I was in fact going to thinking while you spoke that, we had the visions of collectivization and so on much earlier, but of course that was a different moment. But now you're sort of saying that it can be brought back. Thank you so much for those thoughts. We'll move directly to Joe Attali of the Center for Financial Accountability, who is going to who has worked with the various movements across India, the Narmada Bachao Andolan, the National Association of People's Movements, and we'll be talking about transforming the world of finance.
Since it's very easy, I'm not going to kind of take much time. While I don't have any answer on what can transform the economy and finance, I want to share why economy needs a serious and radical transformation. Or an understanding of where we stand today is fundamental to thinking about what needs to be changed. It's an understatement to say that our economy is in shambles now. The credit goes back to the plans and programs we followed based on the neoliberal economic policies, but then taken to an all-time low by this government, where cronyism, corruption, fraud, and vulgar accumulation of wealth are legally sanctioned, valorized, and made it into a virtue in itself. Where has that led us to? Look at the economic indicators today. The unemployment rate is highest in 45 years. The GDP growth has been on a downward slide before 2019 with COVID-19, and with the national lockdown, that slide turned into a fall, sending India into a negative growth for the first time in 40 years. Retail inflation rates are still high, impacting the food and essential goods of common people. We can look at the rising household debt, wealth inequality, rampant accumulation of wealth and power, jobless growth, and the crisis of livelihoods. And all this will tell us about the economic state in which we are. Demonetization and the goods and services tax regime has broken the backbone of the informal sector, which employs nearly 90% of the workforce, and small traders, something which they never recovered from. The GST regime has also crippled the state governments in terms of their agility to find resources of their own to meet their needs, posing a serious threat to fiscal federalism. What does wealth inequality to tell us? Dr. Mohan Rao has already said about it. I'm not going to kind of repeat it. But in the process of we making so many billionaires, I mean, in the global hunger index, the country slipped down to 107 out of 121 countries. This is in addition to the crackdown on the civil society, criminalizing dissent, engineering communal polarization in a massive and planned manner, or the compromising of all key institutions in this country which could have and which played a role in the past to speak truth to the powers and hold them accountable. All of these are essential to this regime to promote and sustain the dream of Amritkal. While a Bofors rocked the government decades back, a Rafale jet deal or electoral bonds or PM cares or even a Hindenburg report is not even looked at with the seriousness it deserves and not pursued to the logical end by the media or judiciary. And the voices of opposition parties are either expunged or they are disqualified. The secrecy which is made to accept and silence board over these matters with ED and IT rates has further exacerbated the gap of accountability. Look at our banks and other financial institutions. Saddled by huge non-performing assets, the government had to resort to two things to make them look better. Massive write-offs of bad loans amounting to over 11 trillion rupees in the past 6 years were one of them. The majority of these bad loans belong to big corporations and
not students, farmers, or small traders, all of whom are harassed by recovery agents and many driven to take their lives. The other thing the government did to ensure that the banks maintain a required capital was to recapitalize the banks. Government recapitalized the banks with over 3 trillion rupees of taxpayers' money in the past 5 fiscals. Not only that bank lost common people's money in the bad loans, the government used taxpayers' money to recapitalize the banks, making it a double whammy for common people. While political interference and cronyism are key reasons for these massive bad loans, one of the other reasons is the lack of due diligence process independently by the banks, including looking at the social and environmental risks. But currently, they rely on the environmental clearance or forest clearance of the government. Government, in the meanwhile, removed the Parivesh website, which shared information about the environmental impact of projects. Apart from the traditional investors, the new breed of investors are the sovereign wealth funds, private equity funds, and the venture capital funds. A study done last year by our team reveals that just the sovereign wealth funds, real estate investment trusts, and private equity funds alone invested $146 billion between 2016 and 2020 in sectors like oil and gas, renewable energy projects, real estate, and large infrastructure projects, all of which are outside the purview of any regulatory mechanism to bring into some accountability in them. There are Indian private equity and venture capital investors, though in comparison to their foreign counterparts, they are small. A question which is asked to us often is, why should private investments come under public scrutiny? We believe that without 3 components, private entities can never make massive profits: tax subsidies, tax holidays, and tax waivers, all of which could have been used for the welfare of the citizens. 2, land and other resources at a very low price, if not for free. And finally, the public financial institutions largely bear the cost and take the risk of their businesses. While there is some focus on Indian commercial banks, however inadequate it is, what's done by the Indian Exim Bank using taxpayers' money in other countries is seldom reported or discussed. Until 2019, it invested over $24 billion in Asia and Africa, fueling land grabbing, massive promotion of agribusiness in energy projects and other large infrastructure projects. The impacts of these investments on people, climate, forest, and water bodies are rarely reported or debated in the country. Privatization of public services and institutions is at an all-time high. Institutions built decades back using public money were allowed to die slowly by the policymakers. Take the example of the state-owned BSNL. They were never allowed to bid for the 4G when it was introduced, saying that the private parties will not have a level playing ground. The situation remains the same even now with 5G. And then we all crib about the poor services of the state-owned company and switch to the private players. Or look at the public sector banks. In the State Bank of India, while VRS is encouraged, no recruitment is done for the past few years. That per employee customers in SBI is 1,900, while in HDFC it is only 501, ICICI 353, and Axis Bank 325. How can we expect a better service in SBI in comparison to its private counterparts? And poor service is often cited as a reason why SBI should be privatized. I'm skipping the part of the World Bank and IMF G20 and its Financial Stability Board, all of which is kind of behind the designs for countries like India. Thank you so much. India, being the presidency of the G20 this year, is not leaving any stones unturned, no walls unpainted, and no hoardings left without the photos of the Vishwaguru to make it a grand political spectacle using taxpayers' money, is unashamedly evicting slums, removing thousands of street vendors and waste pickers from cities wherever G20 events are happening for security and beautification process. While it looks daunting, the collective efforts of people have resulted in some changes in the past. 30 years back, when principles of accountability were at an early stage, the struggle in the Narmada Valley forced the World Bank out of Sadasava project, and the accountability mechanism inspection panel was instituted. Many in the audience have been a part of the struggle for decades. A people's campaign in 2018 forced the government to withdraw the financial resolution and depositors insurance bill, one of the three bills this government was forced to kind of withdraw. The bill would have made the depositors money to bail a bank out in case of its collapse. A bunch of fisher people from Kutch successfully challenged World Bank's immunity in US Supreme Court, allowing communities around the world to legally challenge the World Bank group in any court. Finally, any engagement with government to transform the economy or financial institutions requires a democratic space. At a time when that is missing, fighting for economic transformation requires fighting for a democratic space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe Atherley, for those stark reminders of the path we are traveling, not just in India, but worldwide, from what you told us. But of course, our struggle is particularly acute. And thank you also for ending on a slightly more optimistic note and giving us some clues as to what kinds of victories, however small they are, have been won through the national movements that you have been a part of. We'll move straight on to the next speaker, who is Dunu Roy. That's his dark name. He has a long name, which actually I don't know unless I look into my phone. So I'm going to skip that, but we all know him as Dunu, and he's been an activist. He's trained as a chemical engineer, but has been an activist in Delhi for a very long time. And will tell us perhaps is part of what's called the Hazard Center. And he is going to talk about imagining inclusive politics. Dunu.
No, that's a deep secret. You just have to imagine it. Yeah. Thank you, ESG, for allowing me to be part of this celebration. I also think it's time for a bit of reflection along with celebration. So I'll try and do that with your permission. The theme that has been given to me is imagining inclusive politics. Now, we live in a time where the imagined becomes real and the real becomes imagined. I thought the Mughals were there at one time. Now I'm told it's all imaginary. Fortunately, Tipu Sultan has survived because apparently some Vokaligers killed him some time ago. So they killed him. So Tipu Sultan survives. So he's still part of our reality. So this business of imagined and real, I think, is a trap. And it's a trap because something that was real at one time suddenly becomes imagined at another time. And there is this passage of time which we need to take into account. Professor Jasanoff implied that there were certain universal principles according to which an imagined politics could be constructed. I am not too sure. Perhaps there are not universal principles. Perhaps there are universal contradictions, and we need to address those. There are conflicts which we need to recognize as part of reality. So let me put to you three themes, and I'm purposely doing this because I'm also trying to address several of the issues that came up yesterday and in the panel discussion today morning. This is a very disappointing panel because there are no PowerPoints, so you only have to look at us, and we are not very powerful points. But let me try and put three themes, and please imagine them. Okay, the first theme is a politics which is self-corrective. Now, this is a politics that was adopted. Now, again, we don't know whether it's imagined or real, but apparently we are celebrating Amrit Kal. So it must have been real, 75 years ago, something happened. And that what happened was a moment when a certain self-corrective politics was put in place. What is this self-corrective politics? It is based on principles of liberty, fraternity, equality. And the Constitution is based on it. Unfortunately, the Constitution is also a pretty contradictory document. It's not all that clear on many issues, but at least it recognizes the individual liberty, the individual's right to equality, and the individual's right to fraternity. And much of our jurisprudence is based on that. And what Justice Yadav was saying today was that there is a system and we have to learn the rules of the game. Now, this is precisely the point, that the rules of the game were self-corrective, which is that you propose a particular jurisprudence, it may not work, then you propose another one to correct it, like the Forest Rights Act, for instance. It's a corrective act. The Environment Protection Act, the Water Pollution Act, the Air Pollution Act, these are all corrective acts. Something happens, the Bhopal accident happens, so corrective jurisprudence comes into place. But sometime in the night, and I should add that this self-corrective politics is possibly what made the work of ESG possible. That you could explore those niches of self-correction and say, do something about Narmada, do something about the power karmikas, do something about the Mysore infrastructure corridor, and so on. But I think what may have escaped your notice, so I'm bringing it back to your attention, is that sometime in the mid-90s, this self-corrective politics was replaced by a protective mentality politics. What is it? Suddenly, it was not the individual who was at liberty. It was the market which was free. It was not the individual who could claim equality. It was the market which claimed equity. And please notice the difference between these two words, equality and equity. Equity is a market share language. It is not equality. And fraternity, which was there for individual communities, started becoming global market fraternity. So there is a change, and therefore there's a change in the rules of the game, which we don't seem to have recognized. So what do we do? And this is the problem, that we are many of us are harking back and saying, let's go back to the self-protective politics. Let's resurrect that. That's democracy. This is not democracy. I'm only urging that there's possibly a third way of looking at it. And that third way of looking at it is reject the rules of the game. Why are we playing this game at all? Who made the rules? We didn't make it. And if we didn't make it, it's obviously not for us. So this is the new challenge. It's not a very new challenge, actually a very old challenge. And I'll end with the story from the Chhattisgarh Mines Shramik Sangh, way back in the 1970s. They were fighting for the livelihoods of 8,000 manual workers. And the mines were privatizing and mechanizing. And these 8,000 workers would have lost their jobs. What the union proposed was semi-mechanization. They changed the rules of the game. So they gave us the brief saying, prove that semi-mechanization is more valid. We could not prove it on economic data, but we proved it on environmental data. We said that mechanization will cause huge environmental problems, which manual will not. And that's how the union won the battle on semi-mechanization. So I think there's a lot of history that we have of how organizations have fought to change the rules of the game in their favor, not accept the system, not accept this jurisprudence. And I would state that not accepting these rules of the game means you have to construct new rules of the game, new politics, new sciences, and new technologies. You cannot use the old. New thinking has to come in. There are many examples of it. Sorry, there's no time, so I can't tell you about them. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dunu, for giving us those very hopeful thoughts. It's very easy for a panel like this to slip into a certain kind of nostalgia. Remember another time when things were, used to work, perhaps looking back much more favorably than they do now. But we have now been told to exactly use those tactics, if you like, to be able to combat what we are facing today. Thank you so much. We'll move straight on to Prem Chandavarkar. Again, somebody who needs no introduction in a city like Bangalore, has long been an architect and is a member of Chandavarkar and Thakur, the renowned architecture firm, but has also been head of the Srishti Manipal Institute for Design, and will be speaking to us on environmental limits to human endeavors. Prem. I can just take a second. It's Anubrato Kumar. That's his long name.
I started working on this topic. I was assigned environmental limits to human endeavors, and then found myself compelled to reverse the title, Human Limits to Environmental Endeavors. We've known about environmental limits since a long time, and an understanding best captured to me by the economist Kenneth Boulding in his classic paper of 1966, The Economics of the Coming Spaceship Earth, where he describes two possible kinds of economics. The first he calls cowboy economics, recalling the appropriation of the Americas by European settlers who assumed an infinite terrain of ever-expanding frontiers available for appropriation. And this is the dominant paradigm. The second is spaceship economics, that assumes a space so finite that every action must account for its impact on fellow inhabitants. Boulding argues that cowboy economics posits an open system where the priority is on expanding throughput and choice can be individualized. Spaceship economics accepts a closed system where the priority has to be sustaining the quality and quantity of stock within the system, and choice has to be collectivized in some form. The profound challenge we face is that we have a political system in which the legitimacy of governance rests on assuring an open system of continuous economic growth, combined with an interpretation of constitutional rights that foregrounds the individualization of choice. So we need a persuasive strategy that provokes systemic reform and lifestyle change, which brings us to the human limits. And persuasion is a challenge because nature is complex. And I use the word in a very specific sense, inspired by another classic paper, this one from the 1940s, Warren Weaver's Science and Complexity, in which he posits three categories of scientific problems. The first he calls organized simplicity, where the entire system can be captured in a conceptual model of scientific law. The second is disorganized complexity, where the system is so disaggregated that understanding is possible only through statistical techniques. The third is organized complexity, where organization in the system does not directly ensue from a priori scientific law, but emerges over time through interaction of the parts of the system with each other and with context. This occurs because the system possesses a capacity for emergence of order through iterative evolutionary spirals of experiential pattern recognition. Living systems, in other words, nature, tend to be characterized by organized complexity. This makes nature a non-linear system, which means there are no determined chains of cause and effect, for emergence in its experiential discovery of pattern can divert down unforeseen paths. There is no direct correspondence between input and output. Large inputs can result in insignificant output, and small inputs, especially when they exponentially coalesce, can cause system-changing output. Therefore, and this is the core part of the human limits, rational argument to incentivize large change is hugely challenging, for you cannot offer anyone an assurance that an action towards lifestyle change will result in a specific benefit within a predictable period of time. We must accept nature as a complex, non-linear system of which we are a part, realizing our cause has limits if hope rests solely on a communicative rationality that builds consensus on public interest and adopt an ethics and language of organized complexity. To this end, I offer 5 propositions. Many of these are thoughts borrowed from others, but time places limits on offering detailed citations. I'd be happy to share them in subsequent conversation. Number 1, the strategic logic of organized complexity and emergence is not new to us. We are not schooled in the way of emergence, but perhaps because we are not schooled that way, we forget that it is the way we intuitively live. Our social relationships, our culture, are products of emergence. Emergence is the only way ideas go viral, and urgency demands virality. We must seek to inclusively institutionalize the connections, feedback loops, pattern recognition, and network logic that catalyze emergence. Number 2, we must discard modernity's assumption of a disenchanted world in which we are the only sentient beings. The sentience of nature is revealed in a recalcitrance that becomes evident in larger timescales, and the visibility of this has been exponentially increasing in recent times. We must discard the detached ego-based consciousness we are schooled in and reschool ourselves in a participating consciousness that is moved by the magic of the world it is embedded in. Number 3, nature is not a purely scientific fact out there. It is actively shaped by our inner imagination. We tend to equate it with wilderness and therefore construe its presence in the city as an aesthetic spectacle we may enjoy rather than an ecological presence we must respect. We must recognize that the shrub we plant in our garden and the weed that spouts in a pavement crack are worthy of the same wonder we grant to a primal forest. Number 4, we must move beyond the language of rational persuasion and adopt the language of joy. A message of science, statistics, and moral exhortation, while true, is weighty and demobilizing. Joy is light, energizing, and anchored in something larger than ourselves. And we must embark on a mission to sensitize people to the joy they may discover in how their environment echoes the miracle of their own consciousness. Number 5, joy demands the language of poetry. If we feel that poetry is intimate, subjective, and distanced from politics, we have not learned the lesson available in our history, the role Mahatma Gandhi played in India's freedom movement. Gandhi is recognized for his ethics and politics, but sadly insufficiently recognized for his poetics. One of his major contributions to the movement was his ability to translate the spirit of Swaraj into poetic metaphors such as spinning wheels and salt. This made the message more accessible, lent unity to a diverse set of struggles, and empowered embodied participation by a multitude. I do not need to speak on environmental limits to this audience. As friends of ESG, you are the converted, already warriors to the cause. While we must persist with rational persuasion on environmental limits, especially to those possessing influence, I end offering the humble suggestion that we also recognize human limits to environmental endeavors and embrace complexity and emergence. Thank you.
Thank you once more for laying out a prescription of sorts, and not just for analyzing the problems that we are facing. Thank you very much for that. We'll have time to come back to these questions during the discussion, I hope. I move straight on to Dr. Satyajit Mayer. until recently the director of the National Center for Biological Sciences, but continues to be at the National Center, and who will talk to us about academia and transformations to sustainability.
Well, thank you, Janaki, and also Leo for inviting me to come and speak on this occasion of the 25th year of ESG. I mean, that in itself is a remarkable achievement, and and being at the other end, which is at the academic end, I can only salute the energy, the real commitment that you've had for this whole idea of sustainability in a very difficult time. And I hope the next 25 years is something that one hopes will bring some change to the assault that we are seeing on the planet, and the ability for as Prem was mentioning, an enchanted view of the systems that we live in, instead of a sort of anthropocentric perspective. But the topic that you had asked me to speak about, academia and the transformation to sustainability, I mean, that's a huge task. And so I just wanted to make a few points, and perhaps some things will come up in discussion. So a couple of things that I wanted to first of all sort of deconstruct for myself is, what does one mean by when one says academia and the transformation to sustainability? So one thinks about academia as education and educators, research and researchers, and of course, people who apply the fruits of both, which is the fruits of education and research. That is, people who use it and apply it for both transformation positively and for extraction. And I think in all these domains, academia, which is this whole collective, is in the business of making the so-called experts. And it is, in fact, I feel the real the problem here, that these experts are pronouncing various judgments about, and also various diktats on what should happen. And in fact, the tyranny of experts, I feel, generated through our academic systems, is something that I feel must change if you're going to think about sustainability on this planet. Experts, and I think, I was speaking to Bhargavi, and I think she mentioned, Sheila had also said this yesterday, that experience versus expertise. And I think the solution of how academia and the transformation sustainability can be construed is if one thinks about expertise with experience. And this is something I feel we must bring into our academic institutions. Think about how an interdisciplinary thinking with respect to experience builds people and people's imagination in thinking about how one can think about how one can bring about solutions. I mean, one can just list a number of catastrophes that have happened because of the so-called expertise. In fact, the Narmada Bachao Andolan was a consequence of experts coming together to bring in the expertise of the local people around the Narmada. And in fact, some of my friends and colleagues that I was at college with were part of this movement as well. And they listened very deeply to to the people who had experience of what was the transformations that could happen. However, if you look at today, we are seeing a second, well, I mean, we've seen many, but we're seeing one more catastrophe, and that is the whole extractive system of creating palm oil plantations in the Nicobar Islands. I mean, I cannot imagine a destructive program of this nature that is happening under our eyes with all these experts of different stripes sitting in the room. Of course, somebody must have made these decisions for the palm oil plantations to have gone ahead as a major program of this government to literally plunder the incredible richness and diversity that exists in the Nicobar Islands today. So, I mean, in the next 25 years, we're not going to see any of that if these plantations proceed. So then how does one begin to connect and create systems where one can also begin to transform the academia? And I can talk from some experience that from some things that we have been doing in our own institution, which was the National Center for Biological Science. We have tried in many ways to build a fora for thinking and engaging in conversations about Bangalore's sustainability and working with the Azim Premji Foundation, working with APU, Biome, NCF, and many such organizations, and including with ESG, to create a forum that we call the Bangalore Sustainability Forum, where we want to bring in people who are working on the ground, people who are working at the grassroots level, people who are working in sort of perhaps in silos, to bring about at least a dialogue amongst different organizations, including the government stakeholders, to begin to consider, what does sustainability mean in the context of the air, water, biodiversity, and most importantly, and more pressingly, climate resilience of a city like ours. And this is where I think research organizations can bring in the so-called experts, but they will be able to listen to people who have experience and create a structure, create sort of structures that can perhaps inform what sustainability might be about. And I'll end by saying that I think transformation also specifically in sustainability must be thought through when one is creating programs for educating the next generation. I mean, the next generation is in fact going to be at the receiving end of everything that's unsustainable. And if I feel one doesn't equip the next generation with thinking about also the reality of today, which is not necessarily that of the world, considering climate change and its mitigation as a priority. In fact, it seems to be the very opposite. But how does one equip younger people to have a sense of what can make a difference? And here I think transformative programs that can bring an understanding of how biological systems work, how biological systems have a sense of their own sustainable existence. That's something which I feel could bring in a new dimension into thinking about how academia can tie this together. And I'd be happy to discuss this specific aspect in any conversation later. But thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you once more for outlining yet another register on which certain forms of interdisciplinarity can perhaps challenge the tyranny of experts. But I just want to throw into this discussion, and perhaps we can take it up when we have the more general discussion, that what we're witnessing today is also a capacity for people, for the political establishment, to actually ignore the expert. Even though the expert is called in to provide the kind of legitimacy that governments need. We've seen this most recently in the case of the Western Ghats, I think, and we will continue to see such examples later as well. So, that's something we need to also perhaps put our minds to. I would like to call on Asma Nasir, who's the editor of the Salar Times, who's going to talk to us about a very important subject of expressing freedoms fearlessly from the perspective of someone who has long worked in the world of print journalism.
Good afternoon, everybody. The topic that I have been given is expressing freedoms fearlessly. But before that, I think I'd want to congratulate Leo and Bhargavi and ESG. Seriously, I mean, I know Leo for the last 40 years now. We've been childhood friends, and Sudha is here. And I think Margaret is missing, but who would have thought? So it is my privilege, and I feel so proud to be here, so proud of the work ESG is doing, and so proud to be associated with all of you. In gatherings like this, when we talk about expressing freedoms, I mean, somehow, always we end up with this topic. It's almost become cliched that when we have a gathering of people, that we should talk about how difficult it has become for us to express freedoms. And at the same time, it is so sad, because this is something that we should have sorted out at least a couple of centuries ago. I mean, in the 18th century, maybe we should have told, okay, freedoms, non-negotiable. Expressing them fearlessly, non-negotiable. We have done this, we have done and dusted, now we move on. But today when we talk about it, generally we hear people saying that there's too much freedom. And this too much freedom has become detrimental to our values. It has led to indiscipline. It is some kind of a precursor to all the chaos that is happening. And when we look at it, it also sounds perfectly reasonable. Because this is what we have been taught as children. Don't ask questions. Respect authority. Adults know better. Teachers know better. And of course, parents know better. The boss knows better. Then why shouldn't the state not know better? So when we talk about expressing freedoms, what we're actually doing is putting ourselves against everything that we have been indoctrinated into, what we have been taught. And believe me, that is not an easy place to be. So when we're talking about expressing freedoms, we're not just talking about the media, though I know I've been invited here as a media person, but expressing freedoms has somehow become a way of challenging every kind of authority. You don't want to study something, you want to study something else. You want to hold this job and not that job. You don't want to go to church or temple or mosque, wherever you don't want to go to. You want to marry the person you love. In every situation, you're actually challenging the established norm. Very early in life, I remember reading that the personal is political. Today, the political has become very, very personal. We are being told what to eat, what to wear, where to go, who to go with, where to live, where not to live, where you will not be allowed to live, who to love, who to marry. In fact, politicians are even telling us how many children we should have so that we can uphold the glory of this nation. And should you cross that undefined line, and that line is very undefined, because nobody knows, when we are going to cross that line. I mean, just look at last year around this time, the hijab was one of the biggest issues in this country. And today, after about 70,000 girls have dropped out of schools and colleges, our politicians are telling us that in this election, hijab is a non-issue. This undefinable line changes, according to the time of day, the month we are in, what the season is, what election is coming, who is fighting, what is at stake. And should we cross this undefinable line, whether by intent or just accidentally, then what you're doing is not just putting your job, your security, your comfort, but sometimes your lives and the lives of your dear ones in danger. And today things have come to such a pass that merely existing, breathing, speaking, seeing, hearing is seen as an affront to the state. I think it was Mussolini, long ago I remember reading this, and this one sentence stuck with me. The state is everything. And without the state, we don't have a place to exist. And today, anybody will tell us that when we express our freedoms, it is not a safe, comfortable, or even a desirable place to be. Yet, on the other hand, today, there is a crying need to express freedoms, because it is precisely when our freedoms become unsafe, because when expressing freedoms becomes unsafe or uncomfortable, it is also most required. In situations where being free, speaking your mind, or saying what you believe in becomes reasons for incarceration or even the gallows, it is exactly at this point that you need to speak freely and fearlessly. Because when you express your freedoms, whether personal or political, you're actually reclaiming a part of yourselves. So that brings us to the question that I have been given. Can we express freedoms fearlessly? My answer is yes. And this is not because we are brave. It's not because we want to take on authority. It is not because we want to be heroes. It is simply because there is no choice. The opposite of being free, okay, I'll finish. The opposite of being free, as all of us know, is slavery. And Shakespeare long ago asked us, is there anyone here who would rather be a slave? Julius Caesar. So today we need to push with whatever we have to safeguard our freedoms, if necessary, with our lives. And when we do that, oftentimes we find that we are not alone, because this desire for freedom is innate in all human beings. And no matter what the cost, we as a species have always attained that freedom. Right at the beginning, I said, when we talk about freedoms, it is not an easy place to be. But is it a worthwhile place? Yes, it is. And I will end by quoting Faiz. I'm a big, you can say I'm a Faiz Bhakt. A beautiful line from Faiz that I fall back on very often, which says, Lambi hai gam ki sham, magar sham hi to hai. It is a long night, but it is just a night. Thank you.
I must thank you again, Asma, for those words of hope, especially the words on which you ended. We will take this forward and to a conclusion with the little talk by Anand Yagnik, who is an advocate. And he is going to talk to us about making justice central to decision-making. Anand?
You can't hold this discourse in Ahmedabad, Leo, because thank you, Leo and Environment Support Group to invite me all the way from Gujarat, Ahmedabad. Unfortunately, I know Narendra Bhai and Amit Bhai. We call them Fafada and Jalebi. I know Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General, who has established vulture jurisprudence, because we all are vultures from the days of Corona, and crores of laborers who are migrating in search of their parent town. I know Bimal Patel, who is constructing the 9th Delhi, because from maternal side, he happens to be my cousin brother. However, we call him the architect of a Hitler. You know, Leo, leave aside this subject. I am a misfit screw as far as this panel is concerned, because I'm a lawyer, was never interested in academics. I'm a man of action and reaction. Must have filed more than 278 public, social, and environment interest litigations, together with my commercial practice. Gandhi Ashram is now owned by the government of Gujarat. Vidyapith is now run by our governor, Acharya Devrat. Gandhi Mandir, established in Gandhinagar, is only meant for Justice Gogai, the greatest judge that we have ever come across. And Niti Ayog's, those barking human beings who run the country. These are not the places now meant for us. And IIMs and INIDs, ATIRAs, Joy knows, have become subservient to the political dispensation of the day because their autonomy was taken away by the legislation of 2018. So when we wanted to hold a meeting in support of farmers, when they were opposing the legislation, not a single institution provided us with their premises. When we wanted to support Kagaj Nahi Batayenge movement, CAA NRC, would you believe the High Court of Gujarat in 17 litigations thought that this is not the time to hold a public meeting, in spite of the fact that the greatest judgment rendered by a constitution bench of Supreme Court way back in 72 on the freedom of expression is with respect to a rule that was challenged, constituted or rather framed by a police commissioner of Ahmedabad, denying public meeting and processions. One must know that since 75, we do not have regulations regulating public meeting and processions, and therefore the enabling provision of Section 33 of the Bombay Police Act cannot be enforced. Those of you who know the law also knows very properly that in order to implement the legislation, you have to have rules, because rules provide the expansion of the area left behind by the legislature to the discretion and the wisdom of the executive. We don't have that rules. Now, leave aside all these things. I'm too happy, and I would love to invite Infosys and Azim Premji in Gujarat to have such auditorium so that we can discuss how greatly we are denied the freedom of expressions. Because I heard the ex-mayor discussing about Marxism. Gentlemen, you are a Naxalite. You have recently killed a policeman 2 days ago. So you must be behind the bar. This is what Gujarat model is about. 5 instances. I know I have a limited time. I'm looking at you. When I look at her and the rules framed by her, I'm always reminded by the judge who left us and the judges who always scold upon us. Mr. Yagnik, in nutshell, what is the matter? If philosophy sunne ke liye idhar hum nahi aate. You must have come across a news that in Kutch and Devbhoomi Dwarka district, many fishermen's houses have been demolished in Gujarat. These are predominantly Muslim fishermen who have been residing on the sea coast from Jakhau to Dwarka, from Dwarka to Porbandar, the birthplace of Mahatma Gandhi. We have about 400 fishermen villages. Our national security advisor, for reasons best known to him, visited the coastal area. Mr. Adani's port only had 20,000 kilos of heroin, and he was not even questioned. They decided after the visit of National Security Advisor that all those Muslim villages on the seacoast of Gujarat, starting from Jakhau to Mundra to Devbhoomi Dwarka, Porbandar, and so forth, are a national security threat because they are Muslims. They don't say they are Muslims, but they want to say that. They are illegal because they have established themselves on a government land. Those of you who know coastal regulation zone notification know that certain portions is owned by the government of India. But beyond that, I have started, so I will end up, don't worry. and the remaining portion belongs to the state. This civilization of fishermen is there for last more than 200 to 400 years. Britishers have accounted for it. Portuguese have accounted for it. However, what has happened is that village, as it is divided into two parts, residential and cultivable land, they are not part of the residential land. However, they've been residing there on the government land, but they are encroacher because they don't own the land. In 70s and 80s started the movement of extending the Gramatar, that is residential area of the village. And with a clear-cut observation that the fishermen are integral part of the civilization. Thank you very much for accepting this by the state. By virtue of their profession, they have to be on the sea. They are supposed to fish. They are scattered. They stay in the hutments. They are not part of the regular civilization. However, it is now obligation on our part because we are also inviting them for election and the voting. This is what is stated in the document of the state. So let us integrate them into residential land of a village, have them part of it. That movement remained on the paper, did not happen. So we have predominantly Muslims and Hindu villages across the coastal area. What has happened is that two things happened. 93, the Bombay blast, you know, the RDX passed from coastal Gujarat, not single Muslim assisted the passage of it and participated in any manner whatsoever. Then 26/11, not a single Muslim participated in the same. We have a drug problem now. 60% in every 6th or 7th young person, including in the National Law University of Gujarat and all colleges, they take drugs. And whenever I am depressed by virtue of losing some important matter because of contribution of judiciary as a state and not as a institution of justice, my juniors who have studied in such a good institution tell me, "Ghas poos chahiye, thikane aa jayega dimag." So they are not enemy of the state, but the Muslims are, because they may participate in drugs, they may participate in ISI, with ISI, they may participate in that, and therefore they have to be removed. Just as Mathura's temple has a, the mosque of Mathura has a Shivling, these Muslim fishermen will establish themselves in the Devasthan called Dwarika and the adjoining area. We must resist now because we are in a state where Hindutva also is an integral to Article 14. Leo, you must understand, Hindus and Muslims must have equal right of Article 14. So far, Hindus have been discriminated against. And therefore, now is a state where Article 14 must come into operation, and bulldozer jurisprudence is an integral to Article 14. Now is only the state which is equal because Hindus are now respected. If you don't, go to Pakistan. These settlements were not regularized. We have 4 Muslim villages, we have 2 Hindu villages. Now the fishing activity is divided into religion in a Gujarat model, which is a known activity. So we are not surprised by the same. And let me tell you, Leo, when we have a problem in Gujarat, Anand Yagnik doesn't go to collector and the IG police. I go to RSS office and seek their assistance. Vandana ji, who is almost my mentor, must understand that the law does not run from the constitution or the barrel of the gun. Law runs from the office premises of RSS. So in order to seek assistance for a rehabilitation and resettlement, we are visiting the RSS office now. So all these discussions beyond a point are meaningless. We have been approaching Gujarat High Court. I will end up in 2 minutes. Don't worry. I'm not going to take up Nirma, Adani, SEZ, Reliance, and so forth. I prepared a lot, but time is a constraint. Because they are all the pillars of Gujarat model, and we need to understand, in order to understand what Fafda and Jalebi are going to do in Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. These settlements, in spite of 3 litigations, were not regularized. They were ready and willing to pay price. These settlements have price of the land. These settlements have Pradhan Mantri toilets for Swachhata. These settlements have Anganwadi to strengthen our children who are deprived for 60 years of basic nutrition immediately after they take birth. It is only now, since 2014, that the children of India are getting nutrition. Now they are going to get millet. This is a Amrut Kal, a millet year. So we have Anganwadis, we have primary schools, we have all Pradhan Mantri yojanas implemented in this illegal settlements. We also have temples, we have Pujari's house, we have many other Hindu house. So you have a public distribution system, you have schools, you have Anganwadis, you have Pradhan Mantri toilets and everything. In spite of the fact that in the High Court, Advocate General gives an assurance that we will undertake rehabilitation and resettlement, we know that these people are absolutely without any history sheet in the police station. And therefore, since they have given an undertaking that if our presence, leave aside our religion, is required for us to get out of the coastal area and to ensure security of the state, we shall get out. We are so obliged, is what Advocate General states in the High Court, and that we said certainly to undertake given the policies that we have at present. Within days of this assurance, Jakhau goes, a couple of villages of Devbhoomi Dwarka are demolished. Many Hindu temples and places where Hindus reside are kept completely untouched, even in those villages, and they are standing on government land. Hindu fishermen villages are completely untouched because they are not security threat to the nation. For demolition, the deployment of 1,200 to 1,500 policemen is there. Only 200 JCBs provided by Congress and BJP politicians, Leo. Because majority of the contractors of Adani and Ambani are Congress politicians. What a great combination that we have, the Gujarat model. Therefore, they must not get even 50, 45 today. They must get 0 so that they will learn a lesson. That's what I believe. Having had, the day I entered in my profession of law, we lost Congress ruled state. And for last more than 27 years, we have a present political dispensation. We know how do we believe and what I believe. We are waiting for an FIR and to be arrested. That's all. All these Muslim villages have been demolished. Hindu villages have not been touched. The places constructed by Hindus within these villages are absolutely untouched. Masjids have gone, dargahs have gone, everything has gone. The resolutions of the state of Gujarat, the circulars and the guidelines of rehabilitating them, providing them with the customary rights, providing them with rehabilitated with Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana on the sea coast. Okay. By 2022, all poor men were to be given a housing. Nahi diya. So after demolition, during Ramzan, after होली, क्योंकि होली हमारी बिगड़नी नहीं चाहिए, रमजान का जो होना है हो जाए. We filed litigations for rehabilitation and resettlement. We are told by the brothers of our great judge who wanted us to be within the four corners of law, and rightly so. Not that this is a sarcastic comment. I respect him. He has given one of the finest judgments, but his brothers are not. We are told that, Mr. Yagnik, this is a public interest litigation. Those poor who have resided in the 50 years can't be paid a premium by rehabilitation and resettlement. They have stayed on the government land for 50 years. What more you can expect? So you must have earned. With your earning, purchase a land elsewhere. This is what the reaction is. What is your right after demolition to claim rehabilitation and resettlement? Forget about the assurances given by the state. They are neither here nor there. So regulations, justice system, and everything. This is what the last issue that we have been facing, not to get depressed upon, but to go on and on. Many things to share, but time constraint. Grateful that you have extended, you have stopped that watch. But there are two things that inspire us. One is Mahatma. When he laid the movement for securing equal wages for white workmen of the mines and the non-white. In his first rally, the 11,000 workmen were standing behind him. When he started walking towards those horses with the police and the guns, nobody walked along with him. They took time. And the Gandhiji, when he came back from a Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi to Mahatma Gandhi from South Africa, he narrated this incident to many. And it inspires us by saying that if you want a justice and there is nobody to support you, when you look back, that void is a source of inspiration, and therefore keep walking. One. And a very famous statement by Rabindranath Tagore, which we say in Gujarati, Tari haq suni jo koi na aave to eklo jane re. When you call for assistance, if nobody turns up, then you walk that lane alone. Thank you very much. Leo, my promise to you, when you want to hold such session, I will be next to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think despite the pessimism and despite distancing yourself from the rest of this panel, it has worked wonderfully. We've had really marvelous ideas thrown up here, very important ones. Some people have already left us, but we do have how much time? About 15 minutes for discussion. It's 15 minutes we have, yeah. So I think I should not take. So here's what I suggest. I suggest that we collect a few questions, and they can be directed at the panel as a whole, or they can be directed at specific speakers. But we'll take a few questions at a time so that people are given a chance to answer as they think fit. I was going to say a few things, but I think there really is no time, and I think people in the audience should have some time to themselves. So let's have questions here. And if you can keep them as questions rather than as long commentaries, that would be also very helpful, given the constraints of time. So please do make your questions sharp and short. And if you could introduce yourself, that would be useful as well.
Hello. Thank you for this really extraordinary panel. I learned so much. My name is Pariru. I'm a PhD student. I'm a fourth-year PhD student at Harvard University. Since I thought this panel was fascinating because of its constant interplay of politics and governance and kind of reflecting on the current political moment. I want to ask, I guess, the panel at large and whoever has thoughts on this about the increasing scientization and technologization of governance, and all of you to some degree have spoken about it, the rise of expertise, the rise of technology, the rise of the scientific lens with which to see things like ecological problems, et cetera, et cetera. How do you think that quote unquote progressive vision sits hand in hand with the extremely conservative ideology of the current political party. So, how do you think this neutrality of progressivism, modernism is able to coexist with very explicitly conservative right-wing modes of political operation of this party? Some help in understanding this contradiction as it's playing out in politics would be very helpful and interesting.
Can we take 2 or 3 questions? So we'll move directly on, and meanwhile, the panelists can think about what they would like to respond.
Hello, my name is Swapna. I'm a dentist by profession. And my question here is more to you, ma'am, Janki ma'am, that when we are actually facing from since 2014, there has been an orchestration of the change of history in its place, from the change of the name of states to like the recent one here proposed in Karnataka is Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences is going to be named as something else. So basically, there's a whole change of the facts of the past to whatever they or whoever wants it to change. And as the largest democracy, people like me are simply sitting and watching this. And I don't know by the time my children and grandchildren come, what will be the story of the past that will be there for them. So it's a collective thing that I'm asking. So where are we headed, including the last speaker that spoke of? Brazen things happening, but that's the new history that we are all witnessing. So as a history, what is this that we are actually witnessing by being silent?
Can we take at least 2 more questions?
I'm Satya. My name is Satya Prakash Varanashi. And, well, basically an architect. I'm doing a couple of other things. Well, I've just added one more sub-question based on what the lady there just now said about technology and science. Yesterday also we discussed about this, what I was always calling as the implication of the expertise, but I heard Satyajit saying tyranny of experts, and it's not good for sustainability. Thank you very much, and fully agree with you on that. Though it's a radically radical statement. Now we know that expertise is an outcome of what we can call a specialization, and there are many other words, but specialization has led to expertise. One common word I picked up from all of you today in this panel is imagination. Now, of course, we all know, and we have been talking of new imaginations, and we all know how imagination has contributed to the human society at large across many millennia. Now the second question part, or I can say first question, and I'm basically going to ask Satyajit about this. See, with the artificial intelligence coming in now, and of course, it's an outcome of science and technology and many other innovation and many other issues. What implication it may have on this whole idea of imagination? And the idea of imagination, the way it has shaped our society, governance, law, justice, everything can come under this. So there may be a major implication on all this over the coming centuries. And if that's the case, where are we standing by discussing all this now?
We'll take one more question and then we'll request the panelists to respond.
So this is not specific to anyone here, but then collectively, even including ESG. I've been witnessing the kind of discussion that's been happening from yesterday. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Ferdinand. Currently, we are running a small inclusive learning space. So I'm coming from the background of the consciousness, the awakening of this consciousness as early as possible in schools. So is there anything that we can collectively think of, come up with, and then enter the schools so that we have, like yesterday, professor was talking about one of the schools being involved in the environmental cleaning up programs and things like that. So I was just loud thinking, and I just wanted to say that to everyone here. So can we look at that, and then what can be done in that direction? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. So may I request whoever feels able to answer these questions should actually go ahead. I'll come to the one that was addressed to me towards the end. We need a mic here, I think. Oh. Is it working?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I think Satya's point and your point was somewhat related. What I didn't fully understand was when you said progressivist, could you repeat that? You mean the sense that scientific and technological drivers are going to drive modernity and progressive, quote unquote, yeah, and progression, yeah. Well, I think, I mean, the idea that scientific and technological innovation alone is going to be in any way, well, it's seen to be improving our lot, but in the absence of any participatory engagement, I mean, I don't see how this can be a never-ending cycle. I mean, a never-ending sort of narrative. So I'm not so sure. I mean, merely having science or and technology is certainly not going to be in that direction. And therefore, I think a government which seeks to use science and technology as an excuse for bringing in all kinds of aspects of binding and regressive politics. I mean that in my sense is not contradictory at all. That's my view. So one can use science and technology to do that. And just as in AI, I think one could use AI in many different ways, which are not necessarily going to be bad, but how does one begin to have a discourse and dialogue about the applications of these incredibly transformative technologies? I mean, I think that's the most crucial thing. I mean, it's also like the discussions around nuclear energy and its application. So if people's participation is going to be completely divorced from thinking about science and scientific developments, we're going to have we're going to be in the same state. I mean, AI is going to be just as regressive as what we are seeing now, or maybe more. And it will certainly facilitate the current situation.
I'll try and attempt to bring all the 4 questions together, because I think underlying all the 4 questions, there's a certain middle class morality, if I may say so. Why I say this, you talked earlier that experts designed Narmada. It's only partly true. Actually, the first bunch of experts rejected the dam because they said black cotton soil is not good for irrigation. So they shouldn't make these dams. But the moment that happened, they got a new bunch of experts. So there are experts and experts. No? And we've seen that in the Char Dham thing just now. The Ravi Chopra committee rejected the roads in Joshima. So immediately they got another committee. They rejected the Ravi Chopra committee. So there are experts and experts, and a lot of the middle class think if only we could be the experts on the sides of the people, things would change. I'm sorry to say you are living in dreamland. Why? Because the agency of the middle class, that time is over. It was there at a time of independence. It's no longer there because fascism has taken over. And the middle class historically sits quiet during fascism. They don't want to disturb their life. So we have to look at new agents. And my suspicion, I may be wrong, My suspicion is that the new agency is going to come from the laboring poor and the minority, because they are the victims. And all that the middle class can do, the sympathetic middle class, is to say whether you're going to be on their side or not. It's as simple as that. You know, Yagnik has taken a position. So that's what the middle class can do. They can't do more than that. They can't imagine that they're going to really change education or change modernity or change science. They're not going to be doing it. And I would only urge, therefore, that at least in my life, I have seen it. So I would urge that if you are interested, you should see it. The enormous creativity that lies in the lap of labor. I mean, it's incredible. It's not just artisanal creativity. It's, creativity of the mind to think, to rebut, to challenge, to criticize. If we don't bring that into the discussion and keep talking about middle class aspirations, I think we are lost. Frankly.
I would,
I'm sorry.
specifically to the first person who asked the question. When you talk about this whole IT thing, digitization of India, okay, in the last few days, we've been hearing about, history being rewritten, different chapters being dropped out of, the syllabus. For me, the most shocking thing was not the Mughals, because anyway, Mughals are going to go, and sometime Tipu Sultan will also go. For me, the whole thing was like, how did they drop Darwin out of the syllabus? I mean, like, what had Darwin done? So when we're talking about a system which is not inherently progressive. Okay. So we're not talking about a system which is progressive in any way. So what is happening is, just because we have IT and we have now the Aadhaar card, which was there, and the PAN card before that, and all this, these numbers by which we are defined today, they are, in my opinion, personally, are just a means of surveillance. And if you're going to use, IT to actually, keep tabs on people, so that is the way to go. If something else comes tomorrow, they're going to use that and they're going to drop IT. So it is not, I would not personally see IT as, this whole digital India as a way of, India progressing. I would just think of it as, some way to keep, tabs on people. Now, your Aadhaar card and your PAN card has to be linked tomorrow. Your Aadhaar card, PAN card, voter ID, and your phone number has to be linked. I mean, things are going to go in that way. So then there's something really interesting that I found, which I can just take a moment and read. I also tried out this chat GPT thing just to see, what it is all about. And I logged in and I said, what is Bharat Jodo Yatra? And this is what came up. It said, Bharat Jodo Yatra is a political campaign launched by the Bharatiya Janata Party in India. I mean, this is what I got, and I kind of used it as my Facebook cover for a very long time. It is to unite the people of India and strengthen the country's cultural and social fabric. The Yatra involves BJP leaders and workers traveling across different regions of the country to connect the people and spread the message of national unity and integration. The campaign also focuses on highlighting the achievements of the BJP-led government and the efforts towards building a strong and prosperous India. This is what, this is what the artificial intelligence is, and this is what it threw up. So we have not progressed. I'm sorry.
So with the help of Dr. Satyajit Meyer, I want to digitalize Ganesha. Sir, tell me whether Ganesha is a reality or myth. Was the operation on Ganesha possible 2000 years ago? If the lady who does PhD from Harvard, where if you discussed about, this is not to you in particular, but when you discussed about the present situation in Harvard or Yale or Columbia, that secularism is only confined to the letters of the law, according to the political dispensation of the day, you are bound to get a scholarship, sir. But when you criticize that no, Ganesha is a myth, and the operation could not have happened, then the actual question would be that a rabbit can be implanted in a human being in United States, but in 2000 years ago, you can't envisage this situation in India. Sir, let us digitalize Ganesh. Help me, sir. Please, sir. We are in a technological era, technological revolution, Amrit Kal. Let us do it. And then they come to the environmental issue of connecting through Ramasetu between Sri Lanka and India. Do you believe that Ramasetu existed, sir? It's an island where I can't go and you do not want India to develop, sir. What are you? You are a man of science or a man of regression, sir? Please answer that. You'll have to take a position now. When it comes to taking a position, let me tell you, majority of us do not take a position against the dispensation of the day. Simple. Abhi Ramaseta ka, Samase O Sanstha ka, Sanatan Dharma ka, if 50 representatives come here, 90% of us would run away.
I have to interrupt you here because we do have questions to be answered and other
Thank you, ma'am.
panelists to speak. I was wondering if Vasavi, you would like to say something in response to the science question, and perhaps both of you as well to the question of imagination and so on. I thought.
On the question of modernity and science, I second what Satyajit said. I mean, a lot of literature now documents that there is no neutrality of modernity, and therefore the co-option of modernity and technology into conservative or fundamentalist movements are well known. So it's really not a contradiction. I want to just respond to the last query about awareness and education for children. I think that's really important. That's something that we really need to do. And not just about, some of the issues we've looked at, but very, very basic issues about understanding hierarchy or confronting hierarchy. That's what we see especially. And I think that is really the bedrock of all the deficits we see in our society and in our political system. So I think working at school levels, I think is a must now. It's something that we can't negotiate at all.
On the whole issue of the way we technocratize everything, I think we have to remember that modernity started off as an ethical project and somewhere along the way has been hijacked into an aesthetic project, where people construct an image of what society, a proper image. And actually an ethics by which we continuously construct modernity is not being given attention. On tackling conservatism and fascism and a lot of these things, I think we have to not try and try to argue for superior alternatives. Yeah, we need to do that also, but the job is not going to be done just by saying we should have secularism and justice and those principles. We need to fight for those causes, but we also have to at the same time critique them on their own terms, their own vulnerabilities. If Hindutva says Hindus need protection, we should show that this is actually demeaning Hindus, because it is saying Hindu gods need human protection. They're so weak. Or to say that our faith is so vulnerable that your faith is so vulnerable, you are bothered by what someone else is doing. Why should your faith be so shaky? So I think we need to use that argument also. On the question of AI, and actually there is a technical term used in the AI community to describe the response that you got. It's called hallucination. I'm not joking. It's that's what the community uses. And there's a talk I heard by a neuroscientist called Anil Seth, who said we keep hearing about artificial intelligence. No one talks about artificial consciousness. And he goes on to argue that that's because consciousness is inextricably tied to being a living, breathing being, embodied being. And there are a lot of things that only consciousness can do, which intelligence cannot do. like compassion or care or love or beauty. These things. So I think we have to make that differentiation and start looking at what consciousness needs to do and sort of look at what our own consciousness is, which is actually a miracle that science has not explained it as yet and probably never will. And that brings me to the last question about how do we awaken consciousness in schools? And I think I'll cite the statement by Socrates, who said that education is about kindling a flame, not filling a vessel. And I think that's so. I think it's a mistake by saying, how do we awaken the consciousness? Our children have that consciousness. You know, the wisdom of the labor that Dunu mentioned, the labor classes, is because that consciousness is there. And we just need to nurture it. And there's a wonderful line by Italo Calvino. I don't remember the exact wording, but what he says, the inferno, a notion of hell, is not something that awaits us. It is already there. It's a part of life. And there are two ways of dealing with it. The first way, it says, you become so much part of the inferno, you no longer see it. But the second way, which requires constant vigilance, is to seek what in the midst of inferno is not inferno and give it space, allow it to endure. And I think that's a strategy we need to use.
Thank you, Iman. Would
I
you
just
like
wanted
add?
to,
Yeah.
yeah, I just wanted to kind of say one thing about the technology, which, I mean, there is no going back on it. But increasingly, what we are also seeing is that technology being used to kind of targeting the poor. I mean, penalizing the poor in a way. I mean, two examples that I can give is using the kind of fingerprint for the PDS service in Rajasthan, rural areas where there is no internet. A lot of them are being denied because this is not getting connected to. And another is the old age pension, which is directly kind of sent to the bank to supposedly avoid corruption through the postman and others. One is that old age pension, they need to reach to the bank is one. And another is that through bank charges, they are those who are not keeping a minimum balance in the bank is penalized, and who are not able to kind of keep a minimum balance are the poor. So you are penalizing the poor being there. So technology, while it has a lot of other advantages, is also kind of used as a tool to kind of attack the poor in a very big way.
Thank you very much. Sure. How shall we do this? Because there's not much time. There's no time at all, actually. It's 4:40. Yes, please.
Thank you, Janki. And it's just a provocation, actually, I got from Dunu and Yagnik Saab, and also to your question when you raised this question. Because Dunu is older to me, so probably you've already entered the age of fascism. I just, in the lunch break, I said it's knocking at the doorsteps. And then Albert Speer, you pointed out, I mean, when you were relating him to our great Bimal Patel. So my point is, actually, if you see the era of Hitler, when there was this strong alliance between the elite and the mob, the modern context, it's the elite, mob, and the technology. I think that's what is really playing in the, and I think just because that provocation came, so I thought. And you must watch one very magnificent serial that's on the Netflix called Layla, what the ruling dispensation wants to bring in, you know, where they want to keep the Muslims, the Dalits, and on top of that, the technology that's going to, it's a fact before it gets like off the Netflix. Just watch that, Layla.
Thank you for that. I think I'm going to use the privilege of having anchored this extremely interesting session to say a few words, partly in response to the young person who had the query about history as well. First of all, I would perhaps even disagree with some of the very distinguished panelists who are seated here in disparaging the middle class, because I think all of us are members of the disaffected middle class, both those who are seated on the stage and those who are seated in this audience. And we would not be where we are if we were not thinking differently about the kinds of problems with which we are faced. So let's not put ourselves down. Having said that, I also want to say, and it's in response, I think what I'm sensing here is great anxiety. And I think we are all gripped by this anxiety because we haven't all reached the Gujarat model yet, but we are almost there in terms of this total sort of, swamping of civil society and human life by a single party and its ideology. But I also, like some of those who spoke today, take hope from the very, very heterogeneous country in which we live. And I say this as a historian and partly as a response to the question about history. While it is true that every effort is being made to sanitize history, to expunge certain periods, certain mention of certain rulers or certain aspects of our very complex past, it is also true that there is a very large and widespread interest in history, which has been sustained precisely by those people without histories and who are discovering the necessity of spelling out those histories. I'm talking about Dalits and tribals, pastoralists, and so on and so forth. If I can make a small plug here for those very NCERT books which have been under the scanner, they attempted to actually represent that wide and very complex range of questions that historians are faced with. And I think it did it successfully. It did it successfully for almost 15 years. I think we should take courage from the fact that these books have not been yet rewritten. They're still being tampered with. And I wonder why. I wonder why over 9 years, it has not been possible for this regime, which has so much power, to write its own textbooks. Why is it that they're still tinkering with this? There is something that they are incapable of at this current juncture, or at least we'll have to see what actually emerges. But I'm saying this because I'm currently in conversation with groups of people whom I call community historians. And believe me, they are not speaking the language of the state. They are actually recovering local histories, preserving local histories in ways that give me hope. And I don't think these can be easily swamped by the changes in the textbooks. So let's put the textbooks back in the small corner where they belong. They do not account for all historical accounts. They are not going to transform, I think, the way in which we think about history, because there is so much vibrant and very sort of creative thinking about history that is happening at so many other levels. And we have to pay attention to those kinds of just as, Dunu has expressed the optimism about the fact that, and I think Vasavi expressed it too in her main talk, that, there is so much sort of knowledge that is embedded in people who actually work the land, who work with machines and so on and so forth. Likewise, we have a lot of historical knowledge that is embedded in communities to which perhaps we now have to turn our ear. And I'm not actually entirely discouraged in the current scenario. We have to think of ways in which those can be preserved. And that might still be a challenge, but nevertheless, they do exist. And we should do our best to pay attention to these. Having said that, I think this was a wonderful panel, very challenging, inspiring, certainly expressing a certain pessimism of the intellect, but also equally expressing an optimism of the will. And I think that's what we have to take forward. The ESG has already pioneered that path of relentlessly fighting for issues which seemed, I'm sure, at points rather hopeless. So this is what we should go away with from this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for honoring and thank you for anchoring this session. And I request Sachin and Amrita to honor all the panelists and the anchor.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll be serving tea and coffee outside, quick, outside.
Sorry, I did not recognize. Every now and then I get a line to flip you. I get you of paper of your own. On what you download those.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it works really well. Everybody will get to their time. Thank you.
So, how long have you been doing this? I know.
हाँ हाँ वही तो इसीलिए बच्चे ये नहीं आता था उसमें इसलिए वो अच्छा लग रहा है हम लोग नॉर्मली खाते हैं नमकीन को ऐसे ही खाते हैं इधर
I have it somewhere. Is that? Welcome back, everyone. The next part of our discussion will be on values, principles, consciousness for a secure future. The session will be anchored by ESG's Bhargavi Rao. She is a trustee and senior fellow at ESG, a botanist with an MPhil in aerobiology. And at ESG, she has led a variety of research and education programs, projects, and campaigns. She will introduce and anchor the session, where our speaker is Ms. Vandana Shiva of Navadanya International. May we please have both of you on stage?
Namaskara. Yeah, good evening, everybody. It gives me great pleasure and it's such a privilege to be on the stage with Dr. Vandana Shiva and to be able to introduce her. She doesn't need any introduction, but just to kind of catch up the many, many things that she has done. And so before I introduce her, I think another beautiful part of today is this morning we started with a manel, but we are closing the day with two women on stage, and that's a high brownie point of the day. Yeah, so to introduce Dr. Vandana Shiva, she's a physicist, a social activist, and she's somebody who gave up that life in quantum physics to, come back here and work with farmers and understand what is happening with farmers' issues. She's somebody who's started working on seeds, and seed activism is something that she has started and continues to do in India. She's somebody who has fought, the big companies against biopiracy. She has spoken out against WTO, TRIPS, and the corporates who are appropriating all the natural resources today and making it theirs. And she was just sharing a story of how a company in the name of, giving money captured all the video footage from her work. And she's at their funding cycle review, and they've moved to the second stage and they're showing video of that company with footage from her field. So that is what is happening in today's world. And she's been such a source of inspiration to the work that we are doing in ESG. When we first exposed the biopiracy case of the BT brinjal, she was somebody who was with us from the very beginning. And when the BT brinjal issue was exposed, we called up so many people, and the kind of response we got was, oh, maybe y'all are not thinking right. Maybe this is not the way to go. Maybe you should think twice. But Vandana was like, no, you're right. And, that gave us so much strength to move forward and try and take it to its logical end, which is still going on. So I will stop here today, because if I can go on, if Sheila Jasonov had 22 pages, Vandana's is also very similar, what I have here in front of me. So with that brief introduction, I hand over the forum to Dr. Vandana Shiva. It's been such an honor and pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much.
It's easier for going through papers. The values that are necessary for a future are the values that bring all of us here today. To celebrate ESG, to celebrate creativity, to celebrate courage, to celebrate our friendships. So many dear friends. I mean, some friends from my Bangalore days, Vinod Vyaslu and Janaki. I think friendship and love has so much more power than we recognize. And of course, solidarity, to be there for each other when it's needed. So every time we talk about how bad the situation is, and it is bad, I think we need to turn around and look at our community, look at our friends, and realize how much strength we have together. And the fact that 25 years, ESG's not just been around, but has grown, is part of that resilience. Madhu began her remarks yesterday by talking about the 5 elements. And of course, then the logo has interwoven the elements along with all the values. When I was starting the research foundation, when I left Bangalore, I started the research foundation in Dehradun. And, you know, my mother had said before she passed away, whenever you want to be totally independent, remember you have the cowshed. Because one always hesitates, where will you get the rent? You know, and how will you support yourself? And she said, don't even let those issues come to your mind. There's a cowshed. Because she was too old to keep her cows. So the research foundation began in my mother's cowshed. And those days, all that was available to me was the fact that we had worked with movements, their knowledge, their power, their organizing, and off and on when opportunities would come to put them to the service of movements. I used to call research foundations the Theliwala institution, you know, the vendors who come down the street. You know, people say, what's your model? I said, my model is a Theliwala who brings you carrots in the carrot season and brinjals in the brinjal season. And whatever can be brought. And actually, I celebrate the fact that even though the design was that they'd be locked down and shut down during COVID, in spite of so many businesses going under, the Theliwala is still around, in spite of Amazon, in spite of deliveries, because it is part of building community. So I used to have, actually we used to live in Baswangudi, which is not far from here. And we used to come to IM, and that day, those days, Ramaswamy, right? N.S. Ramaswamy had started a science policy unit, which is where we were working and trying to understand the question that was asked earlier, you know, about science and technology. That we are always told that the more science and technology a country has, the less poverty it has. But when we saw the trawlers come, the fishing communities get poorer. When we see the fertilizer comes, the farming community gets poorer. So what's this relationship? But for me, what was really powerful was the fact that in our office, in the colony behind Double Road, what was it called? Our area, Shan, yeah. The office had a coconut tree through the rooms. Can you imagine Bangalore of the late 70s and early 80s still have the value to not chop down the coconut tree to build a house? And of course, all the junctions have these amazing banyan trees and peepal trees. And you went around it. I remember when they started this madness of widening highways, I went to the Minister of Surface Transport at that time, from Tamil Nadu. And I'd just been on, yeah, right. And I'd just been for, I think I'd done a convocation in Mysore, and I saw all these giant trees chopped down. And it was like elephants lying along the roadside that, you know. I went to him, I said, how are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And of course, he had no answer. Is Joe still here? Joe still? Joe, I think one of the jobs we have to do is by the time they've built every road, every port, and handed over, of course, but the cost we bear, what will be our debt burden? I look at the African countries paying 40% of their income for interest payments on debt. We're rushing down this road to nowhere faster. And we need language and imagination to address it in ways that has resonance with people. I think our civilization has this resonance. I mean, here was a physicist, J.C. Bose, who started to do experiments on plants as sentient beings a century ago. And he said, These experiments bring the plant much nearer to the humans than we have ever thought. We find that it is not a mere mass of vegetative growth, but as its every fiber is instinct with sensibility. We're able to record the throbbing of its pulsating life and find that these wax and wane according to the life conditions of the plant and cease in the death of the organism. In these and many other ways, the life reactions in plant and humans are alike. Of course, being a top physicist, the fact that he did this work, he suddenly became an outcast in the scientific community. But I think I've just ordered every book of his that is available in print. When I went to Calcutta and tried to look, it was impossible to find. And I think the session we just had before on living systems, this is something we really need to turn to, not just through the science of people like J.C. Bose, but the science of the communities who have all of that knowledge. We've talked about that throughout the conference and throughout the celebration. Even today, and Janaki mentioned this, that when we look at power and what's happening there, it looks like a very dismal situation. But this land is too diverse, too decentralized, rich, to think that that's all that's happening. So we have to turn to the communities to not forget who we are and what powers we have. I think it was Milan Kundera who wrote that the struggle of people against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. A question was asked earlier about history. Now, if your history is only in textbooks, then that rewriting of the chapter is the end of it. But history is our lives. History is in the stories of the communities. I've known village communities who can give you oral history of 8 centuries. And our role as a support community is to recognize it, respect it, give it amplification. In the days when I was here in Bangalore, it was also the days we were still working, it was the last phase of the Chipko movement. And the Chipko movement was for diversity against monocultures. The women were resisting. We've never had clear felling of the kind that the West has had. We've had more substitution of natural forests by commercial species. In the mountains, it was pine. And I remember the first World Bank project that was introduced in Bastar was a tropical pine project that the tribals organized against and shut down in the 70s. That's the kind of movements we used to have. And here in the Western Ghats, the literature was saying most species in the tropical forests are clearly weeds. Because if it's not commercially valuable, it's a weed and must be destroyed. And then, of course, they destroyed the Western Ghats with growing pulpwood. And they came to the farmlands. And, I couldn't understand why around Bangalore, suddenly there was eucalyptus all over the fields. So what's going on? Why is everyone planting eucalyptus? So we did a study from IIM Bangalore in those days, the ecological audit of eucalyptus cultivation. And with all of that, I started to realize that the monoculture is in the mind. Once you decide that the world is this limited world, then that's all you see in the world. You can't see the diversity, or you see the diversity as a threat if you see it. Extermination becomes an inevitable consequence of the monoculture of the mind. And even when I did the book on the Green Revolution, the millets were called primitive grains that must be made to disappear. India was 70% a millet diet before the Green Revolution. 70%. Wherever I've gone, except the very wet areas of the coastal zone. throughout Maharashtra, throughout Madhya Pradesh, throughout Punjab, millets was a staple. It's called primitive grains. And we started to talk about, we started Navdanya, we started to talk about millets as the forgotten foods. And for those who are older, you remember there used to be an All India radio program called Bhule Bisre Geet, the forgotten songs. So we called the millets the Bhule Bisre Anaj, the forgotten foods. And the community started realizing that just like the song shouldn't be forgotten, these foods shouldn't be forgotten. And especially in Garhwal, where our base is, millets came back. And when Uttarakhand was created as a separate state, the slogan was, Mandwa Jhangora khayenge, Uttarakhand banayenge. We will eat mandwa, which is ragi, and jhangora, which is banyan millet, and we will make Uttarakhand through our food sovereignty of millets. And someone mentioned it on the millet question about before you know it, it'll be an export crop. And I think it's been stated again and again and again. And in Delhi, there is perpetual meeting of business meetings for millets. There's no meeting to encourage the farmers. There's not a single meeting of introducing millets into the PDS, which would be the single biggest way to make millets grow. But they want to do what was done to quinoa. In the Andes, people don't eat quinoa anymore because of all this interference. And that's why part of our work has to be to ensure that millets stay the base of food security for the last person in India. Both for the poor who have to go to the PDS, but for the farmers themselves. In Navdanya, what we do is we say food sovereignty is 4 levels. If you don't feed the soil, you won't have food sovereignty because you'll have desertification. So first, food for the soil. Second, food for the family, because too many models of development have made the community sell what they grow to have nothing for themselves. Happened with milk. They'd like to do it with millets. And the farmers of Navdanya keep a diary. And we say, no, first you will eat the good stuff. And you'll be strong. And your future generations will be nutritious. And then create markets in the community. Everyone thinks the market is one global supply chain. I think that's a monoculture of the mind. Since when did the market become a global supply chain? The market is where you go buy and sell. My favorite trip every day used to be I tie my baby with me and walk down to the Baswantpuri market. And I think we never shopped for more than that day. Whether it was coffee we bought for that day, we got the bread for that day, and we got the vegetable for that day, because it was such a joy to go to the market and interact. It was part of being community. I think we are in a moment where the living knowledges of our people have to be recognized and validated again and again. And the session earlier, which talked about living system sciences, every bit of it is validating it. Those who would laugh at the idea that the plants are living can no longer laugh at it. I mean, just in this last 2 months, I've received so many books to write, either forwards or promotional blurbs too, which are all about plant intelligence. It's like a storm taking over. And one of the authors, person called Mada, he says, vegetable used to mean growing, flourishing. The verb vegetare means to animate, to enliven. The adjective vegetable denotes the qualities of vigorousness and activity. Today, vegetable means the opposite. So-and-so is a vegetable now, if someone's had a stroke. And this is because we've imposed human qualities on all of nature species. And we want to make plants animals. But in this period of hypermobility, I feel if development was what we were addressing through the 80s and the 90s, and then we addressed globalization in the days of the neoliberal reforms as well as WTO, this last decade really has been a decade of running to nowhere. I watch it because, I come from Dehradun. And they're building more and more highways to rush faster and faster. But when too many cars are on a highway, you still have your traffic jam. You'll still take 11 hours to get to Mussoorie. Then you also created this idea that Char Dham is not this beautiful path of penance. We grew up walking to the Char Dhams. And now it's something you can race up on a road. Doesn't matter if Joshimath comes down. Doesn't matter if Karan Prayag comes down. And then fly in a helicopter to Kedarnath. I was trying to create, after the 2013 disaster, I was trying to create ecotourism for the communities that had been wiped out. But we couldn't, because the minute everything was settled, the helicopter started. And there was nothing like quiet anymore. And you should see the traffic jams for the Char Dham. And you should see down into the Ganga, all the water bottles being thrown. And I've always asked for, where do all those hotel sewage go to? No one's checking. Nirmal Ganga is just receiving all the shit, the tourism. And tourism, mass tourism has always been a problem in every society, and so many ecology movements work against mass tourism. But I think the only two communities who have resisted it are the Jain communities. For the temple in Jharkhand that was going to be turned into a tourist spot, and a temple in Gujarat where they resisted and said, these are pilgrim sites, these are not tourist sites. And that's why we need to turn to the people to become the power that speaks to the authenticity of what a culture is. When we critiqued development, we always talked about how development was the West imposing their failed model on us. I remember doing analysis of World Bank reports. We are backward and need development because we don't have plastic. They gave us loans to have plastic. We still have paper bags. So much employment, so much recycling. They said we were backward because we didn't have pesticides. They gave us loans for pesticides. But then because of all our movements, the dam movement, the movements against all the World Bank lending, the movement for the, lending for the Green Revolution, the social forestry project here. I think the World Bank, its reputation kind of got damaged. And it's not in the front anymore. And anyway, it's a very minor financial institution compared to the kind of money that is in the BlackRocks and the Vanguards. When I wrote the oneness versus 1% with my son, we were trying to solve 3 problems. I said, how is it that Monsanto was bought out by Bayer, How does the financials work? And you said you were in Paris. I was in Paris. And I said, since when did the billionaires start to run UN meetings, which Mr. Gates and Zuckerberg were running the Paris Treaty? And the third was, what is the new governance and the new economy? You quoted Mussolini. Mussolini was also the one who defined fascism, when the convergence of economic and political power. And that convergence is only possible by taking all power away from the people and putting it in centralized systems. So all the debates in India on federalism are vital for the future of India. All the debates on decentralized governance, all the debates on the commons and the rights of people. They're vital to the future. The discussion on Amrit Mahal and the sad tragedy on the Science City, you said, and Karyana ji. The new colonization, I mean, there's a continuity of colonization for the last few hundred years. But every time then there's independence movements and the old colonization steps back and reclothes itself to look like a new beast. So if you think of the fact that we had an independence movement, so the old colonizers couldn't come straight in the old way. 1944, they get together and create the Bretton Woods institutions. I went for 50 years of the Bretton Woods to that hotel where they'd had the meeting. And in the basement was a shop. And the first day covers, the first day covers issued for that meeting were "Money Men of the World Meet." So the Bretton Woods institutions were really created to find a way to keep the old colonies colonized even after they got freedom. And if you just look at what's happened, for every dollar of given, $3. That's why, Joe, your work is so important. And at this point, we all need to join hands to find a way of how this model is pushing us down into a debt trap, something we have avoided so cautiously. The new colonization, of course, has all the ingredients of the tools of technology and surveillance being defined as the new progress. India is in an amazing situation because when you think of it, we are being used as a lab for the future digital economy. The first attempt to make cash illegal, which is now coming to the rest of the world, was introduced here in 2016 with demonetization. Mr. Gates was here 2 days later, celebrating the war on cash, they called it. USAID was giving money for the war on cash. But the new colonization is carving new commons and carving new enclosures of the commons. If the British began with enclosing the commons of land, even when we tilled a piece of land, it was never as private property. It was through usufructory rights. The pastoralists moved all the way. The tribals had territories. And when we wrote the Tribal Rights Recognition Act, which became the Forest Rights Recognition Act, I remember repeatedly saying, tribals don't have individual title. It's a wrong thing to look for. What tribals have are regions which they look after. But of course, in the rules, the 2 acre, I think, a 2 acre plot. And when I went to Chhattisgarh, the tribe, I went for a training in organic. And I said to them, since when have you been using chemicals? They said, we were organic throughout till the Forest Rights Act came. And the Forest Department and Agriculture Department would come together. They said, we give you the title, but here's the fertilizer and the new seeds. You've got to start farming in this way. The entire privatization of the seed, which is what led me to start Navdanya. And I'm so proud that Leo began with Navdanya years ago. And I started Navdanya with a very simple, the name was not Navdanya when we started. We had a very simple name called Beej Bachao. Because I'd been invited in 1987 to a meeting in Geneva on the laws of life, it was called. And it was about the emerging biotechnologies. What would they mean ethically and ecologically? And the UN people were there. Some of us were there. Mira, was invited. I thought the invitation was for her. She thought it was for me. We said, let's both go. And some independent scientists, that's it. And the corporations. And the corporations laid out their plans. There was not a single GMO in the world at that time, 1987. There was no GMO. The first commercial GMOs are 92. And the company said, we have to do genetic engineering in order to take patents on seed, because we don't make enough money through chemicals. We must make money through the royalties from seed. And we must have an international law to ensure that no farmer can save seed. That international law became the Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights Agreement of WTO. So from that day onwards, in March 1987, I started to look at what's happening in GATT at that time, working with our parliament and government, working with farmers to save seeds. And the word Navdanya came. We used to have a little farm in Thalli, on the border of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And those were Virappan days. So I was sure Virappan would be a very important conservation force. No one would have entered his region. No one would have brought the new seeds. No one would have brought the chemicals. So that was a good place to look for old seeds. And of course, it was a very rich area for old seeds. And I stepped out of the Jeep, and the first farm I just finished a study with monocultures of Punjab, rice. You would go one field rice, next field rice, third field rice, as far as they can look rice. Next season, you go as far as you can see wheat. And here was this one little plot of land with 9 crops. And I'm counting, And I said, wow, you're growing 9 crops. With total amazement. And he turns around very casually and says, Navdanya. And I said, what does that mean? One illiterate North Indian. What do I know about Navdanya? And then he gives me this discourse about how the 9 planets in the cosmos, the 9 plants in his field, and the diversity of food we need for health are one continuum of harmony. And it's his duty to maintain that harmony. So we started to use that. And then I saw Ugadi is 9 crops. You turn around, your birth, mandala, Navgraha, 9 crops. It's just all over the place. And since then, we've, of course, been calling it Navdanya. But I also see it as, when you stress it in a different way, it's Nav is 9 and Dana, the grain. But Nav is new, and Dan is the gift. And for us, the gift is reclaiming the commons of the seed. The commons of land was destroyed by one sentence by Lord Cornwallis, I think 1783 or 89, something like that. He declared all the land of India the property of England. And therefore, the peasants of India had to pay a revenue, the Lagan, to England. That's where the 45 trillion that Utsa Patnaik has calculated as the transfer of money from India to England worked out through rent collection. I think it's about, until the ceiling on the seed price happened, Monsanto had already collected 10,000 crores in transfer payments for the seed, illegally, because seed cannot be patented in India. We manage that in laws. And the way we do it is we just keep going to Parliament. We had a multi-party committee on patent law. Every party was there. And there was a wonderful working group on patent law headed by Dr. Kela. And I was, in those days, the only one talking seed. And we managed to get a 3D, which is about medicine, and 3J, which has a very simple recognition of our ecological ethos. That we are part of an earth family. Plants and animals are our relatives. They're not our creations. And 3J says plants, animals, and seeds are not human inventions. Therefore, they cannot be patented. So Monsanto lied its way through, collected royalties, sued Indian companies till the seed regulation, the seed control order came through after many, many farmers had lost their lives to suicide. So the data on suicides has stopped being released publicly. It used to come to Parliament every year. It comes from the National Bureau of Crime Records. And the last time it was available, it was 400,000 suicides already. It's by district. We know which district goes BT cotton. We know it's Bhatinda at Punjab. It's Vidarbha. It used to be only Vidarbha in Maharashtra, then it's Andhra, a bit of Karnataka. If you take the suicide numbers, 85% are accounted for in the cotton areas. And 95% of the cotton is actually more. Now Monsanto's BT cotton. This is in the Competition Commission hearings of the BT cotton. So it's an interesting way how, and biopiracy is related to this, that here's a colonizer who comes and just draws a line and says everything after this is invention and innovation, everything before this is superstition or just nature in her passivity. So they appropriate from nature and they appropriate from the farmers and they appropriate from the Ayurvedic traditions and write a patent and claim it as an invention. I call this the creation boundary, or playing God. Sometimes joke and say, for the industry, GMO means God move over. The colonization of today continues to have the processes of colonization of the old. It's always what I call a chrono colonization. Chrono because of time. That on the one hand, it pushes your present, your contemporary into the past that must be made to disappear. And it turns the throwaway present of the dominant culture as your future. To me, that's the meaning of modernity. Modernity is everything you have is rubbish. You know, how can you have a mud container for thing? Primitive. Plastic क्यों नहीं है? लियो. Primitive क्यों बन गए? But just think of the footprint of this and think of the footprint of the plastic bottle. I don't know if Dunu is still here. He had to leave. But, you know, we'd asked Dunu to do the toxic studies when we were helping the Plachimada movement against Coca-Cola. And you know, for every 13 liters are wasted for every bottle. And then you have the plastic pollution, which is permanent waste beyond. But in this little bottle, some brilliant craftsperson created beauty. Someone had asked a question this morning about consumers and makers, and I didn't like the way makers was treated as a bad thing. They're creative makers, like those who make this pot, those who are weaving these baskets. And they're pollution makers. They're two different categories. When I did the Green Revolution book, that's when I realized that the reason we were having a huge water crisis was because of the chemical green revolution. This morning, there was a wonderful presentation on rain-fed agriculture. You know, they talked about 80% of our dals coming from rain-fed agriculture. Minute irrigation comes, the dal disappears. It's only in the rain-fed areas that you get dals. That's the only pockets. Punjab, the land of 5 rivers, has been rendered as a place with a water famine. And Jesu Ratnam and we all worked on the aquaculture issue, did public hearings, so much research. For 1 acre of an industrial shrimp farm, 100 acres of ecosystems is destroyed. For $1 earned in trade of global shrimp trade, $10 of the economy is destroyed locally. And again, you don't create, no one can create a shrimp. What they do is harvest the shrimp from the sea, pregnant shrimp. And it breaks my heart. I met a nun doing a PhD on this in Norway when I was a Brundtland professor for 5 years. I had the Brundtland chair. Her thesis was how to make shrimp lay eggs in captivity. And her thesis was you pull the eyes out. And it's in the shock that the shrimp will lay its egg. That's how they stock these shrimp farms. And then they put the saline water back and polluted water. And they leave the coastal area totally damaged. Imagining a new India includes telling the full story of the false new India that's being created with all its shadows. We used to call it the ecological footprint. And I think we cannot avoid continuing to do that work. Most importantly, our imagination of the new India has to be based on diversity. Diversity is us. Diversity is us through biodiversity. Diversity is us through a cultural diversity. Diversity is us as every one of us, such a diverse being. And in the session earlier, you talked about self-organized complexity and the emergence that arises from it. Biodiversity is autopoietic. It writes itself. It writes its own poetry. It's self-organized complexity. And two aspects of life and biodiversity that I think we all should take to combine the best of the new knowledge and science and the best of our indigenous wisdoms and indigenous knowledge. Schrödinger wrote a little book, What is he? As a quantum physicist, this was not his domain, but he wrote a little book, What is Life? And the part of it that's very powerful, he's puzzled and puzzled and puzzled. And he said, living systems have negative entropy. All mechanical systems create an entropy, create pollution, create waste, degrade the planet. Every living system as a self-organized entity takes disorganized energy and turns it into powerful living energy, negative entropy. That's how the planet did not collapse over evolutionary time, because plants are not machines, seeds are not machines. And every time I've resisted over these since it's now 36 years, resisted Monsanto's claim that seed is a machine. And while we were rejecting a Monsanto patent on climate resilience, in America, a Supreme Court decision, it was a case against a farmer who used to get soya bean from the market and plant it. His name was Bauman. And Monsanto kept suing him and suing him and suing him. The case went all the way to Supreme Court. And he said, I don't buy from Monsanto. I'm buying grain. And I'm planting grain. Monsanto said, no, it's our seed. The Supreme Court ruled. Seed is a self-replicating machine invented by Monsanto. And 20 years down the line, this self-replicating machine, whilst it's self-replicating itself in farmer's field, is still being invented by Monsanto. And saving seed is an infringement. So the ontological distortions that have been put here is as bad as saying land is private property owned by England. Seed is a machine owned by Monsanto. But the second, so one is all living systems have negative entropy. And all living systems have self-organized complexity. I had a very, very dear friend called Mei-Wan Ho. Mei-Wan used to meet me. She used to go through the quantum aspects. And she was writing a book. She called it the physics of organisms, called the rainbow and the worm. And I want to quote from this because I think at one level, the power of nature is the power we have to turn to understand how you live in fascist times. This is what she says. Life in the ideal domain is a domain that captures and stores energy and mobilizes it quantum coherently, because this action is action at a distance instantaneously throughout the organism, through every molecule and through every cell. In perfectly coupled cycles, it's not one leaf is doing one thing and the other leaf is doing something else. It's perfectly coupled cycles that generate no entropy. In a quantum coherent universe, all beings are both localized as particles and solid objects, and delocalized as quantum wave functions spread ultimately throughout the universe. Hence, all beings are mutually entangled and mutually constitutive. We are interbeings. A lot of our research in Navdanya now shows, we've been working on the soil forever. And we aren't putting anything in the soil except a little bit of our organic matter. And the soil organisms have grown, I think our fungi have grown 3,600%, the beneficial fungi. Our nitrogen, without applying nitrogen fertilizer, has gone up 100%. And we're talking of 200 farms in Doon Valley, and it's gone down 24% in the farms where urea is being applied. Applying urea is making soils lose nitrogen, because not a cost-benefit thing. It's about a living bioorganism, biodiversity of the soil. So she concludes, hence all beings are mutually entangled and mutually constitutive. Thus harming others effectively harms ourselves. And the best way to benefit ourselves may be to benefit others. And when I say we have to turn to the earth and living systems and biodiversity to be our teachers in this time, is for 3 reasons. They just do it better than us. Second, they've been around much longer than us. 99.9% of evolution, we weren't around. So to know how to live right on this planet with the right relationships, we've got to turn to our elders, our plants and our microbes are our elders. I had to do my movement biography under pressure of my publisher. And she said, you've got to write something on COVID. You've got to write something on the virus. So I wrote a piece reading what was being put out. And here was this brilliant scientist writing in Scientific American that we've got to declare a war against the viruses. And we got to, I said, well, you tried to declare war against the bacteria, and now the antibiotic resistance, they've evolved, and you're getting knocked out. It is time to realize we are walking interbeings, we are walking biomes, we are walking biomes. And this war against us, the planet and ourselves, is a war we must put in hand. And the monoculture of the mind, in my view, goes hand in hand with the militarization of the mind and the militarization of society. So when I wrote, when we stopped the WTO in Seattle, the journalists would keep coming up to me and saying, we know what you're against. Now, will you tell us what you're for? I said, no, we are for democracy. We are for freedom. We are for the earth. That's why we are against a WTO saying the water will be private property, seed will be intellectual property. We know what we are for. So I wrote the book, Earth Democracy. And I must mention this because ever since the time I started TIPCO, Saving Seeds, my inspiration always came from the idea that we are one family of the earth. Mother Earth is our mother, and we are her children. And its name is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the reference from where it comes says very powerfully, a mind that says so-and-so is my friend and so-and-so is my enemy, or so-and-so is above me and so-and-so below me, that's a petty mind. A mind of high consciousness recognizes that we are all one family, equal in our diversity. And we are seeing where Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is going these days. And I think part of our challenge is constantly reclaiming content. We're having to do this. I've had to write a paper because we created the regeneration movement, and our regeneration is being hijacked. But the fact that our words are stolen doesn't mean we give up our words, our language, our meaning. We've got to reclaim it. And co-option of our words will be the way this will be done. But remembering that we are part of the earth is remembering the facts. Also, because this is what our communities are. You know, when Jesuratnam works with the fishing communities, they don't see the fish in the ocean as their property. Our farmers, you know, the farmers of India don't use hybrid seeds for their ceremonies. They don't use crossbred cows for the ceremonies. They wait for that one or two cows that are surviving, but the cow story is another story. We'll talk about it another time. So we have to reclaim ecology. We've got to reclaim oikos, our home, from where flows ecology as science and economics as management. And even during the discussions today, we spent a lot of time talking of economy as a separate thing. But economy, the word is rooted in oikos, and Aristotle described it as oikonomia is the art of living. Because oikos is our home where we live, art of living. He described what we call economy today as the art of money making, chrematistics. And we should start differentiating these two activities. Our communities live in economy. The financial giants and the IT giants who are harvesting our data to make trillions live in chrematistics. And chrematistics is not the economy. And as we enter the next phase, Jesuratnam and I were talking about this, the very powers and the very mentality that has destroyed the earth and nature are now talking about being the defenders of the earth. Suddenly in the last year, the language of nature-based solutions, 30% for nature, has emerged everywhere. And just before the Glasgow summit, 1 month before the UN conference in Glasgow, a new asset class was launched by the New York Stock Exchange and Rockefeller of oil and Standard Oil, Rockefeller of the Green Revolution, Rockefeller, who now they're saying, how do we protect nature? By turning it into a financial asset. I've never understood this. How can you protect something by not letting it be? Yeah. So these natural asset companies or NSCs, the vehicle will allow for the formation of specialized corporation that hold the rights to the ecosystem. Services produced on a given chunk of land. Services like carbon sequestration or clean water. These NSCs will then maintain, manage, and grow the natural assets they commodify. How will they grow it? Will they come plant a seed? Will they come harvest the water? No, they'll make it grow on Wall Street, where money can grow so miraculously, as we saw in the subprime crisis, how money exploded and then it collapsed. The end goal of these natural asset companies is maximizing the aspects of that natural asset, maximizing the aspect of that natural asset that are deemed by the company to be profitable. Indigenous communities take care of the whole ecosystem. It's water, it's soil, it's biodiversity. Why did agriculture go wrong? Because first plants were modified to take chemicals through the Green Revolution. Then they were genetically engineered to tolerate Roundup. They manipulate the asset class deemed by the company to be useful and profitable for them. I went to Nepal. They're already selling off their forests and the ecosystem services. Sri Lanka, you get, the credit system when the countries will get in too much debt, this is how the World Bank, IMF, BlackRock, Vanguard will join hands to say, you're in so much debt, you can't pay your salaries, you can't run your schools. We'll give you the money, but you sell your forests, you sell your water. That's going to be the next step of colonization. And therefore, our next step of freedom is what we have to work out together. I spent time with many of you, because I think we definitely need an earth narrative and a community narrative of the kind of world we imagine in 2030. Well, everything right now is 30, 30, 30, 30 by 30, 30 by 30. Yeah? 30% by 30. And of course, the 70% will anyway be their private property directly. But the 30% will be carbon offsets, biodiversity offsets, and in effect, their nature property for natural asset classes, or for tourism, or whatever. And here's my few suggestions, that everyone who's gathered here to celebrate 25 years of the Environmental Service Support Group is linked to movements of fishing folk, of artisans, movements of small farmers, movements of tribals. And I think it would be good if before this Independence Day, we define our path of freedom for the future in the context of the unfreedoms that are being created, always naming the new unfreedoms. And we do this initially through the movements that are organized around fishing or farming or land or textiles and handlooms, whatever. And I'm talking about the particular communities that are linked to nature, so that we can create a new imagination that is also an ancient imagination of recognizing we are part of nature, that our livelihoods flow from nature, our lives flow from nature. We breathe because the trees give us oxygen. We drink water because the water flows through the streams. And if all of these communities could gather together, and I think Anand has promised, won't he, to bring everyone together and really, imagining the future as a positive vision while naming the negative, but not being totally focused only on the negative. The India and the world we are seeding and will not stop. I think one big part, because we opened with a retired judge, we had this morning another judge, and both the judges, interestingly, used the term Mother Earth. In the opening remarks of the inauguration, it was said that we have to now structurally and constitutionally recognize the rights of Mother Earth. And I think Justice this morning talked about justice is justice to Mother Earth and humanity. Yeah. And so much work has now been done on Mother Earth. I mean, when Mr. Obama hijacked the climate summit in Copenhagen, Evo Morales, who was the president of Bolivia, said, we were here to defend the rights of Mother Earth, not to defend the rights of the polluters. I will go back and organize a meeting of citizens of the world on Mother Earth and climate change. And out of that came the amazing declaration on the rights of Mother Earth and the movements on the rights of nature, etc. Now, of course, recognizing that the earth has rights is recognizing that she's a self-organized living organism, and every part of her is a living organism. But given that our jurisprudence is so limited and so patriarchal and so colonial, some people rush to the courts. This is particularly in Uttarakhand. And one person said, declare the Himalaya as a person. Judge, to get coverage in newspapers, said, Himalaya, a person. Another guy ran and said, declare the Ganga as a person. declared a person. But then who's going to take care of this person? In a patriarchal thinking, the judges said, and now onwards, the state will be the parents' patriarch of the Himalaya. Parents' patriarch of the Ganga. Mother has been turned into the child of the state. And that's why this legal work is so important. And Anand and other lawyers who are here, I think we do need to take stock of the attacks on the laws that have worked for us and have grown through the environmental movement. The Biodiversity Act, the Wildlife Act, the acts, the CRZ Act, which is being diluted. I mean, even in the aquaculture time, it's the CRZ Act that stopped the industrial aquaculture, and they just changed the date. But if we don't name it and we don't map it, its dismantling will not even be noticed. And I think, given that there are so many law schools, if a little summary like this was done, a little booklet like this, it would be in every, it would start getting taught in every college. And I was just saying to Anand, you know, they have the design school in Ahmedabad. Yeah, they have the School of Architecture. For the meeting that Anand is organizing, just 2 maps. What will India look like in 2030? If the whole Bharatmala is done, if every highway is built, every forest is cut, every river is dammed to death, like our poor Ganga doesn't flow. There's no flow in the Ganga. She's just dammed up at every step. And what is the India that people are creating and will create in their imagination of 2030? I'm here to tell you that I love you all. We are here together, and no power on earth, no matter how abusive their power becomes, is enough to extinguish our love for life and freedom and friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana, for that very enlightening talk.
One thing I didn't mention, the natural asset class, you know how much money they're in IT? Just get 4,000 trillion. The economy they're sitting for themselves. And control on the Earth's resources. I think that's an issue we should address as part of the environment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you for that very enlightening talk. And I'm sure each of us resonated with the many, many things you said. You know, in my neighborhood, we wake up to first, yes, the call of birds, despite being a city where the trees are going away. But also we wake up to street vendors. And it's so beautiful that they are coexisting with Amazon, you just mentioned. So I'm sure many other people will resonate with the many other things that you have said, and we will open the forum for questions. Yes, Tikendra.
Thank you for such a fascinating talk. And you spoke about mother. You are actually exactly my mother's age. So, yeah. So I think this whole movement, I mean, I think this new paradigm that is developing, the movement that we had against large dams, actually, then the World Bank also shifted to my territory, that's Himachal, Himalayas, where they moved to the run-of-the-river dam technology. And if I quote Satluj, one of the most ferocious rivers in our country, right from the moment it enters India from China, Khab Shaso, Shaso Jangi, Jangi Thopan, Thopan Pwari, Chongthang Karcham, Karcham Wangtu, then we have Natpa Jhakri, then Rampur, Behna, Luri, Coal Dam, and the Bakra Dam. So it's completely conduited. So don't you think, one shift from the large dams and this, and of course, then we have the Uttarakhand tragedy recently, again, with the construction of. So all this is being funded by large multinational corporations. So, and we in our circles still have not taken a position against, the run-of-the-river dam technologies. we are still against the large dams. But the damage that the run of the river dam technologies have done is like immense. It's colossal. It's completely, I mean, not just the biodiversity, but it has completely dismantled the ecosystem of the region. I'm talking about one river approach. So what do you think about that?
Yeah. So, you know, the 2013 disaster called the Kedarnath disaster, we actually we helped with a lot of rehabilitation. You know, all the big bridges had been washed away. We had to build ropeways because the kids were walking 8 miles to go to school because the bridges had gone. So we put little ropeways so they could cross, and we did studies. And it was very, you know, there's a forest, very rich forest, never had a landslide. And that year, a lot of the landslides there. So I told my colleagues, I said, let's map where the tunnels for the run of the river are being done. There were 2 ways in which the hydroelectric projects, now they're going through the mountains, damage. First, they blast. That means already the homes of the people are cracked. Every person who protested was in jail before the disaster. Then when they tunnel all that material and muck, they put into the river. When the flood came, it took that muck, which was on the side of the river, just dumped it throughout. The water level went 40 feet high. And that's why villages got washed away. Because the rivers are quite deep, they wouldn't have damaged. And the third is they've left the mountains so fragile. Now, every hydroelectric project had to stop. I'm absolutely sure they were compensated. The rainy disaster that took place in 2021 is another hydroelectric dam, a tunneling. An avalanche came from the mountains, flooding, 200 people washed away. And for me, the rainy disaster is very, very troublesome because it's made the village where the Chipko movement started uninhabitable. Where Chipko, the modern environmental movement of India, started, that village is being destroyed by this thing. Joshimath is all about the tunneling, all about the tunnel. They don't allow talk about it. So definitely, we are in the habit of talking that, but the hydroelectric project, the tunneling of the fragile mountains, including for a train, they want to take a train to Karnaprayag. And already every town above, cracks are happening. So I agree. I think this, I've always said the word infrastructure is an empty word because you need to say infrastructure for something. And infrastructure isn't by itself. This is an infrastructure for meeting. We do ecological work, which is an infrastructure for life. All of the construction that's being taking place, which is called infrastructure, is purely an infrastructure for profits. And if you start to do an honest cost benefit, the expenses that have gone in will never be paid back. So I think a run of our normal plodding work of environmental assessment, impacts, etc. Of course, we need to carry on. There was a time I used to get every TV, every newspaper had columns for GMO writing, and then the editors were threatened. And the columns have gone. Does that mean we stop the work? No, we don't stop the work. We never stop the work.
Yeah, we actually did a study of one of the run of the river schemes here in Kaveri. And
with a positive note, there's a movement in my region. In my local dialect, it's called Kyang. Kyang means fire. And actually the meaning is no means no. Now the tribal communities are saying no means no. No new hydropower project is being constructed on Satluj. There's a blanket position that they've taken.
Let me pick up from there. Because yesterday when Madhu was speaking, she started with a poem on no, and then she couldn't find her papers. Remember, the papers kind of disappeared. But I think the power of no, because you have a better alternative, is in fact another way of satyagraha, a refusal to cooperate, a no from the deepest part of your conscience.
yeah, I just wanted to add that, in 2014, we did a study and it's very similar to the story that you shared. But what's important now is with hydel being categorized under renewable energy and renewable energy not requiring environmental clearances, EIAs and all that, we are in for more such disasters. So the power of no is something that we really need to work on and do something about it. More questions? Yeah, please. What's your name? Please introduce yourself.
My name is Pranesh. So I have a question on organic farming. Now, because of the increase in population, there is increase in demand of the agricultural products. Now, if we switch to organic farming and conventional farming, can we catch up to that demand? And if we do if we abruptly change that, like in Sri Lankan economy collapsed because they switched to organic farming abruptly. So what is your take on this?
On the first part of your question, India is now what, 1.4? How many billion? 1.45. Do only the city people eat, or does everyone eat? Everyone eats, right? Since everyone eats, doesn't it make sense for the 70% of India that lives in the villages to also eat? And if they have to eat, they don't have to grow commodities for the global market. They grow food. And our research in Navdanya, and this has been accepted by the United Nations, FAO, everyone's using it, that the more biodiverse you're farming, the more food you produce. We call it nutrition per acre and health per acre. So if you want to feed India, and it's 1.5 billion, including the people in the remote area, biodiverse organic farming, which is exactly what was presented in the rain-fed initiative, and they had a name for it, Akalu. Yeah, that produces more food without damaging any resources, in fact, regenerating resources. Our work has shown that we regenerate the water. There's more water after this. We regenerate soil fertility. The pollinators on our farm are 6 times more than in the forest. Our research has shown that nearly 1/3 of the food is produced by the pollinators. You remove the pollinators, you won't have food. So all that is the food system. We call it the food system. We've also learned that if your food is not biodiverse, the majority of you as 90% microbes, including the 100 trillion microbes in your gut, they don't get food because they don't live on rice and wheat alone. They need everything. They need all the amino acids, all the nutrition that the plant can give. The more the organic organisms in the soil, the more the nutrition in your plants. Chemical fertilizer has robbed plants of about 70 to 80% of nutrition. So when you say feed the world, you're getting rice, but you're not feeding yourself. It's nutritionally empty mass. No. That's not food. Let me finish, kid. That's not food, okay? So you want to feed the world, you grow more food. And you allow more people to have access to that food. That's why we call it food sovereignty. That the growing of food should meet the needs of people to have food. Growing food is not a commodity. My work on Green Revolution showed we started to grow commodities. We stopped growing food. Food is not a commodity. Just like a seed is not a machine, food is not a commodity. So yes, the only way we can feed the world is going biodiverse, going ecological, cutting out the chemicals. I think the morning was zero chemicals. All our work in agroecology, zero chemicals. And all the research is showing whether it's efficiency or productivity or nutrition, it does much better. You talked about the Sri Lankan issue. From the amazing propaganda that was written against me, it was fascinating for me because I've never talked to the president of that country. I'd never advised him. He did not adopt organic. He announced a ban on fertilizers for 6 months.
That's not an organic policy. So the reason I asked Joe to keep doing work on India's potential indebtedness, India could be in the Sri Lankan position 10 years from now, paying the debts for all the highways and all the infrastructure when we don't have the money. The Sri Lankan crisis is a debt crisis. The poor, pathetic chemical industry just wanted to use it to put this, and they put my name everywhere. Yeah, they put my name everywhere. Of course, I've worked with the organic movement of Sri Lanka, and it is doing fine. The collapse of Sri Lanka is a financial collapse.
So it was not targeted at you. I was just asking Rusha. Yeah.
Bigger guys target me, not to worry.
And another point I want. Yeah.
The propaganda you read.
No, another point I want to make is even today, if we buy organic products, even here on Bangalore also, normal grain or vegetables cost is more. The organic cost is 3 times the cost of normal vegetables.
Yeah, that's a very different issue.
Yeah.
The issue of how much do you produce is one issue.
Common
So
man
you
cannot
began your question by saying you can't feed the world. That is how much do you produce. Now the issue is how much does it sell for? As I said, 2/3 of India lives in the villages. Our communities that I work with, they grow organic and eat better and eat more. And they have created their own exchange systems in the villages. It's not more.
But if the rate is more, a common man cannot afford it.
No,
Only rich.
no, it's not true. There are farmers' markets where it's the same rate. I think you've come with a little pathetic agenda of wanting to show organic doesn't work. I would rather
I'm not
have you
saying
spend time with the Rain-Fed Agriculture Initiative. Spend time with them and find out how it's the only thing that works under triple crisis. Will you listen, kid? First crisis, the planetary crisis, we saw, I think, 2 times the planetary boundaries were shown. The 2 violations of the planetary boundaries, biodiversity erosion. Chemical agriculture must wipe out biodiversity because it requires monocultures to feed the chemicals. Chemical agriculture must create a nitrogen problem. The second boundary was nitrogen. Take the 2 biggest planetary boundary violation, it's chemical agriculture. So you want to grow food on a dead planet? Is that what you're seeking? Number 1. Second crisis. Do you study or do you have some work? Yeah, you're studying law. Okay, so I think you should do an internship. You're doing all that, then you're not doing the right internship. It's not an issue of agree with me. I don't want people to agree with me. No, if you ask inconsistent questions, it means you haven't thought it through. It's not an issue of agreement. It's an issue of coherence.
Maybe we should give others a chance. Thank you for your question. Jesu, I see your hand up. Yeah.
Just to say a few things about fisheries, because the question raised came here about the cost. When we get fish in the domestic market, it's much cheaper, very much cheaper when it comes to cheap in the sense we get for an affordable price. And we buy, just invest, give 80 rupees and even 60, 50 and get a family will eat fish because fish is our source of food sovereignty. But when it goes to the market in the city, it is definitely costly. That becomes the bigger world. That's what I just wanted to say.
Sure.
So in the community, it is that still we are able to eat fish, what we want to eat, which fish we wanted to eat, and the fresh fish and non-polluted fish and kept in ice and other things. Thank you.
Yeah. And you know, the new research that we've done is showing that pre-reform days, the difference between what the farmer received and what the consumer paid was 6%. There'd be 2 or 3 arthis in between, but it was 6% difference. Then with reform, it started to polarize. And with full globalization, it's polarized more to the extent that 95% of the difference between what a consumer pays and what the farmer gets is going to big business and big trade. That's where it's getting. Now, of course, they can then, when an Amazon buys cheap from a farmer, they can depress the prices. So the price in the marketplace is not a true price. We've got a whole book called Wealth Per Acre, the True Cost Accounting. The price in the marketplace is not the true price because there are three factors playing a role. The role of monopoly and monopsony, it can depress the prices. The role of subsidies. I mean, industrial agriculture is subsidies, $400 billion annually. You know, you take this away, no one would be able to afford chemical farming. And the third is none of the externalities are taken into account. The cost of damaged water, the cost to the climate havoc, the cost to your health. We've done an analysis that when you say organic is more costly, I'll give you a little homework. Yeah. Go and look at the cost of diseases like diabetes, the costs of diseases that are exploding, chronic diseases. 75% chronic diseases are food related. And they've begun only after this period of globalization, it just exploded. That cost is the real cost of food, the cost to your health. So when you think of it, organic actually is the cheaper option because you're not running to the doctor all the time.
Anybody else? Any more questions? Yeah, Stephen. Oh, sorry, please go ahead, Anand.
I represent about 380,000 farmers in Gujarat. They have an organization called Gujarat Khedut Samaj. So we take up all acquisition projects, be it a bullet train, express highway, Bharatmala, SEZ, SIR. And the trustees of this Gujarat Khedut Samaj are very well educated people. And no sooner I talk about this biogenic kheti or avartanshil kheti, they say to discuss about Sajiv kheti with our farmers is inviting their death. Please remember this. I know I am dealing with a notion, which is a very poisonous notion. So the leaders of more than 4 lakh farmers tell us, Mr. Yagnik, please do not discuss Sajiv kheti. That Sajiv kheti is a suicide entry gate for all our farmers. One. And the example they give me is that in 1 biga of land, I'm cultivating land. Therefore, I now have a perspective of how to see world and the market as a farmer as well, rather than discussing the niceties of a land acquisition and the Forest Right Act. They say 270 rupees per 20 kg is what urea's cost is. At the same time, in 1 biga of land, if I have to apply cow dung, then it will cost me 8,000 rupees. Therefore, 270 rupees as against the 8,000. This is what they conventionally calculate. Then they move forward. That they would teach me that when you grow, from a harvesting to so and so season, every season requires from a urea to DAP to phosphorus. Because of being a new farmer, I was learning that only to come back to the Sajiv kheti. Then say that Mr. Yagnik, DAP is there. Then go to Aravali and bring minerals so that you will enrich the farms and that will give us more productivity. At the end of the day, calculating this, the cost of the yield, they would immediately come to conclusion that Sajiv kheti is much more expensive. The second example my Farmers Association is offering me is that since the Vidyapit is taken over, established by Gandhiji, now by a governor, he runs a Sajiv kheti product selling center. So all those who grow vegetables and grains from out of Sajiv kheti, sell it inside the Vidyapit but then there is a thekawala or a lariwala outside. So from a guar to aloo to tomato, the cost of tomato and aloo inside is much more expensive than what is available outside. Now, this is a notion that that gentleman is discussing about. Huh. But Vandanaji, this is a very strong notion. Just a minute. Now, my bhagyas, I mean, those who look after my land. Anand Yagnik is a reasonably prosperous lawyer who earns from practice and invest in the land, who goes to the farm in a German car. So they said, you earn from the lawyering practices and throw it in the farm, whereas we'll earn from the motherland and we have to expect our livelihood from the same land. And therefore they say that Mr. Yagnik, don't teach us all these things. Otherwise, we are going to leave your farm. Now, this transformation took some time. We had a serious issue with respect to the crop number 2 and crop number 3, because this monocrop system is that in the monsoon you grow rice. This is Charotar, the most fertile land belonging to Patel, Vallabhbhai Patel. Anand district, I'm completing, I know, I'm completing. But this is a notion that we are all confronting. I'm confronting day in and day out because I spend 2 days a week on the farm. There, in monsoon, rice. In winter, rice. If you have a time, then some sort of millets. Beyond that, there is nothing. They don't allow me to grow anything else. And if they say that if you want to do something, we'll get out. And they got out. Therefore, this notion is there that produce of the Sajiv Kheti is expensive. However, it takes time. It takes time. On the 4th crop, the price started coming down. But initially, we faced the problem.
All I'd say is actually every argument used, and which is the perception, you're right, it's the dominant perception. It hasn't come out of the blue. I mean, you should have seen Indian journalists were paid to write this nonsense about Sri Lanka collapse because of 6-month, organic decision. Because the industry is just waiting to show that it doesn't work. The point is, does it not work ecologically? No, it is the only system that works ecologically. Why does it fail economically? Because every economic decision surrounding agriculture is only for chemical farming. And therefore, organic is punished by default at every level. Third, the true narrative, which is what, the imagination that we have to create, is create the true narrative with the structures at the scale at which it's available to us, knowing that at the end of it, it has to be scaled up by policymakers and governments. But if 2 things were shifted, if all this was brought, it's not that we don't spend a lot of money on the PDS. The PDS food is bought and then given. If all of that, if the government just said every child, every poor person of this country will get organic and we'll buy straight from the farmers, and every panchayat will have the facility, every district will have. It's a shift, and the PDS has already been reformed by the World Bank 3 times over. We could reform it in another way to make it support, because the biggest public procurement program of the world. If this public procurement program of the world worked to take care of the earth, take care of the farmer, and take care of the health of the poor through one decision, the economics of everything would totally change. And in countries where such decisions have been made, I know Denmark, 50% of all public procurement is organic. And when the government is involved, it's not a question of a market. It's affordable. It becomes affordable. So in Brazil, there are entire regions that have said the only food in public programs will be from small organic farmers and agroecological farmers. And it's working. So basically what has happened is production has been chemicalized, chemical farming has been subsidized, and the distance between the producer and the consumer has been increased hugely. And at every step, there's profiteering. If we just shift at every one of those levels, For me, this is not theory because we do it. For 35 years, we've done it and it works. For the communities, the shift works. No farmer who's doing organic farming is committing suicide. No farmer who is doing organic farming with biodiversity, the children are hungry. No farmer who is taking care of the land has desertified soils. And no farmer who is conserving moisture in the soil is having to have a crisis over a water crisis. So we have to look at it as a system, and we have to look at it as a system which has been put in place since '66 to be the only system. And if we tell ourselves in the next 10 years, at our level, we'll work, and wherever we can bring influence, and part of, I know Bhargavi and Leo had to just like the poor cow was so politicized. From the sacred cow, she was made a political cow. Farming has been very politicized. And organic is not just marginalized by the industry, but a distorted idea of how to do the right farming to fit into a political system. That too is creating huge confusion. And that's why I keep saying, well, turn to the earth and ask what's the right way to do. And ecologically, it is the only system that works and the only system that we can 30 years from now, it'll be the only system that works, or you'll have to eat Mr. Gates's fake food. That's his next agenda. Farming without farmers, food without farms. That's where the profits they want to see. Silicon Valley has most of its investments in lab food. So they're wanting an end to farming. 1/3 of the Dutch farmers are asked to be destroyed. They organized and they won the elections. And so now they won't be destroyed. But I think the issue of farmers and farming is the hottest issue of our times, because the greediest people have their eyes on our food and our farming.
You mentioned the distance between the producer and the consumer is increasing, by the day. So the great concept that the villages had or still have, a lot of them are these weekly markets, right? So when we come to weekly markets, what is the state of those weekly markets, and is there anything that we can do to strengthen them? And how the urban population, like somebody from Bangalore, can get access to that so that the food miles get reduced?
Well, there's some places where traditionally the hearts have been a very important part, particularly the East. I mean, if you just step out anywhere in a village, in Orissa or in Bengal, markets are thriving. The local markets are thriving. But they can only thrive if there's diversity in your field. You can't run a local market if you're growing only wheat. You have to grow everything that the community needs. But Garhwal doesn't have markets, because Garhwal is settled by people who are either Brahmins who ran away to meditate or Kshatriyas who ran away from war. And they never, they used to live on the forest. Actually, these very high castes of Uttarakhand live like forest tribes, in terms of their lifestyle. No market. But the communities we work with and with the women, they've created the exchange systems. They don't have to have a market. But everyone doesn't have to grow everything. And they're exchanging. Someone's growing the onion, someone's growing the potato, someone's growing the radish. And how do places like Bangalore? I mean, it's such a privileged city. But I think the more privilege there is, the more brainwashing there is. So there's more distancing of the mind from the realities that can be. But from what I know, there are lots and lots of initiatives. I mean, look at all these wonderful millet meals we've been having. I remember when I used to be here, I gave Mr. Narayan Reddy the first 500 rupees. And I said, you must bring millets to the market. And look at the wonderful food we've been having now. So you have to, Gandhi said, you have to be the change you want to see. And when people say, where's the market? I say, you've got to create the distribution systems. And the market isn't just the global market. The market is every place where a person eats is your distribution system. You can be your own distributor, right? So these areas, I said, will be if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, increasing supply chains. No, at this point, we should be talking about localizing food systems. And this, in Europe, it's taken over. There are bio districts. Town councils are writing, we'll only procure locally. Districts are writing, we'll only procure locally. So both things are happening, but I think Bangalore could play a very big role. But some of you will have to take the initiative.
Thank you. So on that note of markets, I think it's a hopeful note. And
I'll just mention, markets is small m, where the distribution happens directly between people. And there's a market with a big M, which is controlled by the Monsantos, the Bayers, the Cargills, the BlackRocks, the Vanguards. That big M will never, ever do it right for the earth or people. So you have to create your own relationships.
thank you. Thank you so much, Vandana. It was a pleasure and very, very enlightening talk. Over to Nidhi.
Oh, can you hear me? Is this fine? So, can I request Sachin to honor Dr. Vandana Shiva with a gift basket? Thank you.
Thank you.
You can. I request Amrita to give the vote of thanks.
My head is barely seen over this podium. And just like that, we're at the end of 2 very eventful days. Good evening to everybody. Thanks for being here still. My name is Amrita and I started my journey with ESG sometime last year in November. And I've been constantly learning about the importance of being involved in the governance of our country and ways to do the same. So it was truly a great honor to be part of this dynamic platform and interact with all the people who have worked in this space and are still fighting for environmental and social justice. So to thank a few people who have been involved in this, organizing this event throughout. First of all, I would really like to thank the Infosys Science Foundation team for giving us the space to host such an event, and that too without any charge. So I would really like Bhavna, Swati, Lokesh and Mahesh to please come on stage. Just briefly, please. We would really, please. Can somebody send Mahesh from the backstage? He's been with us through and through. They're here to represent their entire team who's been so cooperative with us for the last 2 days. Thank you guys very much. Next, I would like to thank our Honorable Mr. Justice Sunil Dutt Yadav, who gave us the inaugural address this morning. We extend our gratitude to all the speakers and chairs for all the sessions that we had. You have truly left us with multiple questions that we have to answer and act on. I'm sure my team also shares the same thoughts. I would really like to thank Dr. Vandana Shiva for ending our evening with such a great session and leaving us with the thought of reclaiming our oikos, or ecology, as she said. Yeah. I would also like to thank the Institute of Public Policy, that's National Law School of India. And we have 2 people who weren't able to make it today due to an emergency. That is Professor Babu Matthew and Professor Soni Pulsheri. A few people we wanted to thank yesterday, but couldn't. Dr. Tekur's family for being a part of this event and announcement of the Tekur Memorial Award, Srimati Arundhati Nag and Vinay Srinivas for honoring our community leaders. I would like to extend our gratitude to our community leaders who were present there yesterday and today. One of them who's sitting right next to Leo, Karyana, thank you for being here. As they are the people who are actually fighting for their own rights on ground, and we truly are inspired by them. I would sincerely like to thank everybody who is here in person and online who have joined us in commemorating our Silver Jubilee. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the trustees for reflecting on ESG, Leo and Bhargavi, and speaking from their heart. This is a special thank you to the Teapoy team who is still behind cameras, and I'm sure they'll refuse to come on stage still. They have reinvented our logo and put up these beautiful side presentations as well as designed our beautiful posters that are there outside. I would really like to thank Chandru, who is right there, the cameraman who has shot the entire 2 days of event. Thank you very much, Chandru. I would like to thank Shashi Kumar, he's right there, and Dinesh for these beautiful decorations that you see on our stage, which was just half an hour's work. Half an hour's. I don't think, Dinesh is here too. I would like to thank, you want to speak?
Following Vandana's advice, I have my own distribution market. Everything that you see is for sale. You can use it and donate. You can take it and donate to ESG. Do a good job. And we have a basket of shikikai also.
And I would like to sincerely thank all our volunteers who made time for us. We have Harsh, Karthik, who are sitting back in the back, and Arjun, who helped us with the exhibition yesterday. So thank you for making time in such short notice. We really, really appreciate. And Anirudh's birthday is today, and he's not here, unfortunately. Thank you all for making this time for us. A special thank you goes out to all our team who have run around like crazy for the last 3 weeks trying to organize this event, and I hope it went as smoothly as possible. I would especially like to thank Leo and Bhargavi for building this network, or rather a family of really, really amazing people, and giving us this opportunity to actually meet everybody as well in this process. We at ESG really realize the importance of organizing more such spaces where we can come together and find common grounds and reimagine new futures. So on that note, here's wishing, our caterers. Yes, I already said, Millet Mama for our caterers for both the days. Thank you very much for the lovely food. Have I missed out anybody? I'm really sorry about that. I thank everybody who has been involved in this project. On that note, here's wishing you all a very good night, a reflective weekend, and thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Talking about markets, so ESG has initiated a little marukatte outside. Kindly contribute by picking up some of the, new logo embossed mementos. And also we have Karyana's Kamblis. The Chalkere Kambli is a very unique blanket made from the Deccani sheep. So kindly pick up the blankets. Our colleagues will tell you the price of the blankets. The blankets are also there. There are only 6 pieces he wants. So you have to run.
Thank you very much. Really, really.
Sachin PS, is it not on?